Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Whilton Mill for Finals Day. Final Saturday for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's event 8 of the 2025 season, the penultimate race meeting for the ROTAX classes, their 4th round of the season. We also welcome the Tillotson T4 drivers here today for their O-Plate. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again this fine morning at Whilton Mill is Henry Beaudette. Henry, very different conditions to what we had yesterday. It was all up and down. The rain came in, the rain came out, but it's a really lovely day here at Whilton.
It is, and the sun is shining on what is a 1,200-metre circuit. One of the bumpiest, one of the most physically demanding anywhere in the UK. It has already taken its toll on a couple of drivers, especially the T4 class. The weather forecast is for scattered clouds, and of course yesterday some of those scattered clouds that passed over this Midlands circuit contained a few drops of moisture. Hopefully that's not the case today, because, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of today we won't have any champions in the ROTAX classes crowned. However, we may have a much better idea of who in all 4 of the ROTAX divisions could be taking the titles when we get to the final double-header round of the championship next month at PF International. But there's an awful lot of racing to go today. Every single class has their super heat as well as the finals. 2 heats and the finals for the Tillotson. But of course, Andrew, it's not just you and me.
Oh, no.
We need a rose between our 2 thorns, and today's rose is Nicole Sutherland. Good morning, Nicole.
Thank you very much then, Henry. Yep, it's the trio back again today, and it might be a Saturday, but like the boys said, it's finals day here at Whilton Mill. Just to highlight, like Henry mentioned, this is a really physically demanding track for these drivers. They've been driving around now for 3 days. It's been full on, it's been flat out. They've had to deal with wet and dry conditions. So watch drivers really have to deploy some strength as we go into those all-important finals for, of course, what is the penultimate event for our ROTAXes. A bit of a debut this year then for the Tillotsons, who will be up shortly. They'll be battling it out for the O-Plate, but this is going to be a fiery day. Yesterday it looked like it was going to be a bit of a DHR takeover until Chloe McGill grabbed a first win in a heat for her in her career so far. And then Kai Clark took a heat win as well, but McAndrew was strong, Higgins was strong. DHR really were showing why this is their home circuit and how much knowledge they have around this track. Stay tuned in all day for how that plays out, but for now we're going to have some racing action coming up very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Back to us here in the box, getting ready for the super heats. That'll kick us off for today in terms of the ROTAX classes. But before we get to that point, actually, we've got our first heats for the Tillotson T4s.
Yes.
Who had their qualifyings yesterday. Very mixed conditions for them across their 3-lap average. So some of the grids not quite in the order that we were expecting, perhaps at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, no. In Tillotson T4 Junior, they went out on slick tyres in the rain. Ralphie Branscombe, who won the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup qualifier when they were here with us on the Alpha Live cameras as a support round for the opening round, or the O-Plate
at PF,
the ROTAX O-Plate at PFI. Ralphie's going to be starting in 4th position behind Ronnie Legg. So not a surprise pole sitter, but again, it'll be interesting to see how quick Ralphie could get through. Well, Ralphie's one of the number of drivers representing the UK in the T4 Tillotson Nations Cup final the first weekend in November in Valencia, said yesterday. But I tell you what, let's, instead of talking about him, let's hear from him. Nicole Sutherland is down with Ralphie Branscombe on the grid. Take it away, Nicole.
Henry, you mentioned his name, Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie, good to have you back in the British Kart Championships grid yesterday. Tell us about quali. Tell us about, why you're jumping back into Tillotson.
Thought we would come do another round at British and Tillotson to get ready for Valencia. Quali was all right. I got 2nd, and then got a drop down, so dropped back to like 4th. But hopefully we can fight forward to go for the win in this first heat.
Ralphie, when I started working in this championship, you were one of the first drivers I ever interviewed. That was last year. You were a Honda Cadet, you were this big, and you're almost taller than me. What's the height difference? Not quite yet, but you're getting there. And then tell me, Ralphie, do you think, now that you're getting a bit taller, getting a bit stronger, what's it like to deal with the kart physically? Do you feel strong and good in it?
Yeah, I feel like I can throw it around a bit more easier and get ready and go down the road.
And then today's racing, tell us about the grid, tell us about the competition. Do you think it's a tough grid?
It's not a lot of us, but there are some good drivers and it's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard indeed. Ralphie, good to catch up with you. I'm sure we'll catch up with you a little bit more throughout today. The board is about to be shown then to these drivers to get themselves ready. They'll be heading off shortly. Andrew, Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, yeah, we've got the drivers for the T4 junior category ready to go. 7 of them in total competing for this O-Plate today. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships here at Whilton Mill. It's, of course, a back-to-back double header in a way for us here within the paddock, because we'll be back next weekend with the more competition, IAME categories on track next weekend.
Well, it's a triple header for Whilton Mill, because last weekend there was the club round here. So some of the teams, not every team runs ROTAX and IAME, but some people will be here for 3 weekends on the bounce. And of course, with practice running on Thursday this week, then we're going to be, it was a short turnaround for the people that raced in the club event last week. But again, what a way to finish off the British school holidays. A lot of these drivers will be going back to school, back to college. One of our T4 senior drivers actually is starting work on Monday. Yeah. For the Mercedes Formula One team in their engine department.
Very good, down at Brixworth.
Congratulations to Henry Bell on that. The rumours that Mercedes are now going to start using a 4-stroke Honda engine are wide of the mark, ladies and gentlemen. A big hello to everybody watching on the live chat. Jensen Hookie. Well, that's very kind of you, sir. You mentioned, people noticed yesterday that I was drinking orange squash and not my usual orange carbonated drink. But here we are. So there we go. Other brands of water are available. We won't show that, but that's orange. It's orange squash. But Jensen Hookie is bringing some proper orange drink down with me in honour of Chloe McGill. I think I'm going to drink Iron Brew today in honour of Scotland's race winner yesterday, Chloe McGill. That's my excuse, Governor, and I'm sticking to it. So here we go then. This is going to be race number 10. We've got 7 drivers in total. So like Ralphie Branscombe said, not the biggest grid. However, these karts, they reward momentum. They reward smooth driving. And they're just like Honda Cadets, only bigger.
Yeah, very much so.
Yes.
With the single engine, the 225cc engine, just bolted on the right-hand side there. The grid being cleared, of course, then it'll be an 8-minute plus 1 lap race. 30-second board in the air then. Let's get ready for it. The start of finals Saturday here at Whilton Mill. Tillotson T4 Juniors are up next. So let's get things going for the racing part of this Tillotson T4 O-Plate weekend. Ronnie Legg has pole position for the first of the T4 junior heats. He's joined by Sam Chilton on the front row of the grid. Emily Ackett starts on the inside of row number 2. He's joined by last year's British Championship Honda Cadet champion Ralphie Branscombe starting P4. Pierre Carnet of France starts on the third row of the grid. Is joined by Harry Gardner. The 7-strong field is completed by Ferenc Havesi.
Ferenc, obviously based in the UK, but of Hungarian descent. We were talking yesterday about what a beautiful country Hungary is. And you just saw on the right-hand side of your screen one of our marshals. That was Ryan in orange, one of our marshals. Ryan, of course, who was the hero of the day at PFI for Kart Masters. And that nasty accident between Zach Starbuck and Fletcher Jameson, both of whom are recovering well. Hello to you both and your families if you are watching. But Andrew Mather, under sunny skies on a Saturday at Whilton Mill, the lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start into oblivion. Legg takes the lead, and in the red and white crash helmet, Sam Chilton tucks into second place. Ralphie Branscombe already up to P3 and having a little look at P2 into Christmas Corner, but no dice.
Yeah, good racing there up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Down towards Ashby, tricky corner even in these conditions. Branscombe has another little look at Chilton through and into Ashby Corner. Got to say, Chilton holding his own very nicely. Lots of experience in arrive and drive karting for Samuel Chilton. I think being supported by the MPH Karting Academy here this weekend. Good move there by Pierre Carnet. Pierre, who's had a quiet weekend so far, but a move past another one of the drivers up into the top 5. So let's count them through at the end of this first lap. Remember, it's an 8-minute plus 1 lap heat, and Ronnie Legg has so far converted this opportunity from pole position very well. Move for second place. Branscombe is through. Good move there from Ralphie Branscombe into Oblivion Corner past Chilton. It's then Havesi who had a good start as well. So Havesi looking for third place now, having started at the back of the field. Pierre Carnet there in fifth. Amelie Ackett and Harry Gardner wrap out the 7-strong field.
Let's mark the gap. 1.6 seconds is the advantage that Ronnie Legg had as Ralphie Branscombe moved past Sam Chilton into third position. Chilton has now fallen back behind Havesi to P4. The number 314 car, Pierre Carnet, is sitting there with it. That is a side pod that is not in the correct angle. It's still on the kart, but it is at a somewhat jaunty angle. I think that is probably the word to use. Everybody else still in one big group behind Branscombe. Legg now 1.4 seconds in front. So Ralphie, who said he was getting more confident with the full-size go-kart, he could chuck it around a bit more, is proving, and there we go. There's a different view of a move up the hill towards Christmas Corner. It's great. Alpha Live once again with a whole army of camera operatives around the circuit, bringing you every angle, some new angles as well that you know, haven't seen racing at Whilton Mill from these specific angles before, but always great to see. Out of Osiers now come the field, and that is the back of the pack. Amelie Ackett and Harry Gardner battling. Yeah,
Gardner's just taken 6th place there away from Ackett. Ackett's had a go for 5th place against Pierre Carnet. Carnet held that position well. It kind of just threw the momentum of Ackett's backwards into Gardner's path, and Gardner made a nice move as well. 5 minutes of this race to go then. Ronnie Legg holding nice pace at the moment, 52.49 last time around. In comparison, Branscombe 52.45. This pair, though, this duo could be key. Havesi's going to go down the inside of Branscombe here to take 2nd place on the road. Havesi's got good pace at the moment, taps on his helmet, says to Ralphie, let's work together, we've got a chance, we've got time on our hands to close this gap down. Havesi last time around did a 51.98. If he keeps going at that pace, we are going to see, and look, we're already down to less than a second between 1st and 2nd place. 4.5 minutes to go. End of lap number 4. This is an important few laps now for Ronnie Legg, Henry, to not tighten up, keep the pace up.
Exactly, and for Havesi, considering that he started last, okay, I mean, we're talking about a 7-kart grid, but still last, he has passed Gardner, Ackett, Carnet, Chilton and Branscombe. One more driver on his hit list, and he's already closing in. And Branscombe, who I saw as he came up the short straight towards the boot the previous lap, was sort of sending some sort of like a signal that he wasn't particularly happy. Probably to his dad over watching us, who's running using as his mechanic this weekend. Maybe straight line speed, possibly a gearing option. I'm not quite sure what the technical regulations are, but Branscombe, he's able to hang with Havesi, but certainly in a straight line, it does look as if Branscombe is lacking a little bit of a straight line speed. There, you can see the fact Havesi gaps him by about 3 or 4 kart lengths, but now Legg's under pressure. Well, Ferenc Havesi picks him up, puts him down, easy as you like into Christmas corner, but Ronnie Legg says, I didn't earn this pole position and lead this race, just to give it up to you without a fight. And as they come across the top of Inkermans, Legg quickly back into top spot.
That was well read by Ronnie Legg there. Hevesi came with a lot of speed down the inside. Legg just let him have the space down onto the apex and then got him on the cutback. That was well read. Calm driving from Ronnie Legg. So it's a 3-driver battle at the front of this field. Hevesi has had some good results so far this season. It's been 5 rounds of the UK series for these drivers. Hevesi has won 3 of them, so his credentials are well known within Tillotson T4 Junior racing in the UK. He's going to have another go here, maybe, or no, just hold position. I like that. I like those tactics. We say it a lot here at Whilton Mill. It's a good track for you to work together as a duo. Legg and Hevesi will try and drop Branscombe here, but Branscombe, well, we said earlier that his pace wasn't quite there.
In a straight line, it's not.
In straight line, it's not quite there, but in the corners,
yes.
Branscombe is looking very good.
And this is a really good showcase now of how to cope with the fact, and I don't know if it's gearing, but certainly in a straight line, Branscombe's number 96 Kart, not as strong as the 55 of Legg and the 77 of Hevesi. However, look at the way Ralfred is hustling it through the corners. Using the slipstream, he's in the tow, and he tows his way past Hevesi. I wouldn't be surprised if Ferenc gets him back on the run up to Christmas corner, because he is lacking, Ferenc bump drafting him, slipstreaming him, pushing Ralphie along. Through the top, over Inkermans, down towards Ashby now. And in the midst of all this, everybody else is now 4 seconds behind them. Ralphie having to drive very fast through the corners. Ronnie Legg, though, this is a really good performance from Ronnie in terms of holding his nerve, keeping his cool, not panicking. You're not seeing him looking over his shoulder every 3 corners as Hevesi back up the inside of Branscombe. Branscombe doesn't defend because he knows with a minute to go, if they do battle, they could give Legg an advantage that would end up being a winning advantage. There's a pole out, yes. Are we going to see rain today? Ooh, I hope not. I'm going to vote no.
I'm going to go the other way.
Oh, you're going to think yes?
I mean, well, we've got a battle for the lead. Hevesi down the inside, takes it away from Legg and gets corner exit right this time as well. So Hevesi went in with a little bit less speed. Meant he didn't overrun, didn't run wide. So Hevesi now your race leader ahead of Legg. Branscombe still there in 3rd, through Wilkins corner now towards Osiers. This can be a good place to overtake if you get a good... Oh, Hevesi went a bit deep there on the 2nd phase of Osiers corner, but has recovered nicely. So Legg stays there in 2nd place. Just a quick update on the other drivers out there. Still Sam Chilton in 4th place. Pierre Carnet has just set a personal best in this race of 52.84. That was last time around. Amelie Ackitts has got 6th place back ahead of Harry Gardner. 2 laps to go. I thought it was going to be close on the timer there, Henry, as to whether it was 2 laps or 3 laps to go. It's 3 laps to go, one of them down already. Is here, goes Legg down the inside. Well defended by Hevesi round the outside. For those who don't know Whilton Mill, it's a nicely cambered corner there, as Legg's going to now have a go down into Ashby.
A nicely cambered corner.
It's not a nicely cambered corner, but Legg's used it well. Branscombe's going to try and come around the outside. Hevesi holds the 2nd place, switch back by Branscombe. This is where he's strong, in the corners, wheel to wheel, through Osiers. That's going to get a little bit close. Legg has got a chance now to break away. These could be key moments in this first heat of the day for the T4 Juniors. Branscombe has got the move done by the time they get through the middle of the boot. One more lap to go. There's only 7 of them out there, Henry, but this has been a properly entertaining scrap for this race win.
Yes, it has, and I've got to say, at the start of the year, Ralphie Branscombe, he was getting involved in incidents because, of course, he wasn't used to the full-size kart. He was, and there, much better spatial awareness from Branscombe. He's racing, he understands the kart is wider at the rear, he's giving enough racing room. That is a good learning year for Ralphie in the full-size karts. But that battle, he may have just given 2nd best to Hevesi, he may have just given Ronnie Legg the key to top spot into the boot for the final time. Hevesi pushing hard, but it's not going to be close enough. It's going to be number 55, Ronnie Legg, who will cross the line to take the checkered flag by 0.3 of a second. As you look at the remaining, but the smartest kart in the race was able to hold off Ferenc Hevesi and Ralphie Branscombe and takes a very well-deserved win in T4 Junior. Let's have a look there. Jensen Hookie, yes, I think Branscombe may have different gearing because he was rapid through the fiddly bits and not quite so rapid on the long straights. Please, Lee Starbuck is Leah Starbuck. Hello, Leah. Hope that Zach is okay. Yeah, so Zach, he's been back working in the paddock, helping drivers because he's a very, very talented young karting mechanic. Now we'll have a look. That's the first day. Dave Hillary spotting the first Dave Hillary sighting of the day. Yep, shorts are on. Well, quite rightly so. Let's have a look now. Of course, the T4s, they behaved themselves. The iPad of Doom doesn't need to be put into use for this one. No, of course not. They've all behaved themselves. Look at this. So, might I remind you, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, no. Well, exactly. That our Pierre Carnet, he's frustrated. Our thoughts exactly. Because we almost had a complete junior Rotax heat race yesterday with not a single nose cone. And it was only Samir Paul right at the end. It was devastating. That was, you know, it was, the whole audience was waiting with bated breath. And there we go. But yeah, Zach Starbuck, hope he's watching at home as we follow them into the Parc Ferme area, the scrutineering bay, a nice sporting shake of the hands. Let's have a little look back at the highlights of what was a rather entertaining opening race of the day, Andrew.
It was indeed. Here are the early stages. Moved for second place. Ralphie Branscombe getting through past Sam Chilson, who had a solid run to P4 in the end. Ferenc Hevesi started at the back of the field, made good early progress up to the top three. There's a good scrap as well between Carnet, Ackerts and Gardner that saw Gardner up to 6th place. Hevesi made the move on Branscombe. That was for P2 down into Ashby. First initial move there, just got a little bit of a slide on the rear axle on that first go to take the lead from Ronnie Legg. Branscombe kept coming back into it, as I say, was very strong in the corners, especially through sectors 2 and 3. Ronnie Legg very calm throughout the entirety of that race. Knew there were going to be attacks. That one was a brilliant move down the inside. That's a textbook way to get through at Ashby. Takes the first heat of the day.
Ashby's just a horrible corner.
It's really tricky.
It's in a good way. Horrible in a good way. But of course, this broadcast wouldn't be possible, Andrew, without the loyal support of the championship sponsors. Let's hear from a couple of them now.
Switching over to the seniors then for the Tillotson T4 Series. Henry Bell starts on pole position for this one. Ollie Cooper Whilton alongside on the front row. Jason Bradbury and Matt Wildman, they both go from the second row for this first heat. Noah Rosser, the 2023 T4 Nations Cup champion here this weekend, won the Irish Kart GP last weekend as well. Starts on row 3 alongside Ed Davidson. Philip Rawson and Joel Bechtold start on row number 4. Zach Mead due to go from 9th on the grid, but does not take the start in this one. Also Ribs, second driver, who's had to sadly withdraw from the meeting for Ribs. Steph Theodoru not able to run yesterday, but did on Thursday.
Yes.
Practice day Thursday. Looked pretty quick.
Okay, Henry Bell with the special Grand Theft Auto Vice City-esque race suit colours. He's the driver in the car number 15 who has moved down to the Daventry area because he starts work for the Mercedes. Mercedes powertrains that build the Formula One engines for the Mercedes Formula One team. George Russell's new best mate. You know, yeah, of course, yeah. Here we go then, Henry Bell using that Tillotson power to get a good start. Not Mercedes power yet. Ollie Cooper-Welton gets left behind a little bit at the start, and the outside front row man is already dropping back. Now, this was the class where if you went out on slick tyres in qualifying, you gambled correctly. If you went out on wet tyres, it was an incorrect gamble. And if you got to the grid gates 1 second too late, as Philip Rawson discovered, you didn't qualify at all.
Yeah, and already Rawson up past 3 drivers. It's going to be intriguing to see how the early event favourites work their way through, if they can work their way through the order, of course. Noah Ross has had a decent start. There he is, up to 2nd place already, ahead of Jason Bradbury with the pink, blue and yellow helmet there. Matt Wildman just behind him, 2 drivers who know each other very well. They've been racing against one another for a good few years. 7 minutes of this race to go then. End of lap 1. Bell from Rosser, Bradbury, Wildman, Rawson already up to P5. Good scrap here for 2nd place. Here comes Bradbury with a bit of an assist from Wildman, but they can't draw alongside Noah Rosser into Christmas corner. That's good news for Philip Rawson. He's properly part of the scrap now. Has won a number of rounds already this year in the UK Series. Rosser down the inside. Has he got the speed off the corner right? No, not quite. Bell, like we saw with Ronnie Legg in the junior race, nice and calm, knew there was going to be an attack down the inside. Whoa. That's a big Philip one Rawson. From Rawson down the inside, takes P4.
Into Ozier's, again, Philip Rawson, he's doing a lot of driver coaching now as well. Drove for CRG for a number of years, has driven over in the Middle East, as a works driver, and has now does a lot of driver coaching. Philip Rawson, PRDD, I think it is, Philip Rawson Driver Development. So he's helping some of these T4 drivers. As well as racing. He's going out to Valencia. He'll be one of the favourites. And, there's a move. Noah Rosser. Rosser and Bell just checking the cart width of, there are just about enough room for 2 at a time to go through Inkermans. And now Bell gets shuffled back to 3rd, shuffle back possibly to 4th, because the number 17 of Jason Bradbury gets his elbows out. Here comes Rawson into Ozier's. Rawson, shows Henry Bell the outside, and it goes from 1st to 6th because Joe Bechtold also up the order and passing Henry Bell. Joe Bechtold, his car did get out for qualifying, got about 2 corners and decided didn't want to go anymore.
Yeah, it's good speed at the moment for Joe Bechtold to be joining this now 6-kart scrap at the very front of the field. Here goes Matt Wildman, was very quick in warm-up. And as we say that, the problems return for Joe Bechtold.
We'll both take equal blame for that.
We'll take that's the 4th one of the weekend.
Yeah, it's 1-1 today for the commentator's curse. Unfortunately, so 5 at the front. Ed Davidson, Ollie Cooper-Welton, and at the back, just a little bit off there. And here is the battle. Philip Rawson retaking Matt Wildman for 3rd position. Rosser and Bradbury. Let's not forget, let's just talk Noah Rosser. He has driven at the very highest level of world karting at the FIA World Championships. He has driven, he's obviously now found, this is where he wants to have fun. And this is a great class to race competitively. You can see how competitive it is. But also do it at a reasonable budget without sacrificing too much family time, work time, things like that. But yet still gets to race around the world. The American, he's British-based now, I'm assuming, is Noah Rosser. Or maybe not. Maybe he's flown in from the USA just to come to Whilton Mill. I mean, I would.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 minutes of this race to go then. This is a really good scrap between Wildman, Rawson, Bell. Rawson is under investigation, though, that we've just seen from the race officials. We'll update you on any more news as and when we receive it. 3 minutes and 35 to go. End of lap number 5. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Noah Rosser, 51.3 seconds. Jason Bradbury about 1.5 tenths slower, or nearly 2 tenths slower. So the gap going out to 0.96 of a second. Whilton still there in third. Rawson and Bell, they are pretty much on the same pace as the race leaders at the moment. Davidson still in 6th place, and Ollie Cooper Whilton continuing to circulate. Has just set his fastest lap of the race at 52.5.
This looks like it could be, well, I was going to say, watch out for another Rawson special at Osiers, but Matt Whilton had it covered. 225cc 4-stroke engine, so you need to be smooth. You need to be spectacular. Driving style doesn't equate to a fast lap time in these. You need to have very small. You can see the drivers, the steering wheels there. You know, not exactly much adjustment. I mean, Rawson, he's got the much lower hands on his steering wheel. You know, keeping it Euro well and truly is Philip Rawson, obviously. A little bit further back, here's the 24 and the 99, Ed Davidson and Ollie Cooper Whilton. But again, you've got to be so smooth. If the back end of these Tillotson T4 steps out, because of the nature, the low torque or the torque range of the T4 engine, then of course it takes a lot longer to get back up to speed, as it were. Noah Rosser, new fastest lap of the race, 51.19. Only 1.5 seconds in front of Jason Bradbury, who gets a warning. Not quite sure why.
Could be track limits.
Could be track limits.
Let's be speculating. Yeah. We can't quite see from our angle what the digi flag, but we've not seen Bradbury involved in any.
Maybe they're warning him that these 3 karts on our screen are closing in, as they are. Yeah. That was maybe the warning. It wasn't, oh, you've done something wrong. It's like, oh, look, warning, they're coming up, they're catching you. Who knows? That maybe race control just trying to help. Who knows?
Indeed. Down towards Ashby Corner then. Bradbury holding on to second place right now, but Matt Whilton and Philip Rawson have made some good progress in these middle laps. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go now. What are going to be the tactics here? Does Whilton go for the move? Do they hold at a 3 to then get a bit of momentum to try and reel Rosser back in? The gap is 1.8 seconds at the last count. Through the new chicane once again. Drivers have been working on the setup through that part of the course. I was having a watch of them on Thursday. A lot of drivers almost having a good entry, but then middle of the corner having a few mid-corner issues that they've been able to tune out. Up towards Christmas Corner, Bradbury takes the middle of the road, so no opportunity yet for Matt Whilton to go down the inside. This is all good news for Noah Rosser. He continues to extend his lead. Whilton has a look, but again, the camera's deceiving, isn't it? I know I often say this at Wilton Mill, but when you're behind the wheel of the kart, you really feel gravity taking its effect.
Rawson
very easy
special
to push on.
incoming.
There he is down the inside. Rawson takes third place away from Whilton. Henry Bell has held in here nicely. Had that that difficult lap. Henry fell down to 6th place. But, you know, he's got his head down and could be on for a top 4 here. Yeah.
Matt Whilton, he said he was having a look at Jason Bradbury. I think it was almost like a preemptive defensive manoeuvre. Yeah. He moved out a little bit just in case Philip Rawson was thinking about making a move into Ashby's. He sort of made that defensive move. No, don't. So Rawson waited 2 corners, did the job there. And he's already latched onto the rear bumper of Jason Bradbury in the number 17 kart. And I think Henry Bell's got the right tactic. Whatever the rear bumper of the number 1 kart goes, Henry Bell will follow it, because Philip will open the door and I will walk through. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, because, again, we've seen Philip make 3 moves now into Osiers, each of them equally as effective, and the last one Henry Bell was able to capitalise. There goes Noah Rosser on to the final lap. He is going to win this race, barring some sort of last lap mechanical catastrophe. Who's going to finish 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th? We don't know. Rawson's through. Bell tries to follow him. Does Bell get the job done through increments? Yes, he does. Very smart again from Henry Bell. Now Rawson has to defend. Oh, Bell gets it all crossed up, under braking for Ashby. That's going to cost him 2nd, 3rd place rather. Bradbury back to P3. And now Whilton's going to send one in. Oh, Whilton and Bell, they squeeze each other. Good driving there from both of them.
Yeah, good racing here once again in the Tillotson T4 Seniors. But Heat 1 is going to go the way of the 2023 Nations Cup champion. Noah Rosser takes it at a canter and wins by just over 4 seconds ahead of Philip Rawson. Rawson showing that as this day goes on, I think he's definitely going to be a factor here today after the problems before qualifying yesterday meant he started this race from the back. Jason Bradbury, P3, solid points on the board there for Jason. Henry Bell 4th. Matt Wildman comes home in 5th. It was a big factor in that race. Ollie Cooper Welton finishes P6. Pace into the low 52s there for Ollie. Likewise for Ed Davidson, who came home in 7th. One retirement from that heat, which was Joe Bechtold, who had a bright start, was up with the front runners, but unfortunately that mechanical issue, the gremlins back, same as yesterday, Henry.
72% of viewers agree with you, Andrew Mather, that we may have a sprinkling of the wet stuff today. Only 27% agree with me. They're saying that it's Saturday, sunny Saturday. That's what we're calling it, sunny Saturday here at Whilton Mill. Jensen Hookie, who's been a minefield of information this weekend, so he does believe that Noah may have just, well, there's John Bechtold. I mean, if you wanted an advert for a shampoo commercial or something like that, he's done well, because we had exactly that same shot of him walking back after qualifying. You know, it's like, you know, all he needs is Head and Shoulders or Timotei or something like that. You know, I'm just jealous because I used to have hair like that. But there we go. So that's 2 breakages. Yeah, Noah Rosser, well done. Has he flown in direct from the USA? There's Philip Rawson. There's Jason Bradbury getting out of their carts. The poll for who's going to win senior, well, 56% think that Noah Rosson's going to win the senior race. Let's have a look back at the highlights of this race. It was a good start from our pole sitter, Henry Bell, who led early on, but then Noah Rosser sort of a little bit of a hip check there, but stuck with it to the inside, and eventually he was pretty irresistible. Yeah,
it's a good performance from Noah Rosser. Been quick throughout all of the free practice sessions. There was the moment that Joe Bechtold's race sadly ended early. Good scrap as well between Matt Wildman and Philip Rawson. Rawson likes the move into Osies, got it done there. Went for a go on Jason Bradbury, who was reeled in that battle for 2nd place. But Rosser takes the win. Rawson from the back of the grid, P2. Bradbury completing the top 3. Next time we'll see the Tillotsons out in action. 12:10 for the juniors, 12:25 for the seniors. I do hope you can be with us for that. After this short ad break, though, we're going to be moving back to the ROTAX categories. The super heats are coming up.
I don't like those clouds.
So let's move into super heats, starting with junior ROTAX. 2 super heats to whittle the field down to a top 34 for the final. This is how they line up for the first of these super heats. Kai Clark was top of the intermediate classification last night. He starts this race from pole position, is joined by Charlie Wolfert on the front row of the grid. Harry Taylor and Noah Barham form up an all Dan Holland Racing row number 2. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Zach Turner go from row 3 with Finley Buck and Jensen Chalk on row 4.
Row number 5, the GP plate Albie Lapper and William Webb, one of our guest drivers for Evolution Racing. Great top 10 for William. Benjamin Baker and Sam Kohler are next. Ellis Bell and Ryan Gill, then Rayan Gandor. Happy birthday, Rayan Gander, and then Daniel Wisniewski.
Last of the drivers currently inside the top 34 in this race is Sebastian Clark. All of these drivers need good ones, otherwise they're going home. Oliver White, Marat Zvaric, Jack Beasley and Rex Ashley complete the 21 runners for this one. There is no repechage for this category, so it's either you get through, you're in the top 34 of the final intermediate classification,
or you ain't.
Or you are not, and you will not be in the final. No last chances here this weekend. Into the tram lines. Are we away in rating? Yes, we are, for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start.
Big moment there. Sorry, that's a Thule Motorsport kart of Jack Dixon Cohen getting all crossed up there. I think as he went into the turn 1 there, he just clipped the rear of the kart in front of him and almost spat him off.
At the moment, he's got a good margin. Those at the front of the order, they'll know that they're pretty much guaranteed a spot through to the top 34. But again, there's championship points to be awarded after this race based on how the final intermediate points look. On board with Finley Buck, that's Albi Lapper just ahead of us. They've both had decent starts onto the back straight here. Rex Ashley's had a good start there in that orange and black machine. Started at the back of the field. Needs to go forward. Yes. Realistically, if you're in that kind of 18th, 19th, 20th on the grid region, you need 5, 6, 7 places to turn things in your favour. There are more points available, though, for the Superheat, so it really can make the difference at the front and the back. Down the inside, that's for second place. That's Charlie Wolford going through past Harry Taylor, and Noah Barham following as well. Kai Clark continues to lead this race. Barham's now diving down the inside of Wolford for P2. Here we go. This is why we love these Superheats. The ferocity of these races in comparison to yesterday, you can really start to feel the tension building, Henry.
Yep, Finley Buck comes out of Ogiers on board with the Ultimate R driver, currently running in 6th position as they thread their way through the boot, through the final chicane now, hopping over the curbs, round the final turn. There is Buck just adjusting the radiator flap on the right-hand side of his kart, and now sets his sights once again on the number 253 Dan Holland kart of Harry Taylor, although William Webb, very impressive performance from William Webb and the Evolution Racing team, but Buck comes back at him into Ashby's, and that allows the 234 of Benjamin Baker through as well. Benjamin, who had our camera kart on yesterday, he's got the American flag on his kart as well as the Union flag from the UK, because his dad's from New York. Up in the northeast section of the United States. And up the front, though, Kai Clark is motoring away. Mechanics watching on, checking the lap times, checking the split times for their drivers. Charlie Wolfett in 3rd position. Interesting thing about Charlie is there goes Jensen Chuck. Well, okay, Jack Dixon Cohen, Joel Dixon Cohen, apologise, is coming back up the order. The 2 MLC drivers. Number 1, Charlie Wolfett. He has started actually taking his nutrition very, very seriously. Yeah. He's changed his diet this year. No sugar or no sweets or nothing, like, you know, he said, if I want a milkshake from the restaurant, I've got to wait till after I finish racing. So his diet has changed, and he's now focused on the nutritional side of what goes into your body. Jensen Chalk is still so slight, they have to adjust certain areas of the kart so he can actually seal the top of the NASA panel and reach the pedals. So, and there is Jensen, the white, green and red crash helmet going through, the former Micromax Grand Finals champion. But interesting to see both the MLC motorsport drivers having to approach their seasons in very different ways. Charlie, because he wants to be a healthier professional athlete. Jensen, just because they're waiting for him to have a growth spurt.
Indeed, and I'd say Wolford's got a good opportunity to move up the championship standings here today. 9th at the start of the weekend, but the likes of Cam Nelson not here, preparing for things in Italy for next weekend's ROTAX Euro Trophy finale. He could well be up to at least 8th, if not higher, and well, in this race he could be going for 2nd place. Checks over the shoulder. Does Wolford go for the move? No. Elects to just stay there. and that is with good reason, because Barham and Wolfett are reeling Kai Clark in. Kai Clark's situation in this race is very straightforward. If he wins this race, he gets pole position for the final later today and 65 championship points. It doesn't matter what anybody else in Superheat B does. They will not be able to overhaul him in the final intermediate classification. But if Barham and or Wolfett catch and pass Kai Clark, that will open the door for others to skip over Kai Clark in those intermediate points in the second race. So it's all to play for once again here in Junior Rotax. Barham closing in. Clark checks over the shoulder. Has he got enough distance into Christmas corner? He does. He just moved a little bit to the inside there, so Kai Clark feeling a bit under pressure perhaps.
Yes.
As they head down towards Ashby Corner. Clark defends to the middle of the road, 7 minutes remaining, and look at Albi Lapper there. The new GP plate holder from Kart Masters a few weeks ago is now part of this scrap through Osiers. I've got to say, Henry, this is why I love these superheats. Some people kind of call them like pre-finals, but it's just the tension that you get in them, especially with drivers with that mix of different situations, whether it be trying to carry over points from yesterday, trying to move themselves up the order. More drivers are coming into play now. Benjamin Baker's now part of this scrap. Harry Taylor, who had a very good run in the Kart Club meeting last week as well, so we know he's in good form. He's there in 6th place. Top two trying to break away. Baker down the inside of Lapper. That's a good move for 4th place, and Taylor's through as well.
I was going to say, before Albi Lapper was passed there, Barham takes the lead. When Albi Lapper was in 4th place, this is what I really like. 4 different teams in the first 4 places. 4 different engine builders in the first 4 places. You've got P1 Power with Charlie Wolfett. You've got KR Sport engines, obviously, with Kai Clark. You've got Time Racing engines with Noah Barham. And then you've got the Cream Racing engines, obviously with Albi Lapper and Strawberry Racing, which is again the engine builders and the teams. They're so evenly matched. They're providing such a professional service across the board, and yet the way the Rotax platform is that you can have many different engine tuners, but they're builders, but the net result is what you're looking at here. Nicole Sutherland can bring us up to speed with something. Nicole, what have you got for us?
Well, Henry, just watching this battle at the front then, I think Kai Clark is being a bit clever here, backing everybody else up into each other, and this has turned into a massive train now as we hit that 5-minute mark.
Absolutely.
I think that's a very astute observation, Nicole. And the timing and scoring screens and the cameras back up your observation. Clark defends, and again, that is perfect from Kai Clark. 1 defensive move. Yes, there's 4.5 minutes to go. Is he white lining it around the circuit? Well, he's having a little go this lap.
Wolfett trying to open the door.
Yes, and of course, that is the risk you run, though. That's the rules, okay? He made 1 move to the inside, which means he's tight going in, slow coming out. And he got freight trained. So the tactic worked for a little bit. Now it's not working. Now, and he's not happy with something, is Kai Clark. Joe Bleakley's getting an earful on the sideline, but there's nothing that Joe can do, his mechanic. He's done his job. Now it's up to Kai to do his. Look, Finley Buck is coming across the line now in the number 311 car. He is in the midst, the 231, sorry. He's in the midst of this battle. And they're all, Charlie saying, well, what are you overtaking me for? The leader's going. William Webb saying, I'm a wild card. I'm here just to show that I am good enough to win at the British Championship level, even though I don't race here week in, week out. So, well, you make of that what you will, Gold Chain Charlie. Here's Finley Buck passing John Turner. Somebody on the outside line there. Getting
that might have been Wolfett. I think that might have been Wolfett if it was an MLC Motorsport livery that I spotted. No, it's Joel Dixon
Cohen running very wide for Thule Motorsport.
It's the blue and purple white liveries.
Look at the mechanics all very keen. They're saying, like, you've got to do this, got to do that. Behind the lead group, Jensen Chalk 8th, Sebastian Clark 9th, Turner, Buck, Ray and Gandor 12th, Ellis Bell 13th, then Dixon going down to 14th. Here are some of the drivers that need a good result. Are they getting it? Marat Zvaric up 4 places to 15th position. Well, Sebastian Clark, he was on the fringes. He's racing his way in. That's very good. Rex Ashley up 3 places to 18th. Probably not good enough. Daniel Wisnauskas down to 19th. Jack Beasley 20th. That's probably not good enough. And Oliver White has dropped to 21st place. But there's still only 8 seconds separating all 21 runners.
Still very close in this one. Noah Barham has been able to break away, but again, we've seen how drivers can be pinned back. That's a recovery move from Clark down the inside of Baker. So Clark back up to P5. Clark could still win this. Clark could still take pole position for the final with what we've got still on the board. 2 minutes remaining. Other changes down the field. Clark and Chalk have both got through past Lapper. Lapper now throws it down the inside of Clark, retakes one of those positions. Sebastian Clark is still, for me right now, racing through into that top 34. We've talked about those outside. Pretty much a similar situation for anyone who was just inside that top 34 overnight. They can't go on the defensive. They can't hold themselves back. They've got to go and attack, and that's exactly what Sebastian Clark's done in this race.
Of course, Andrew, you're not just racing people in this race for the final.
For the next one as well.
Yeah, you're racing people that aren't even in this race because it's all one set of points. So, yeah, you can't think to yourself, okay, I've done my job now, but because the people in the next race, yeah, you might still have the drivers who are starting just outside the top 17 places. They might all finish in the top 5, in which case, you're still in trouble, which is why you've got to keep pushing forward. You can't just think, right, I've gained 5 places, that's enough. You can't think like that. Here's Finley Buck trying the crossover move. Here we go. Can Buck get something done into the final chicane? He's got 2 carts in front of him going off, and he's going to pick up 1-2 places. That's going to help Sebastian Clark. So Buck follows Clark through a great dual camera view there, on board and live. James Fitzhugh's earning his money this morning, isn't he? He's doing all right.
He's had his Weetabix, for sure of that. That was the move for second place by Wolfett, back past Webb. And, well, to say, with the fastest lap of the race recently as well, Charlie Wolfett could still close in on Noah Barham here. This is the scrap involving Buck and Dixon Cohen, I think, in there as well, in the 267. It's all going on in this superheat. It's never quiet in one of these races. 10 seconds remaining on the clock now, so there'll be 2 more laps for these drivers. Barham's lead, is it coming down? It's under a second. So we have the shot there along the pit straight.
Bit of art.
Wolfett checks over his shoulder. Webb's not close enough to go for a move into Christmas Corner. Lapper is on chalk. That was for P7. Here comes Joel Dixon Cohen as well on Finley Buck. That's a nice move for P9. As I say, with the greater scale of points available in these races, 1 move can be worth 2 moves versus yesterday's point scenarios. Time is up now. Zach Turner's had a warning flag. Quite a few drivers have had a warning flag, unsurprisingly, in this one because there's been so much action out there. What is the gap to Wolfett for the race leader? Barham's holding that gap. This has been a really important lap for Noah Barham. He's lost 0.02 of a second across the course of that tour of the circuit, Henry, but with the gap that he's got, 0.9 of a second, he can afford that.
Yeah, and again, here we go. Here's the battle further back. Lapper doesn't send one in when there's no room. There's the difference between Albie Lapper 2025 and Albie Lapper 2024. It's one of the reasons why he's leading the junior arm of the Strawberry Racing team. It's another reason why he's got the GP plate on that car, is because if the move's not on, he doesn't try to manufacture something, so to speak. He waits. Patience is what he has learnt, and he's just passing Benjamin Baker off camera there. But Barham, with the checkered flag, takes the win from Gold Chain Charlie, William Webb and Kai Clark. I'm waiting for William Webb and Ellis Bell to race. I can say William Webb Ellis.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, see, rugby. Women's Rugby World Cup, Wales of Action. No, they haven't got a chance. What am I on about? Who's going to win the Junior Superheat? Well, only 16% of the people that voted were correct. 16% of them said that man there, Noah Barham, would win. Kai Clark, Charlie Wolfett were the favourites, according to the poll. But they came fourth for Clark, second for Wolfett. Joel Dixon-Cohen, ninth place. That could be important because he is fighting for the honour of top rookie.
He is indeed. And that result really gives a lot of drivers in Superheat B the opportunity to not just gain positions in terms of the final IC, but championship points as well. Barham heads into scrutineering, of course, as does Wolfett, and William Webb will as well. Good drive there from Harry Taylor, another top 5. So Barham, Wolfett, Webb, Clark, Taylor, Lapper, Chalk, Baker, Dixon-Cohen and Buck, your top 10.
And so far, Dave Hillary has not moved from his position as he's checking nose cones. After a superheat as exciting as that. Hang on.
No way.
Oh, come on, have some faith. Like George Michael says, you've got to have faith.
Just to mention as well, good drives from Ryan Gandor and Sebastian Clark. 4 and 5 places, they should be through.
5 to go. 5 to go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 to go. 3. Oh, no.
Sam Kohler, unfortunately, has a front fairing.
Denied. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen at some point this week. There's going to be a junior ROTAX race with no nose cones. In fact, that should be the next poll. Are we going to get a junior ROTAX race with 0 nose cone penalties? I believe there was Joel Dixon-Cohen having
Good
a monstrous off there. And I realised I hit you in the elbow as that happened at the start there in excitement. But Charlie Wolfett making some good moves early on. Noah Barham. Where's Noah Barham? But he was second at this point. And again, I just
love that shot.
Oh, great stuff. Great work. There's our onboard camera car, Fiddy Buck. He gave us our money's worth. He was in the thick of the action throughout that race.
It was indeed. Plenty of overtakes, plenty of drivers trying to change the course of their weekends. It was the close moment between Wolfett and Clark. Clark was not happy about that at all. Good drive from William Webb. Wolfett went on the attack once again. Eventually would pull himself back to second place. Albie Lapper in amongst it once more, like he was at PF International a few weeks ago. So that's what happened to the 227 going through the air almost a bit there. That was Ryan Gandor going the wrong side of the curb through the final corner. Let's head down though for a little bit of a chat with Nicole Sutherland.
Down in Parc Fermé then with Noah Barham. Noah, good race there for you, a race win. But can you tell us, did you see what happened with Kai Clark? Because, I think I might have jinxed it. He was sort of backing everybody up, leading, and then just sort of fell back down into the pack. What happened?
Yeah, so going into the first hairpin, Charlie Wolfett put the move in, and it just got a bit tight, and they kind of simultaneously touched each other, which just spat them both a bit wide. So I could slip up the inside and build a gap.
Well, it was good news for you then, actually. And this year, you're having a good year. You're in the top 10 within the championship, but you've not managed a podium just yet. Do you think that could be on the cards here at Whilton?
Yeah, definitely. It's been scrappy every race, so I think anyone can win.
Absolutely. No, good to catch up with you. We'll head back up into the commentary box, but not before this message.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
So, the battle for pole position in the Junior ROTAX final, very, very much open after that first superheat. We've got another 20 drivers on the grid, all hoping for their spots on that grid of 34 later on this afternoon. And this should be a really, really good race if the first of the superheats was anything to go by. It will be a 12 minutes plus 1 lap superheat for the drivers in this one. Let's take you through the grid for race number 13 of event number 8 here at Whilton Mill. Leon Hasty has pole position, is joined by Jacob Ashcroft on the front row of the grid. Harry Freeman starts on the inside of row 2, and we'll have a great view of this race with Joshua Smith starting P4. He carries our onboard camera. Ewan House and Louis Radcliffe, they go from the inside and the outside of row number 3 respectively. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Matteo Palazzo go from row 4.
Cian Bernard and Eva Morris are on row 5. Luca Holmes, Paddock and Charlie King go from row 6. Row number 7 is Archie Lovett and Alfie McBain, with Sebastian Lusch and Alex Shepherd on row number 8.
Last of the drivers currently inside the top 34 is Connor Large, so Samir Paul, Harry Holland and Ed Spain all need good results here for their weekends to continue. I'm also hearing that our onboard camera, is facing backwards. I like it when an OBC is facing backwards. What are we going to see here in this Superheat B? Very much up in the air who's going to be on pole for the final. We're going to find out in the next 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Hasty, good start for Freeman as well. Ashcroft slots into P3, which is a decent run. It's hard to start from the outside of row 1 here at Whilton Mill. Looking backwards from Smith, that's Cian Bernard in the middle of your shot there as they run through Christmas Corner. Pretty clean by junior ROTAX standards. This is good stuff from the top drivers in the country at this age level. 11.5 minutes to go. Everyone's still in the race.
And Leon Hasty under pressure going into Osiers. That was Harry Freeman having a look. And Ashcroft in third. Then the Coles Racing Kart. So good to see Coles Racing. Ewan House into P4. And if you want to see how Ewan did in the Wera Tools tyre changing contest last night, you can watch the Paddock show during the lunch break. Now here's Josh Smith taking a tight line. Is that Jared Fox-Whiteley trying to go around the outside of Josh Smith with our onboard camera? It is. And Fox-Whiteley makes the move. Up the inside goes Cian Bernard. Smith losing 2 places. And there's a bird's eye view of Scotland's Matteo Palazzo.
Good stuff there from drivers just inside the top 10 at the moment, all trying to move themselves forward. So at the moment, Leon Hasty would have pole position for the final. He's done the early job at hand here. Holding
good move, Ewan House.
Big send from Coles Racing's Ewan House, and he got it to stick as Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to come through. Cian Bernard's going to be on the outside to the inside through the final corner. Can he win out in that one? As Archie Lovett is also on the scene. Archie Lovett, who is, for me, continuing to gain momentum through the course of this 2025 season. This could just be the kind of day where Archie Lovett gets a big result. He looks to the inside of Joshua Smith and has got the move done. Through he goes. All problems, though. For another of the SPRs, it's
Louis Radcliffe.
And that's not good news. Louis Radcliffe falling down the order. Could that be a costly moment in terms of qualifying through to the final?
Well, he was starting 6th, so he should be okay. Now, Jared Fox-Whiteley said he's going to be, and we've had a change of the lead. Jared Fox-Whiteley was saying he's up in the 3rd position, but Jacob Ashcroft has made the move and has taken the race lead. Now, Leon Hasty, will he follow the current reigning ROTAX Junior Grand Finals champion? Ashcroft doesn't seem to be too interested in defending at this stage. Well, he's having a sort of that was a half defence. Just almost saying, right, Leon. Leon saying, no, I want to go with you. I want to go with you. Now we'll see will the level of trust between the two of them grow. There is the 4th place battle, and the Jax Motorsport team. Jared Fox-Whiteley. They got Dodge, Dave Gregory working for them, and they've all been back and forth out to the United States as Jax continues their ascension up the ranks into one of the main players in this paddock. And I've also got to say, we've got the onboard camera on. Joshua Smith, George Whitbread Racing. Very distinctive karts. And yeah, really coming on strong this year as well. And Josh Smith, who he had stopped karting, then had a phone call from George. Look, we need to come back. We need an experienced hand to guide. Because again, you've got some fast drivers, but the team is growing. There is the 282 Cian Bernard out of the race. And this is what every team needs when you're trying to get yourself, into that top echelon of teams. You need that one driver that can help the others and improve and get the team on TV effectively, and that's what Bomber Smith is doing.
Just hearing, Henry, that the mechanic is trying to get Cian Bernard back into this race, because that's the thing with the superheat, with the double points, you never know how much one position on track could make the difference. That was a close moment for Eva Morris. She did well to get out of that one. That's not going to get out of that situation, though. That was
that's a bit naughty
with
from
the 228 of Luca Holmes Ballack,
I got to say. That's again, that was
let's head down to Nicole Sutherland. She's got an update for us.
Well then, we've just seen that the Wera Tools back driver of Cian Bernard, the 282, is out. It's the same as what happened to William Antrobus yesterday in his heat. The exhaust has come off of the engine, so he's pulled in, he's retired.
Oh, that's not good news for the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Meanwhile, there's, again, numerous scraps going on out there. Lovett trying to hold on ahead of Freeman, back with Bomber Smith. Josh Smith with another of the SPRs directly behind. That's going to be Sebastian Louche down into Ashby Corner. That gives you a good impression as Luca Holmes Ballack comes in the 228 of the contour of the corner.
Yes.
The front end just wants to push on as you're running downhill through Ashby Corner. Luca Holmes Ballack had a good run last week in the Kart Club event, finished on the podium. It's a bit further back than that at the moment. Race leaders just set a new fastest lap of the race. Just to update you as well as what is all of this doing to intermediate points. Ashcroft would have pole for the final right now. It would be decided on count back and tiebreaker right back to timed qualifying earlier on in the weekend, because it's 9 points apiece for Ashcroft and Hasty. Why is that important? Well, it's not just for the final. It would be another 65-point championship haul, a maximum championship point haul for the race and the championship leader as Thruger. This is great stuff. Harry Holland is coming up through the order.
I was about to say Harry Holland now driving for the Zip Factory team. One of the drivers that started on the outside of the top 17 after, he was on the cusp. He was well outside.
Yeah.
He was at the back there. So this is the type of drive that Harry Holland needs. Look at the amount of drivers behind him. This could be a drive, and this would be great because Harry, he's run as a privateer. That very, very distinctive lime green and orange coloured race suit. He's still got the suit, but now the kart is a different colour. There at the back is Ed Spain making a move, passing Samir Paul. Ed Spain, this is a learning weekend for Ed. First time we've seen him in the British Championship since his Honda Cadet days. So again, he's learning how he goes, and this is something that, if he doesn't make it through, Harry Holland, meanwhile, if Ed Spain doesn't make it through, then so be it. But into the boot, now Holland's under pressure, and this is what Harry's got to be careful of, okay? Don't defend every position for your life, because, again, one incident and that could undo all your good work, okay? There's still 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Okay, he's lost a couple of positions, but obviously he's got the speed to get back up the top. So he defends coming up the Christmas corner. Behind him is Alfie McBain. There's Alex Shepherd, and is that Eva Morris coming back into play? Where's Eva? She's back up into the top 10 after that. Oh, and now Harry's getting pushed back. Okay, so, well, again, don't lose your head. 4 minutes to go. A lot can happen. Okay, don't panic. Don't panic, Captain Manring. We've dropped back down, but we gained 8 or 9 places. We can regain them. That's what you've got to try and remember.
4 minutes of this race to go. Jacob Ashcroft looks to have this one under his control. 1.2 seconds is now the lead for the reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion in Junior Rotax. Leon Hasty at the moment would join him on the front row. Here's a move down the inside. Good stuff from Eva Morris. Another driver who has taken big strides so far in 2025. That was a nice overtake past Louis Radcliffe up to 9th place.
Pole position at the Le Mans, at the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans. Anybody? That's a big stride. That was certainly a big stride for Eva Morris. She's also made really big strides in this race because, of course, she did find herself rather rudely shoved onto the grass going down towards Ashby, which could have been a very nasty moment because you come back on track at the exit of Ashby, facing the wrong way. And now Luca Holmes-Ballock, the other driver that was involved in that incident with Eva Morris, he's caught Scotland's Matteo Palazzo. I got myself confused. I thought the Palazzo family owned a restaurant. They don't. They're in the kitchen business. So I had the right area, the right gastronomic area. I was thinking of my stomach. But it's fact they're always, the granddad's always cooking in the paddock. Matteo Palazzo, who broke onto the scene at the start of last season, sitting on pole position for the final at the pole position
for the heats, for the Saltire Motorsport team.
For Saltire Motorsport, but he was the only one there. He was effectively a privateer at that stage. Has gone with KR Sport this year, started the year very, very well at the O plate, and again, you know, it's obviously there's been peaks and troughs. This race looking like it could be one of the peaks. He's got Luca Holmes-Ballock to deal with behind him. As we're looking at this, 2 minutes, and of course, the Luca Holmes-Ballock, when the Bambino Coma C50 class became an official part of the Motorsport UK series of classes, as Palazzo defends, Luca Holmes-Ballock, he didn't do that in Bambino. The very first round of the Bambino C50 class as part of the Motorsport UK Championship, which took place at Wera at the start of the 2020 season. Luca Holmes-Ballock was the winner of that, and of course this is the last year that the Bambino Coma C50 engine class has been recognised as a full Motorsport UK Championship, and so there's the end of an era there. In the future, the only Motorsport UK Bambino champions, officially recognised champions, will drive electric-powered vehicles. Progress.
We had that paddock with us earlier on in the season. If you've missed any of the action so far here for Event 8, you can watch it back at your leisure on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can on the Karting UK YouTube channel and Motorsport UK TV. Take your pick which platform you watch any of the action for this weekend and next weekend. Of course, remember we're back with the X30 categories and more for their season finale, of course, the double header next weekend. 50 seconds of this race to go. Ashcroft still leading and just continuing to edge his advantage out to nearly 2 seconds at this point. This is the battle for 10th place. Louis Radcliffe at the front of it, Eva Morris 11th, and then Sebastian Lusch, who's had a decent race. These positions will give all of these drivers a path through to the final. Meanwhile, we've got a fight going on for fifth place, as it's House, Lovett and Freeman. Freeman down the inside of Lovett takes 6th place away there. Jared Fox-Whiteley is a little bit further up the road. Than these. Oh, that's a brave one from Harry Freeman. We've seen Harry try a few of those this season. And, well, Ewan House did very well to see that coming and just hold a line on the outside, allow him to go too wide through oblivion.
Well, Harry Freeman now knows one thing about Ewan House. Ewan House has guts. Because, you know, when you make that move, when you do that send into oblivion, 9 times out of 10, the driver that you're making the move on realizes, I want to live to see another day, and backs out of it. Not Ewan House. Yeah, I want to make the Christmas corner, not Ewan House. Freeman now makes the move, going into the boot. Around the outside goes Lovett. Holmes-Ballock has joined the fun, so has Palazzo, so has Smith. As we start the final lap, this is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Up towards Christmas corner they go.
Luke Holmes-Ballock moves to the outside. It's bad news, though. Plus 5 second penalty for the 228. He has made a move on Lovett, though. That's a really good overtake. Ewan House looking to the inside in defence ahead of Luca Holmes-Ballock. Jacob Ashcroft is on his final lap of the race. He's coming through the final couple of corners now. He's going to take race victory. He's going to take pole position for the final later on today, and another 65 championship point haul for the championship leader. Here comes this battle for the minor placings in the top 10. It's going to be Freeman 4th. Who will take 5th? It will be House. Holmes-Ballock 6th, but with that plus 5, it's going to drop all the way down to 15th place as a result of that, which will promote Palazzo, Lovett, Smith, Radcliffe and Eva Morris all up one position and secure top 10s for all of those drivers. Morris 11th on the road, Sebastian Louche 12th, Alex Shepherd 13th. That result should see Alex through. Yes, it will see Alex through to the top 30 for Alfie McBain. I think should be all right as well, P14. Ed Spain, it's going to be a bit of a nervous wait. P15, a gain of 5, was your biggest mover in that race. Might just be a position or two short. Charlie King 16th, Harry Hollands, Conor Large, Samir Paul, all finishers, one retirement from that race. Kean Bernard, how are we doing, Henry?
Well, we got 3 down.
Watch?
Early days yet. Bomber Smith goes through. Luca Holmes Ballot goes through. Hang on, we're through the majority of the top 10. There goes Ewan House. Hang on a minute. Oh, dearie me. That's
Matteo Palazzo.
Matteo. Oh, never mind. Well, let's have a little look at the highlights of that one.
Very good start for Leon Hasty from pole position. Right stuff from Jacob Ashcroft as well. Deliberately didn't attack the first couple of corners. Knew he could fight his way back through. Freeman having a go. Got some cracking shots on board with Josh Smith. Oh, close moment with Jared Fox-Whiteley there through the chicane.
But it's great having the rear view camera, you know, because obviously you see the onboards. The drivers are obviously dealing with that. You know, you're looking. The drivers are dealing with attacks from the front, from behind, and there is the reason that Luca Holmes Ballot has a 5-second penalty. And I've got to say, he hasn't really got much to quibble about that. Even Morris was there, the inside, and Luca just decided he didn't want to get past, and so the officials have taken action, and there's that move, or potential move. Well done, Ewan House. Now Holmes Ballot trying to go around the outside there. That was very close again, but once again, Jacob Ashcroft just takes his time. What a mature. You mentioned it, he deliberately, knowing that he didn't have the optimal starting position, deliberately didn't attack the first couple of corners, probably because he knew he wanted to speak to Nicole at the end of the race, like all the winners do. Take it away, Nicole.
Down here in Parc Fermé then with Leon Hasty. Leon, you've looked quick all year. Here though, a similar story to Larkle. You've just not managed to catch up to Ashcroft just yet. You know, in your own opinion, what do you think it's going to take from you and from the team to try and, you know, reduce that gap that Ashcroft is just pulling away with?
I think it's a lot to do with the consistency and me, mostly endurance. It's quite hard when it's hot. But I think if we need to beat him, we kind of need to have a race. We can't be like just sat in our own space trying to catch up. So I think we need to try and race him as much as we can. And if we get a race on, we saw it all play every time I was in a race. I came out pretty much on top. So yeah, I think we'll be good if it comes in the end to a race. So yeah.
And this is quite a physical circuit, you know, it's bumpy, it really does test those drivers. Do you think this is one of those tracks where the consistency is harder to achieve?
Yeah, it's so much it's so much harder. All the bumps come at a different part. It's basically impossible to put the kart on the exact same piece of track here. All the fast corners are so bumpy, so you have to try and do the same thing every time, but it's so hard.
Well, Leon, we'll see how you get on later on this afternoon. We'll head back up then to hear from our partners, and then we've got our seniors up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, we'll see the juniors out later on this afternoon at 1:15.
I've got an idea.
15 minutes plus one lap.
I've got a great idea, Daniel Wagstaff, for our next poll.
Oh, go on.
How many junior drivers are taller than Nicole?
That's a good one.
How many junior drivers? Most of them, all of them, or just some of them? Because Leon Hasty towering over the top of Nicole there. Here we go then. Seniors, one superheat, because they're all going to make their way into the main event. The various dads and mechanics and assistants are leaving the circuit. 31 drivers, 12 minutes plus a lap. It's Senior Rotax Superheat, and it's up next.
So, superheat time for senior ROTAX. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Matthew Higgins starts on pole position with Archie Walker alongside on the front row. Cian Geraghty and Matty Hingley go from the second row of the grid, both very quick yesterday. On row 3, Harry Bartle and Lewis Goff. Unfortunately, though, we will only have one driver on row number 4. Kai Hunter has had to withdraw from the event, is not feeling well. But his teammate for Hunter Motorsport, Ewan Charman, will be on that one, looking for another good result here at Whilton.
Yeah, get well soon, Kai. Charlie Cox and William Pemble round out your top 10, followed by Jack Lilly and Joshua Graham. And then on row 7, Pearson, Bullock, Carter and Finley Jones. Macaulay Bishop, after a mechanical exclusion from one of the heats yesterday, down in 15th, and Hugh Moulton goes from P16.
Second half of the grid, Harrison Crowther and William Antrobus go from row 9. Lewis Gilbert, championship leader, of course, starts alongside Kai Veach on row 10. Luke Bates and Jack West start on row 11. Jack Baker and Freddie Ingram go from row 12. It's Ty Mejia, Mikey Walker, DeJohn Bennett, Mark Zwarich, Miles Roby, Jack Gillingham and Tyler Harris, as we're going to go round again, thankfully. Now, who was that? Was Miles Roby, 324, has had a technical problem. Now, again, everybody will make the final here, but Miles would have been hoping to move himself up the intermediate classification from 29th overnight. That is not going to happen. If anything, he could go the other way and start the final from the very back. Yeah, and I was having a chat with one of Miles, one of the mechanics helps with MLC Motorsport, looking after Miles, Aidan Rudge, who was a very, very fast driver back in his day. Yeah, so Aidan's going to be scratching his head, going back to the drawing board with that one. What else have we got to bring you up to speed with? This, I feel, Henry, could be a really, really key race in the championship. As you said at the top of the show, we're not going to see a champion decided here this weekend. No. But there's certain races over the course of a season, aren't there, mate, where you go, oh, that was a key one. That was a big point swing. You've got Gilbert far back in the field, Bartle in the middle. Higgins, for me, championship-wise, has to win this race. He has to take this chance of getting 65 championship points on the board. And Bishop as well needs a big one to keep his run going from Lark Hall. We're 12 minutes and 1 lap underway. Good start for Matthew Higgins. Good start for Cian Geraghty as well in this senior ROTAX superheat. Archie Walker holds in third place. Hingley defends to the inside through. That's all getting a bit swabbly. Crowther was all over the curb there for Guy Cunnington Racing. Macaulay Bishop was right in the middle of, I think, was 4 wide through Christmas Corner here on lap number 1 in senior ROTAX. That for me, though, Henry, absolutely perfect start from Matthew Higgins. Very easy to jump start here at Whilton Mill and get a bit too eager, but he was poised, he was ready for the lights going out, has the lead in the early stages of this race. And also a good start from our onboard camera cart, Cian Geraghty. There is a great view from Geraghty at the race leader through Oblivion. A little bit of dirt on the inside curve there as they go through Oblivion. Now round Crook, there's Fine Lady. And Geraghty coming under pressure from Archie Walker. Walker, he said, his last 2 events before he goes into a sort of a semi-retirement. He's going to actually make an effort. So he's trying to drop the weight. He's trying to look after himself. I said, so you mean to say for the last 9.5 years you haven't made an effort? He was like, well, why do you think I haven't won anything? I said, don't tell your mum and dad that. They spent quite a bit of money on you not making an effort. But no, it was all in good fun. Archie's been a great servant to the championship, and he's led the KR Sport team. There are those. What price are you going to get? What's the life expectancy of those like cones? You know, they go through 4 a weekend. I'm being told there from my ear. Well, if Stu Stratton's on track in his KZ, they go through 4 a lap as we look. But yeah, key championship protagonists. Obviously, you got Matthew Higgins, Walker, Geraghty, Matty Hingley in 4th place. But what about the progress of Bishop? He's at 1 place to 14th. The progress of Lewis Gilbert, he's up 7 places to 12th. The Diamond at Dalry for Crack Motorsport on the move through the final chicane. Archie Walker trying to go out on top, as it were. He's been a mainstay in the top 10 of the championship for about 5 years.
as Archie Walker, and he's now looking for the race lead on board. Can Geraghty capitalise? Perfect illustration of how you just play follow the driver in front. Walker opens the door. Geraghty sneaks through.
A really good move there from Archie Walker. Finished second here last year, only beaten by Callum Bradshaw in the final, so we know he's got good form now. What will the points do? I think Higgins might still have the lead, especially have the lead if he can find a way through past Cian Geraghty, but he might lose it if Matty Hindley can get through. Higgins holds on to third place. This is getting really tough for the drivers once again in senior ROTAX. No, it's switched, so right now, Archie Walker, well, you asked earlier, why has he not run anything at the moment? He'd be on pole position for the final later on today. Bartle being close there with Ewan Charman. Charman was on the podium here 12 months ago as well. 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Walker's gone. Walker has disappeared up the road. Cian Geraghty trying to hold here for second place, backing everybody up. Lewis Goff is in the mix here as well. Lewis Goff booked a ticket to the grand finals at this circuit last year through the junior category. What can he do here in 2025? It's very curious tactics here from Cian Geraghty, backing the rest of the field up. Archie Walker and his mum and dad, Joe and Darren, must be absolutely loving this.
And again, Archie's won lots of races. He's won lots of finals in the British Championship. He hasn't been a champion. In fact, I will at some point, I will have a little look at the statistics, because Archie has amassed quite a number of podiums, of seeded places and podiums over the years. I will consult the Excel spreadsheet of knowledge a little bit later on if I can. And there is Gilbert under pressure from Graham. Oh, was that Gilbert?
Yeah, it was,
yeah, Joshua Graham, and then number 8 Kart, and I think Josh Graham comes out worse off than that. Now, Matty Hindley's NASA panel, the top of the NASA panel seems to have dropped down a little bit. Obviously a bracket has bent or has broken, perhaps. The top is, the top of the NASA panel is fine. Yeah, look at that. Now, believe it or not, that will have an adverse aerodynamic effect, as Finley Jones has a little look at the rear end of William Pemble's kart. Yeah, that will have a negative effect on the aerodynamics. You have a look at some of the NASA panels now. They've got various louvres and openings and what have you. And, of course, that's all designed to funnel air out and over the top to avoid the driver's head, to create a more slippery missile through the air.
As you say, Henry, it's not so much aerodynamic grip, it's aerodynamic efficiency.
Maximum aerodynamic efficiency.
The bodywork's trying to do. Been keeping an eye on Macaulay Bishop. Why are we making a thing about this? Well, if you've just dropped in, there's a move for third place there as Hindley goes through past Geraghty. Championship and Macaulay Bishop. For me, we've been doing some of the maths. He needs an almost perfect, he's got a very strong run between now and the end of the season. Why? Well, one, he's further back in the championship at the moment because he wasn't at the first meeting.
Nope.
But there's another aspect. Because he wasn't at the first meeting, he will not get the 20 bonus points for attendance at every single round. So he's effectively, in terms of on-track stuff, he's got to outscore everybody else in the championship by 21
points. Yes.
Yeah. And again, he can do that, but it's going to be difficult when he's down around 11th place in this race. At the end of this race will be the first points awarding stage. Overnight, 15th in the intermediate classification. He's still not in the top 10 at the moment, so it's not going to be absolutely end of story for Macaulay Bishop defending that number 1 plate. But again, when I said at the start of this race, this could be a pivotal one. This could be one that when we get to the end of the double header at PF International in a few weeks' time, we go, yep, that race there, that was the one that made the difference. 5 minutes of this race to go. I'm not ruling him out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just remember back of about 18 months ago to this place, an O plate, a race that Bishop won, and he was in about this same position at this stage of the race. But he's got to move forward here for me, Henry, to keep that title bid, that retention of the number 1 plate alive. Meanwhile, back further up the order, this is the fight for 4th place, Geraghty versus his teammate, Harry Bartle, who throws it in down the inside. through Ashby Corner. Good move there from Harry Bartle up to P4.
A big bon dia to Bruno Rangel watching this coverage from Brazil. I noticed that the Brazilian kart championships were held a few weeks ago. They separate them into 2 separate groups. So you have one bunch of classes, 1 week, and then the next bunch of classes the next week is a one-off actual, just the Brazilian kart championships. You've got other various, like in the UK, but the actual Brazilian kart championships, it's Fecha 1 and Fecha 2 in Portuguese. So hello to Bruno Rangel watching. Hello to Futura Party and Seasonal Shop, one of Lewis Gilbert's sponsors from Scotland, watching and supporting Lewis Gilbert. Do wonder, if obviously they sell lots of celebration-based gifts and stuff like that. I mean, they sell Iron Brew, but that's just that's not a seasonal gift. That's just, something you drink all year round, isn't it? Harrison Crowther currently running in, we just saw him down in 23rd position. Pearson Bullock Carter passing Finley Jones. 3 minutes to go. Walker still leads by 0.8 of a second. Looking back down the order, William Antrobus, again, this is how competitive it is. Antrobus, 14th. He started 18th, only gained 4 places. Freddie Ingram has made a good couple of moves. Jamie Rogers driver for Strawberry Racing, up to 17th position. But Freddie was a podium finisher at Dunk as well. I believe it was Dunk as well, earlier this year. Now, we've still got the 29 drivers that started this race running. Mark Savaric down in 29th, Ty Mahia 28th, Jajon Bennett, who's moved up to seniors, is there in 26th position. Luke Bate 25th, Tyler Harris, Jack Gillingham, Josh Graham, Harrison Crowther, Kai Veach outside the top 20, Jack Baker in 20th position. Mikey Walker has gained 7 places. Where's the Mikey Walker fan club on the live chat? Mikey's missing you all. Jonathan Quigley, here we go. Oh, hello to Anthony Malloy from Sydney. What's the Australian kart championships? That was good. Yeah. But Jonathan Quigley, do you think we'll see a round of the British Kart Championship cross the Irish Sea and have a round at Nuts Corner? I very much hope so. Nuts Corner, the Eastwood family, a fantastic venue. Formula Kart Stars used to go there. And back in the old days, before the modern era of the British Championship, remember Mark Litchfield and Jordan Chamberlain having a huge crash in KF1. Was it KF1 or KF2 at Nuts Corner around the British Championship? In the modern era, we haven't ventured over to the island yet, although I hope that changes very soon.
And this idea of mine might get shot down.
Okay,
if we do go,
yes,
can we have KZ2 there as well and run them around the bowl?
Well, I think we should probably go there on a bank holiday weekend and take everybody. Have 4 days.
Oh, yes.
The Friday is summer holiday. August bank holiday weekend.
Yeah.
Summer holidays in school. So you have the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and bank holiday Monday. 4 days. Just bring everyone.
There we go. We'll start the petition now. Meanwhile, battle for the
hire
lead.
a ferry and get us over there.
Battle for the lead.
Yep,
and battle for pole position. Because Matthew Higgins is finishing this race very, very strongly indeed. Has got company in the form of Matty Hingley. We've got 2 laps of this race to go, and all of a sudden it's come alive. Archie Walker, can he hold on here to this lead and pole position for the final? Higgins to the middle of the road, no way through there through Christmas Corner. This could bring the likes of Harry Bartle and Jack Lilly into play as well. There is Bartle, defensive again down into Ashby Corner, nearly drawing alongside. There is Higgins. Hingley's going to look to the outside. Well dealt with by Higgins to hold second place. He's in that difficult position of having to both attack and defend at the same time. Don't sleep on Bartle as well. He's closing in there in the 373 for Strawberry Racing. We're going to have one more lap here at Whilton Mill in the superheat. Henry Beaudette with pole position for the final on the line.
4 drivers, 4 teams, Walker, Higgins, Hingley and Bartle. KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing, Ultimate R and Strawberry Racing, with the next group of drivers bearing down on them. They go across the top, Inkermans, down to Ashby. Okay, Archie Walker, you want to finish your career on a high note? This is what you got to do. You've got to get those elbows sharpened, and you've got to prove to everyone that you're serious about maybe leaving your career as a British champion. These are the races that you need to win to do that. Oh, he's gone wide. Park it on the apex.
Goff.
Look at Goff trying to come round the outside, but I think Archie has done enough.
Out of the final corner, what a finish here in the superheat for senior Rotax. Archie Walker wins in the superheat and will start on pole position for the final later on today. That is a big, big result that gives Archie Walker his first 65 maximum point score of the year in the championship. He started the weekend 4th in the points. Where could he be come the finish of this one? That is a big smile for KR Sport and the 391 of Walker. Matthew Higgins will join him on the front row for the final later on this afternoon, finishing this superheat in 2nd. And Matty Hingley 3rd in that superheat means he will start on the inside of row number 2. Not a bad place to be here at Whilton Mill. Bartle, Goff, Lilly, Geraghty, Charman, Bishop and Pemble all in the top 10 on the road in that one. That means Cian Geraghty will start on the outside of row number 2 for the final. It'll be Bartle and Goff as things stand on row 3, Charman and Lilly row 4, Pemble and Cox row 5. But as we read through that top 10 in the final intermediate classification, there are some big names missing from that one. Lewis Gilbert just on your screen there, definitely one of them. Macaulay Bishop, they'll be in the final, but they will have a lot of work to do if they're going to take a big points haul from Whilton Mill and carry on that momentum towards the PF International finale.
Yes, now, as you look at Miles Roby, you will notice on the top right-hand side of your screen, just below the Demon Tweaks logo, the red heart, Racing for Jean. That is in memory of the late Jean Gravitt. Jean and her husband, John, they set up Jag Rotax. When Rotax first came to the UK, they became the first and thus far only distributor for Rotax engines in the UK. So every Rotax engine comes from the factory in Austria. It comes to Jag Rotax, and then they distribute them to their customers, to the various engine builders around the UK. And there are thousands, and I'm not joking, there are thousands of drivers, both have raced and have retired and still racing around the tracks in the UK who are racing because of Jag Rotax. And of course, Jean, who passed away, her funeral was yesterday. A lot of the Motorsport UK officials went to that funeral. And again, I was really pleased to see that Helmut Virgilsam and Tanya Sammer came over from Rotax to support that. But so today, to Gary and Tina, and to John as well, our thoughts are with you all. We will see you very, very soon at a track. Jag aren't here this weekend, understandably, but we are. Jean Gravitt is in our minds. As well, we have, as we're saying, we had a gentleman from Anthony Malloy from Sydney, Australia, a young driver in Australia, passing away very suddenly. And of course, we had the tragic news for the young lady from Uruguay, also passing away last month, not in a karting incident. And it does, remind us all, especially with the young lady from Uruguay. We have the Kart Masters. We had the T-shirts for Teenage Against Suicide, and to keep those in mind as well.
Absolutely. Minimax 950 will be out next on circuit for race number 15 there. Superheat should be another entertaining race for us here at Whilton Mill. Keep your messages of support coming
yes.
in as well. They're coming to us here in the box. Yeah, getting ready for it then. Minimax 950 Superheat is next. Superheat time for Minimax 950. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Emerson McAndrew-Wren starts from pole position. Aidan Hammond, continuing the great form from TQ yesterday, starts P2. Riley Morrow and Lucian Smith on row 2. On row 3, we find Nelson Taylor and Ryan White. And then on row 4, Tom Reed and Alfie Ward.
Row number 5, Otis Cleary and Alfie May. Josh Cormack qualified last for the heats. He's worked his way up to P11. And Max Jolly on row number 6. Maximilian Abrahart and James Roots are next. Then Sebastian Behrman and Elijah West.
On the 9th row of the grid, it's Achille Giannone and Christian Sanguinetti. James Devereaux and Lewis Herbertson starts on row 10. Row 11 will be Harry Radcliffe and Austin Oman. Soren Gallagher and George Quinlan, row 12. Noah Hammond and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, row 13. Jensen Walker completes the 27-strong field. Big race this for Minimax 950, and it's away at the first time of asking here in the Superheat. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. It'll be Emerson McAndrew-Wren leading this race up to Christmas Corner on lap 1. Good start for Riley Morrow up to P2. Aidan Hammond trying to defend third there. Morrow tries to open the door to get through. James Roots is off the road. George Quinlan's had a spin as here goes Morrow, really attacking here. We saw these two going wheel to wheel to wheel to wheel again and again at Kart Masters a few weeks ago.
Oh,
round
no.
goes Lucian Smith. Lucian Smith spins at Wilkins. May have been a bit encouraged into that one, but either way, Lucian Smith falls to the back of the order. Will make it through to the final, of course, but will be decidedly further back in the field now than he would have hoped for at the start of this race. But how about this start, Henry? For Riley Morrow, really has woken up this morning and gone, need to take the challenge to Emerson McAndrew-Wren. This is a big day in terms of momentum in the championship. Here goes a move for the lead down the inside by the GP plate holder. Back to the lead goes Emerson McAndrew-Wren, but Riley Morrow, we know, is not going to take that one lying down.
Yep, it's started early. One driver not featured at the front is Lucian Smith. Let's have a quick look back at what happened to Lucian at Wilkins a couple of hours ago. There he is, the number 144. He goes in. Oh, do you know what? He almost, I think Morrow was defending. Morrow broke a little bit early. McAndrew-Uren broke a little bit early. Smith was caught out, hit the back of Morrow, and then as he was trying to avoid an incident, got turned around. And then Lucian Smith having to sit and wait, you know, for the whole field to come round that corner. But the human highlight reel has started early doors here. Riley Morrow, Emerson McAndrew-Uren sitting behind him now. Cameraman, oh, hello. That was aggressive. McAndrew-Uren off now. There's previous there. Morrow and McAndrew-Uren have had several disagreements over the same piece of tarmac in recent weeks. There's Nelson Taylor in 4th position for the Thule Motorsport team. I've got to say, speaking to Drew Thule this morning, and I didn't want to say this too loudly, but you know, the last time that Thule Motorsport were this far up the British Championship was when Nicole Sutherland was driving for them. My word, that was a while ago.
2 top 6s yesterday for Nelson Taylor through the heat. 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So Emerson McAndrew-Wren's fallen down to 10th place. I'm going to be honest, Henry, I don't think he needed to go for that move in terms of championship. Down into, or up into Christmas Corner, we should say. Oh, through goes Max Jolly. That was a nice bit of positioning on track.
But there's a difference between, you know, mini-max experience and junior max experience. Jacob Ashcroft, knowing that he wasn't ideally placed on the circuit, so he deliberately held back. And Riley Morrow just went, I'm going for it, you know, because, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, someone call a chiropractor. That was huge. And he's fallen down the order there. Well, if you're going to get all your bad luck out of the way in one race, do it in the superheat and not the final. That was huge. Now, have a cameraman challenge, because I was speaking to Aidan Hammond's family earlier. Aidan and Noah Hammond, there is the 137. Now, we were talking about Hammonds. Were they ready for global karting? No, they're not. Mike Spencer's helping them both out, but you could see the Hammond Racing logo. Now, Aidan Hammond is a Tottenham Hotspur fan. That's why you've got the black and the lime and the yellow, but you've got little white flicks on it. His brother Noah is an Arsenal fan, and that's why you've got the black and the yellow, but he's got red flicks instead of white flicks. They've also got the Hammond Racing logo. Their dad was an engineer in the parachute regiment. And so the Hammond Racing logo, they've got little soldiers climbing up and down the logo and parachuting in there, that HR, which is really good to see. And now, for the first time all year, Hammond leads a race in the British Championship, considering they were doing arrive and drive. They did a bit of arrive and drive with Club 100, and they were doing some Honda racing at Rye House before this year. That's all they did. Now they've got yeah. There's the Tottenham fan. Now his brother is a little bit further back, but his brother in kart number Noah Hammond in kart number 114, who's down in 26th place. So that's near the back. He's got the same colour scheme, but he's got red marks on it because he's a gooner.
I'm still trying to get my head around about the Spurs and the Gooner being in the same household. Anyway, right, moving on. 6 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. Nelson Taylor defending from the SFR of Alfie Ward. Alfie Ward trying to go around the outside. Austin Oman. I tell you what, Austin Oman's made some really good progress in this race, and he's now popping up in the air. Emerson McAdoo still in this one. Has now got back up into the top 10. It's got Mini Max 950 2025 written all over it in this race. Josh Cormack's now on the low side, going down the inside of Austin Oman. And
Achille Giannone, yes. There he goes, the EKS chassis. Achille, he's working on his confidence. You know, he's quick, but, you know, the front runners, they don't back out. And more often than not, Achille's been the one to back out. And again, you know, the only way that you can earn your stripes and learn by your mistakes is by, you know, making those moves, not backing out. And he's doing that. He's sticking his nose in. It might mean a couple of trips to the stewards, or it might mean a couple of warning flags. But, you know, that's how you get your confidence up in races like this, because it's so cutthroat. You know, it's eat or be eaten. And there's Christian Sanguinetti, who is going to the Grand Finals for Team Canada for the second time this year. But he's, again, coming to the UK to get used to the aggressive level of driving in the UK, is Sanguinetti. You know, when they race in North America, they race for a TB kart, and they transport their kart in their luggage. Yeah, we spoke about that before. They strip the kart down and they put it in like an oversized luggage, like you would with a push bike. All the equipment goes in their carry-on, and the kart comes with them when they race in the USA and Canada. Here we go, down towards Ashby's. Nelson Taylor having a storming weekend. If it wasn't for Aidan Hammond, Nelson Taylor would be my driver of the day in this class. Aidan Hammond is not only, well, he's listening to Mike Spencer, and I say that jokingly, but no, you have to remember that Mike Spencer is probably one of Britain's, you know, unsung heroes in karting. Absolutely. You know, in terms of the quality of the driver he was, who he raced against, how he raced. You know, there's Mike Spencer, who went toe-to-toe with Lewis Hamilton. And the other person who went toe-to-toe with Lewis Hamilton, who's doing really well in the United States, is Colin Brown. It was great to see back Colin, a 2000 world champion, back in karting, doing a lot of driver coaching over in the US. You know, there's two drivers, Mike Spencer, Colin Brown. Yeah, instead of the coulda, woulda, shoulda made it to the top, but they're now, their expertise is being proven by getting young drivers like Aidan Hammond to the front when, to be fair, the amount of experience Aidan's he's got no right to be at the front at this level, at this stage of his career, and yet he is. And, let's have a look. What are they? They're paddle watch. Are they paddles or are they flip-flops?
Flip-flops.
They're what?
Flip-flops.
They're flip-flops.
Yeah.
No, they're flip-flops.
3 minutes and 30 seconds of this race to go. How is all of this playing into the grid for the final? Well, right now, Aidan Hammond not only winning this race, he would be on pole position. He had a good result last week at the Kart Club event in the top 10, but has taken another, as you say, Henry, big step forward here. That was a key move as well. Alfie Mayer passed Ryan White for P7. This has been a much better day so far for Alfie Mayer. Had some setbacks in TQ yesterday. Mayer now back up into the top 10 in the intermediate points, and of course is still your championship leader at this stage. Emerson McAndrew-Wren, this has been a decent recovery. He has now overhauled Riley Murrow in the intermediate points, so he's back up to 5th. And needs, well, actually, has there been, now what's happened? No, it's fine. It's just a transponder moment for Aidan Hammond, so don't worry, supporters of the Hammond family. He's still there. Riley Murrow is now 3rd in the intermediate points, but if he can find a way through past that 150, I reckon that would switch things around and put Riley Murrow on pole for the final.
There's going to be some Alpha Live social media edits coming out this week, and they're going to be slow-mo replays of that shot from the outside of Oblivion and the low shot of the karts bouncing over the curb at the final new chicane. And it'll make me feel all funny inside, because again, a slow-mo shot, an up-close slow-mo shot as they bounce over, that's great. But then coming out of Oblivion where they're flat chat, here we go, this camera shot here, you know, imagine that, you know, slow down, lovely, of just the karts flashing across the screen. Here we go. We got a kart flashing into the lead. Riley Murrow takes the race lead. Tom Reed into P3, closing in. Behrman and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, after 2 major moments in this race so far, and yet he still finds his way back to the front. Well, he's got a bit of work to do, but he set the fastest lap of the race. Taylor is 6th, Mayer, White, Jolly, Cormac, your top 10.
This is on. This is properly on for all of these 5 drivers as Hammond makes his way through. Retakes the lead of the race, but it's going to be a little bit slow off the final corner. Murrow draws alongside. 3 more laps of this one. Murrow goes through round the outside into Oblivion, and here comes Tom Reed. Tom Reed, who won here 6 days ago for the Kart Club pre-round, is going to take 2nd place. Sebastian Behrman coming through. That's another position for Emerson McAndrew-Wren, and another one. 2 places in 2 corners for the GP plate holder. Now that might be enough to put Emerson McAndrew-Wren back into the lead in the final intermediate classification.
Now, if you're gonna, if you're gonna do a Slim Shady around the outside of the flat-out Oblivion corner, is the riskiest move. That's not the radio edit of Slim Shady. That's the one with all the naughty language in it, because that was a huge move from the human highlight reel, Riley Murrow. And again, he's been able to not only use that, but also pull away a little bit as Hammond, and maybe not unsurprisingly, again, gets swamped a little bit. And that is the inexperience. Again, you lose 1 position, you lose 5 positions in Minimax. But he now knows how it feels to lead a race. Now he'll need to learn how to prevent, if he's going to get shuffled back, make sure he only gets shuffled back 1 position. That's the next phase of learning for Aidan. Now, leading, not a problem. Oh, look at that in the glinting in the mid-morning, late-morning sunshine here on Saturday at Whilton Mill. The clock has struck 0. Have we got time for Emerson McAndrew-Uren to catch Riley Murrow and maybe a little bit of a repayment for the earlier incident?
Maybe so, but at the moment he doesn't necessarily need it. At the moment, Emerson McAndrew-Wren has gone back into the lead in the FIC just by 3 points. If he can hold this position on the road, in fact can afford to slip behind Sebastian Behrman. Why is this important? Because this would be a straight transfer into championship points. This could give Emerson McAndrew-Wren the new championship lead Riley Morrow has managed this race very well indeed. He could be on the front row of the grid for the final. Emerson McAndrew-Wren's closing in, but I think he's going to run out of corners on this occasion. Out of the final turn, Riley Morrow will take the superheat in Minimax 950, gets his spot on the front row of the grid for the final later today, but will be on the outside of the front row. Emerson McAndrew-Wren fights back to what could be a very important second place in his championship. He has pole for the final. He has 65 championship points heading onto his tally for the 4th time this season. Sebastian Behrman in 3rd. That's a really good performance again from Sebastian Behrman, who feels like he's having a similar kind of late season surge, Henry, to what we saw from him in Micromax last year. So Behrman 3rd in that one and will be on the first 5 rows of the grid for sure when we get to the final later on today. Tom Reed 4th will have another decent shot at getting another win here at Whilton Mill like he did at Kart Club 6 days ago. Was 4th in that one. Nelson Taylor 5th. What a job from Nelson Taylor.
Absolutely.
Will be 4th on the grid, joining Aidan Hammond on row 2 for the final later on today. Another properly entertaining scrap there, Henry, in Minimax 950.
Yes, as meanwhile, who was the Minimax winner of the Superheat? Well, Riley Morrow got the most votes, for 43% of viewers. Oh, Nelson Taylor gets he's not happy with that. The highlights are incoming. Hope Cross-Eyed Lion, Hope Dirk is watching from Germany and is enjoying this. He's actually at Genk in Belgium. Was it in Genk for the Army Benelux series this weekend? It was great to meet Dirk again at Kart Masters, to show him around the Alpha Live production there. There's Lucian Smith, who also had a 5-second penalty in that race. Emerson McAndrew, right. So this was the first move. That was clean as a whistle. Then he goes around the outside, and Riley Morrow says, maybe not. And this, watch that. There are a couple of divots around the outside of the circuit, and Emerson found one. Nelson Taylor making some good progress. Austin Oman also finding another divot. Austin did well to finish. Well, where did he finish down the order? Eventually down at 14th. So something happened to Austin, dropped down the order. But again, Aidan Hammond finishing in 7th place was not a reflection of how well he drove in that one.
So Minimax 9.
Marienborg for Belgium this weekend. Right, Nicole Sutherland as the Pink Army take a quick break. Nicole Sutherland is down chatting to one of our drivers. Take it away, Nicole.
Thank you very much, and Henry. I've got Sebastian Behrman with me then. Sebastian, yesterday a bit of an up and down day. You know, you had some bad luck. Can you tell us about what happened in that heat?
Nelson Taylor went really wide to defend and kept it tight, and he left a gap on the second part of the first corner, so I saw an opportunity, and then he turned in on me and I went over the back of him.
But then going into today's race so far, you know, you've just picked off 12 places. That's a really good race. Can you tell me about how you managed to pull some of that off? And were you helped at all as well by Emerson almost having to do a similar thing to you?
Yeah, it was a bit tricky at the start because obviously I'm on the inside, and then the second part of the corner everyone got past. But into Christmas, everyone went really wide because no one braked that late, so that early. So I found the inside and hooked it round so I could get the run and free people. And then into Ashby, everyone, I don't know who it was, but made a move. And then I followed them on Cormac. So I gained a position, and then Max helped. I was following Max through the pack, and then I overtook Max, and then I caught Tom up, and then I was pushing with Tom for most of the race until Emerson caught us up. And on the second from last lap, Emerson made a move into Ashby, and I followed him through.
Sebastian, mega race there. Good to see you at the front end of the field. We'll head back up then because this was our minis. We've next got our micros, but we have a quick message before then.
Welcome back to Whilton Mill. Live pictures for Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's time for our superheat in Micromax, our youngest drivers of the weekend, and Chloe McGill starts on pole position for Scotland and Sam Pollard racing in this one. Dean Singh Pahal joins Chloe on the front row of the grid. It's then championship leader Benedictus Masiokas on the inside of row 2. Harris Barber starts fourth on the grid for this one. Charlie Page and Ted Hayward have had good speed so far this weekend. They go from row 3. Max Zvaric and Dimi Uzanov go from row 4. Darren Dimitrov and Alfie Garrett complete the top 10. Arlo Gamble and Sebastian Crawford continuing to improve start on row 6. Otto Amy and Oliver Woodall go from row 7. Freddie Walker and Jensen Kelly complete the 16-strong field here for what will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Great scenes in this category yesterday. Charlie Page had a post-race penalty which promoted McGill up to pole position. What can she do with this opportunity? We are racing at the first time of asking for 12 minutes plus 1 lap here at Whilton Mill. It's a good start for everybody at the front of the field. Dean Singh Pahal holds on to second place. There was a challenge in there from Benedictus Masiokas. Harris Barber has had a good start as well. McGill leads through Christmas Corner for the first time. Masiokas fighting back, retakes third place. And Charlie Page on the move as well up to P4.
Well, Chloe McGill, she's learned how to win. Dean Pahal trying to go around the outside. I want to say a big buongiorno to Dean's adoptive grandfather out in Italy, who is watching Dean race. And of course, everybody, Chloe McGill stole everyone's hearts yesterday with not only the win, but it was more the reaction afterwards. Dean Pahal's trying to signal to Chloe, saying, no, go, let's push away. Chloe thinking to herself, I'm in the lead. Do I really want to risk giving it up? I might just defend at the start of this race and then see where we go from there. How about that? Because she is in control. And I say that, I repeat that again. She is in control of this race. Pahal second. Now Pahal to the inside. And Chloe's thinking, well, Dean, you said you want to work with me and then you overtake me. That's gamesmanship at the front of the field. Gotta learn that. And there's a spin. Harris Barber trying to make the move on the operator. Benedictus Masiokas loses it under braking for Ashby's. And Charlie Page now moves into P4. Dimitar Uzanov in 5th position. Watch for the number 62, that JPD UK kart. And the number 16 kart, the GSF car part sponsored Origin Motorsport machine. There it is, Sebastian Crawford. Don't forget, he started his heats yesterday from the back of the field.
He had a mechanical disqualification from timed qualifying, but it's been quick throughout all of the sessions here at Whilton Mill. Uzanov having a look there to try and take 4th place away from Page. That's a move from Freddie Walker. Really good start for Freddie Walker. Started at the back of the field in this one and is now up into 8th place ahead of debutant Darren Dimitrov, who's in that really smart looking privateer number 65 here this weekend.
Yes, they're the top 5. Dimi Uzanov at the back of the lead group, trying to work with Charlie Page. Page, the ROTAX International Trophy champion, is going to Bahrain for the first time. Masiokas, Pahal, McGill, Uzanov, all fighting for a place at the grand finals, the biggest party in world karting. And Pahal leading, McGill not trying to attack.
Uzanov.
Smart driving. Timmy Uzanov round the outside. Great move from Timmy.
Really good stuff there. Looking to try and get his best championship points haul of the season so far as Garrett and Crawford go wheel to wheel for 6th place. Arlo Gamble's having a strong race here as well. Henry's up in the top 10 at the moment. Remember, all of these drivers will make it through to the final, of course, but they want to start that big race as high up the order as possible. Dean Singh Pahal continues to lead this race. At the moment, would start the final from pole position, would get a maximum championship score also at this stage of the race meeting. Remember, the results from yesterday are added to the results for this one. That gives us the scores on the doors to give us that first set of championship points for the race weekend. Gotta say, Dean and Chloe working well here. They're just starting to get a bit of a gap to Benedictus Masiokas there in third place. Masiokas, though, in terms of championship, this is fine. Nice, solid run.
Yes.
No dramatics.
Yep.
In a way, wants a really boring weekend.
Yeah,
just keep the points tally ticking over.
Exactly. You know, let's step away. If we get a podium, great. If a win, superb. But let's just not lose points. Let's give everybody, you know, work to do at PFI in a couple of weeks' time as they come out of the final corner. 7.5 minutes to go. The RCE, Richardson Sassy Engineering, the RS Chauffeurs, Nuneaton Panel sponsored. The Nuneaton Panel replacement sponsored driver, Dimitar Uzanov. He's not slowing down. He's not waiting about. And again, but that's another smart move from Masiokas. Okay, if other drivers are going to be ultra aggressive, then I'll let them go for the time being. Let's not lose out a potential top 4 finish just for the sake of defending one position in the early stages of a superheat. And this is the second group. As you can see, the carts over the curbs. Now, that's a good insight, because the drivers can use the curbs to rotate the cart at some corners, depending on which line they're taking. And it's an instant reaction, you know. Whatever line they're on, they use the curbs differently depending on how they get into the first half of the corner. McGill checks over her shoulder, pushing Pahal up the straight through Christmas corner. Uzanov on the charge. The Alpine Stars race suits, the white, the blue and the red of Dimitar Uzanov, reflecting his Bulgarian parents and his Bulgarian heritage. The all-black crash helmet, reflecting the fact, the man in black, the intimidator, Dale Earnhardt Sr. There was something about an all-black crash helmet that just sends a few shivers down the spine of a couple of the rivals, of anyone who's racing against one. It's like the Darth Vader of kart helmets. Through turns 1, 2 and 3, up the hill. Again, the leaders check their shoulders. In fact, all three check their shoulders. Then it's Masiokas in 4th place, who doesn't, because he knows he's got a good 7/10 of a second in hand over the GP plate of Alfie Garrett.
And also as I say, you mentioned Alfie Garrett. That is Benedictus Masiokas' closest challenger in terms of championship right now. Well, actually tied in points between Garrett and Dean Singh Pahal, but the form that Alfie Garrett has been in recently, taking that GP plate, second here 6 days ago, only lost out by 0.09 of a second to Charlie Page in the final for Whilton Mill Kart Club Sunday last weekend. This is all right. This is all right for Benedictus Masiokas at the moment. He'll be starting on the inside of row number 2 for the final later on today. Sebastian Crawford has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 52.52, but now we're going to see a battle at the front of the field. Dean Singh Pahal has to go to the middle of the road as Uzanov trying to fight through here for second place. It's still going to be close through Inkerman's corner.
Great
here
stuff.
Comes Masiokas as well. Chloe McGill fought that one hard, but not too hard. Through has gone Uzanov. This could promote Uzanov up the order in those intermediate points. As out of the race is Oliver Woodall and the number 40 SFR Motorsport machine, but we'll see Oliver later on. I do hope in the final we'll have a spot on the grid for it. Hope the mechanical issues are not too serious. Alfie Garrett starting to emerge on the scene as well in this superheat, Henry. There in P5, and we know recently he's been finishing races very well.
Now, you look at that. We'll go back to yesterday. I'm going to upset some people here, but hey, I'm used to doing that. You look at the racing between Uzanov and McGill through this corner last time by. There was no room between them. It was absolutely no quarter asked, none given. Okay? That's how the girls want to be raced. Yep, they want to be raced just like everyone else, because Dimitar was the first driver over to congratulate Chloe yesterday. Okay, but on track, There's no differentiation. You compare that with a couple of incidents that we've seen with some other of our female competitors this morning, which highlights what the girls are all saying in the paddock. Look, you know, they were being raced correctly by some, but not all drivers, and that was a perfect example of how, yeah, do you know what? Dimitar raced Chloe perfectly there. You know, just like he would have anyone else, you know, whereas earlier on this morning, and there's Uzanov again and again. Perfect example. There's exactly the same move to Dean, doesn't quite work, but again, it's something that, you know, I feel as though after, you know, being around the paddock, speaking to the family, speaking to her, and we got some fantastic talented young ladies in there, and it's just one little element of the British karting scene that we've got to just work on a little bit. It's nearly there, not quite.
2.5 minutes of this race to go. Dean Singh Pahal leads, not only on track, but in the intermediate points as well. It's a 6-point advantage for Dean Singh Pahal over Chloe McGill at the moment. He's still there in 4th place. He was in a similar position yesterday during Heat 2, and we all know what happened at the end of that race. Dimitar Uzanov right now is on for a best championship score of the season so far. Would be on the outside of row number 2 for the final, but once more, Masiokas as well defends from Chloe McGill, trying to hold on to some key points right now in his championship campaign. As here goes Uzanov, has a lane down the inside. Singh Pahal looks round the outside. Good corner speed there from Dean Singh Pahal. Masiokas is going to have a go. Pulls out of this one. Gotta say, I know I said it a lot last year, as well as Alfie Garrett's going to go down the inside, take P4 away from Chloe McGill. I continue to be so impressed with these young drivers and how mature they are. They're trying hard. We've seen that lap after lap after lap, but the precision that they're able to drive with, I hope I'm not cursing it in the next 1 minute and 20 seconds as we come to the conclusion of this race, but it's properly good stuff again.
I did say, normally, there's a great shot of Crawford being chased by McGill for 5th and 6th position. Page there in 7th, the red and black attack side by side. Garrett passing Masiokas. Does that move Garrett up a position in the intermediate classification? He still stands to lose championship ground overall. But again, usually you think, right, what's going to be the highlight of the day? Minimax? That's a standard answer. I said it before, I think Micromax could steal the show this weekend in the final. I've just got a feeling in my bones that the youngest members of the ROTAX family are going to cook up something really special for us later this afternoon. Speaking of cooking up special, there's another person with chips and cheese in the commentary box, which is driving me insane.
How rude.
Oh, especially
as races to go after this one. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Dean Singh Pahal continuing to lead this race. Dimitar Uzanov waits. That's the correct decision on that occasion through Christmas Corner. Keep an eye on those 2 SFRs. The red and black attack have formed their order for this one. Alfie Garrett and Benedictas Masiokas 1st and 2nd in the championship heading into this weekend, but still been working together very, very well. We saw that at the British Kart Grand Prix a few weeks ago where Alfie Garrett took that GP plate. They need to keep working together. Uzanov is going to look down the inside into the boot. That's a classic entry to the boot move. New race leader, driver number 62 for JPD UK, Dimi Uzanov.
Okay, Dimitar, the clock has struck 0. You've made it to the front. Now, this is the big test. Holding your nerve over the final lap of a race in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship against the very best in the country. What have you learnt? You have not been karting that long. Pahal to the inside, cutthroat from Pahal. Precision like a surgeon though, clean as a whistle for that move. Now can Uzanov fight back, but significantly, Uzanov didn't defend. Okay, that could be an issue. You might want to think about that, but he also then didn't lose his head. He gets past there by Garrett as well, but did he lose his head and lose 4 or 5 places? No, so Pahal will cross the line and take the win. With Garrett 2nd, Uzanov 3rd. Okay, lost a couple of places on the last lap, but he didn't lose his head. That is significant. Masiokas 4th, McGill 5th, Crawford in 6th position, Page 7th, and that would put Dian Pahal on pole position for the final.
And I'll say as well, I just noted a really good move. I don't know if we can get it on a replay during the highlights. Chloe McGill with that 5th place move on the penultimate corner or sequence of corners of the race means that she will start on the front row.
Yes.
So as I say, and that's why these superheats are key, because one position equates to 2 intermediate points, whereas as yesterday it would have been 1. So Chloe McGill's 16 points became 14, just gets ahead of Benedictas Masiokas, who will start on the inside of row number 2. This is a really, really finely poised category, I think, for the final later on today.
Oh, yes.
Dian Singh Pahal will start on pole position. That's something that we've not seen before this season. We have seen Dian take a maximum score.
Yes.
That was, of course, in the final at Dunk as well. But that's going to be a new challenge for the RCE driver. Chloe McGill, well, has absolutely smashed her personal best in terms of a championship points awarding stage. Before about 2 minutes ago, her best result was the 8th place finish she got at Lark Hall in the final.
And that's,
She's gone
in terms of
championship points.
Obviously, which are not just a heat. Obviously, she had the heat win yesterday, but that heat win didn't contain that didn't give her a full round of championship points. That was part. It was one of 3 parts that that gives you the championship points. And Chloe McGill. On course. There's Jensen Kelly with his Lego helmet. Let's have a look back at the highlights of that race as our young assistant Reese in the production chair now cues up the highlights, which is good. And that was Harris Barber getting it wrong. Where did Harris end up recovering to? P9. Yes. Lots of action down the pack. There's the McGill family, younger brother. Uzanov, though, great moves. Oh, yeah. There was one move. He did another great move on McGill and another move on Pahal. Pahal eventually got him back. This is a fantastic bit of racing here. Look at that. Tyres together, no quarter asked, none given. And, of course, there's some artwork for you.
This was one of the attempts for Uzanov to take the race lead. It was down into Ashby Corner where Dian Singh Pahal and Dimi Uzanov would go wheel to wheel. Good driving as well from the SFRs. Alfie Garrett coming through in the end to 2nd place. Pulls himself back up the FIC. That could be really important. This was the move for the race lead that gave Dian Singh Pahal the superheat win. And pole position for the final later on today. 8 points the advantage in the end in the intermediate points for Singh Pahal over McGill.
Want to say one very quick thing, Jensen Hookie. Don't type and drive, because especially when you're carrying Ironborough up to the circuit. Yes, exactly. Let's go down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits to speak to one of our Micromax drivers.
Thank you very much then, Henry. With Dimitar Uzanov. Dimitar, it looked like a fun race there for you. You started a little bit further back. Can you tell us how you managed to go from 8th to 3rd?
Well, I just pulled up behind them and then I just sent it. And then I just went to the next one. And then I kept going and kept going.
And it's a rookie year for you this year in the championship. You haven't competed with us before. Have you felt that, weekend after weekend, you've got stronger and stronger?
Yeah, I have. It just feels like at the start of the year, I was like medium, and then now I'm really good.
Really good indeed, Dimitar. Well done on a good result, and we'll see how you get on in the final later on. We'll head back up then to hear a quick word from our championship partners, and then we focus once more on our Tillotsons.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill, getting ready for the second heat for the Tillotson T4 Juniors in their O-Plate meeting. Ronnie Legg will start from pole position, Samuel Chilton alongside on the front row. Amelie Achatz and Ralphie Branscombe will form up the second row for this one. Pierre Carnet, flying the flag for France, starts on the inside of row number 3 with Harry Gardner for company, and Ferenc Hrvetti will complete the 7-strong field. If you weren't with us earlier for the first heat, it was Ronnie Legg who took the race victory from Hrvetti, Branscombe, Chilton, Gardner, and then Carnet and Achatz, 6th and 7th, both unfortunately had a penalty at the end of the race for incorrectly positioned front fairings.
Also known as a nose cone penalty. Now, has Ralphie Branscombe got different gearing on? He was very quick through the corners, not so wafty on the straights in the first race. There under the watchful eye of Dan Ashton. We are off and racing. Another good start from Ronnie Legg. Sam Chilton dropping down to 3rd position and up into P2. Is that Amelie Achatz?
Yeah,
in the number 11 car. Well done, Amelie, into P2. Ferenc Hrvetti taking his time to get around there. The number 19 Kart of Harry Gardner. And Branscombe already having a little look at the inside of Chilton for 4th position. But Legg doing a great job. And Amelie Achatz, great start for Amelie.
Yeah, Amelie had a good scrap in the first heat with Gardner and Carnet for 5th place on the road. Heading towards the boot then. Remember, the results from that first race carry over, combined with the results from this heat ongoing that will set the grid for the final later on today. So end of the first lap. Still Ronnie Legg at the front of this field, was very calm through the first heat, had his challenges, lost the lead at times, but was always able to strike back. Achatz 2nd, Chilton 3rd, Branscombe has held 4th in the early stages as here comes Hrvetti down the inside of Carnet. Textbook Christmas move up to P5.
You could see Jeff Johnson in the chat saying good luck to Ronnie and Amelie. I hope that, is it that the Jeff Johnson? I mean, the Jeff Johnson. If it is, how Jeff, how are you? Hope that you're doing very well. One of the, when it comes to 4-stroke karting, if you need to know anything about 4-stroke karting, speak to Jeff. Man knows plenty. And there goes the top 6. In fact, apart from Harry Gardner, who's been jettisoned a little bit, everyone else in one big line. Now, let's have a look at the number 96 kart of Ralphie Branscombe. Specifically, has he changed the gearing? Is that kart now happier going up the straights? And if it is, has that cost him anything in terms of, well, there we go, there's your answer. He certainly won't get left behind going up the straight there towards Christmas corner was Ralphie Branscombe. But has he sacrificed the ability to get through the fiddly bits as Ferenc Hrvetti goes past? In fact, he tries to go past. Now he makes the move around the outside of Wilkins.
Indeed, really
I'm assuming it's still called Wilkins.
Yeah. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. I say, Pierre Carnet's looking more competitive in this race so far in comparison to the previous one. That side pod on the left-hand side, or driver's left-hand side, still looking a little bit high.
At a jaunty angle.
New fastest lap of the race from Amelie Achatz. So, proper challenge for the lead here. Ronnie Legg heading up to Christmas corner. Achatz working with Legg right now. Here's a move for 3rd place. Hrvetti down the inside of Chilton, who gets wide, and Branscombe will sweep through. Classic Ralphie Branscombe progress there. He did a lot of that in his triumphant Honda Cadet campaign last year of picking up the pieces when battles would happen ahead of him. He's got very good reading of the road ahead of him. Chilton's now going to have to deal with Pierre Carnet to hold on to this spot in the top 5. So it's 2 by 2 all the way through the top 6, and then Harry Gardner there in 7th place. Harry Gardner into the 53s in terms of race pace, looking to get quicker and quicker as the day goes on.
Just out of curiosity, well, he did a 52.6 in the previous race, which is only 0.4 of a second off Ronnie Legg's fastest lap. Ferenc Hrvetti did a 51.8. It was the fastest lap of the first race. And of course, tyres are a race older. Tyre wear isn't, well, obviously it's a thing, but it's not a huge thing in Tillotson Racing. Leg 52.4 last time around, but again, you know, that will improve. The times will come down. But what a driver, Amelie Ackett. Really strong run for Amelie in the blue race suit, black crash helmet. And there she goes across the curbing. And can she hang on to... can she hang on to the back of Ronnie Legg's kart? Well, she can. And here's the battle for third. Now, Branscom's kart does look more competitive at the end of the straight, so they obviously have changed the gearing, but still, neither Hevesi nor Branscombe, even though they work together, I would assume now that the gap between these two drivers we're looking at on our camera now, the gap between those two and the two leaders will start to come down. Now they've sort of organised themselves and they've realised, okay, Hevesi is going to lead the charge up towards the front. Branscombe is going to follow the AP Lifting sponsored kart of Ralfred Branscombe.
Franz Hevesi as well, another driver who's had a good amount of experience in Honda Cadet machinery. It is interesting to see how transferable skills learnt in a category that you and me, mate, have watched for many, many years. We've always said develops good racing drivers.
Now, producer Reese has brought my attention to the new Alpha Live poll, and I would strongly recommend you have a vote for this because Nicole brought this up this morning. She asked me what was I doing in the year that Nicole Sutherland was born. Now, Nicole was born in 2004. What was I doing in 2004? You have got 4 options. Was I running Landau Kart Club, the global home of World Motorsport, birthplace of champions, nonetheless? Was I racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours? Or was I a NASCAR journalist? Or was I none of the above? Please get your answers in. We'll let that poll run for a little while. We got this race, we got the Tillotson seniors to go. I'll ask producer Reese permissions on how long that poll is going to stay up for. But yeah, what was I doing the year Nicole Sutherland was born? Indeed.
Hevesi has taken second place away from Amelie Ackett. It was a move through Christmas Corner. Nice clean racing once again here in the Tillotson T4 juniors. As change for the lead. So Hevesi has gone for it. This is a resumption of the battle that we had in Heat 1, and again Ronnie Legg reading the road. Just gets wide off the rubbered in line. That's quite interesting to see how the kart reacted to that. Hevesi goes through. Branscombe now to second place. When I was watching the first practice sessions for both the juniors and the seniors back on Thursday, Henry, very peaky grip, I would describe things through the chicane. And as the weekend's gone along, I know we had a bit of rain yesterday that will have washed some of the rubber away, but you've got to be very particular with your line through that tight part of the course. I think what happened there for Ronnie Legg, he chucked it in as if he was on the racing line
and realised
on the racing line. And it's like, oh dear, it's dirty. There's just nowhere near as much grip out there, and particularly on this Maxxis Sport tyre. It's a very durable tyre. They have used considerably less tyres than other categories, but it's not got as much bite, perhaps, to it as, say, some of the Mojo or Vega tyres that were running in other categories here this weekend.
That's a very good point there. It's a tyre designed, obviously to be more durable, but as a result of that, obviously, you have got you've got less grip when you absolutely need it.
Particularly mid-corner.
Yeah, particularly mid-corner. Now, we're going to bring up something. There's someone who's arrived in the paddock. There's a very special person who's arrived in the paddock. It's not Jensen Hookie with my Iron Brew, but he's very special as well. He is very special. But we're going to keep a look there. Ferenc Hevesi and Ralphie Branscombe. The clock has struck 0. John Spencer, I believe it's John Spencer. Is it John Spencer? I'll be corrected. Mr. Spencer has arrived in the paddock to collect a brand new go-kart with Rotax engine that he won kart competitions. It's not in any way, shape or form connected to the British Kart Championship. It's a completely independent thing. I happen to be involved with it. Final lap. And Mr. Spencer won that kart for less than £5. Hey, you never know. Will we see Mr. Spencer in a Tony kart with a Rotax engine in around the British Championship coming up soon? Well, he's got the equipment to do it. We'll speak to him I'll speak to him very shortly. Here we go then. This is Hevesi versus Branscombe. Out of Wilkins, down towards Osiers.
Good stuff this once again between Hevesi and Branscombe. Both of them have tasted victory in this category so far this year. Is there going to be a move from Branscombe? Yes, there is. Down the inside, side by side, through the boot. Branscombe's got the move done. A last lap overtake to take race victory in Heat 2 here at Whilton Mill. And doesn't quite take pole position because Ronnie Legg holding on to third place there means a tie on points in the intermediate standings. Legg will be on pole for the final. Branscombe will start on the front row as well. Hevesi slips down to third place there in the end in the intermediate points, but still another great drive from the race winner in the Tillotson T4 UK Series so far this year. He'll have a good chance from P3 on the grid later on today. Amelie Ackett's great drive, big step forward from Heat 1 for Amelie. Massive. P4 in that one. Pierre Carnet in the top 5, Sam Chilton and Harry Gardner wrap out the 7 runners. All drivers who started the race finished the race. That's what we like to see. And provisionally, at least at this moment, it'll be Legg and Branscombe on row 1 for the final. Hevesi and Chilton, row 2. Ackett and Carnet, row 3. Gardner completing the 7-strong grid. And that final for the Tillotson T4 Junior O-Plate. That O-Plate race will be at 3:15 later on today. 1:15 for the Junior Rotax final. 1:45 for seniors, 2:15 for Minimax, 9:50, 2:45 for Micromax UK, and then the Tillotsons to finish off things here for Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. That is all to look forward to. Let's have a look, though, at some of the highlights from that second heat in T4 Junior.
Yeah, good start from Ronnie Legg. And again, Amelie Ackett, she got that start nailed down and was able to just, stay at the front. Obviously, in the first race, a poor start for Amelie, that dropped her back a little bit. And again, you get sort of trapped racing around the people that you are with. And of course, you don't always get to show the amount of pace you have got. Ferenc Hevesi, very impressive once again. Briefly took the lead, for about half a corner. Now, this is where it all went a bit wrong for Ronnie Legg. Again, you're right there, just on the less grippy side of the track, and those Maxi tyres just said, nah, mate, we're not having it. But Ronnie did recover, and that pass on Amelie Ackett to take third position, that actually was significant because that helped Ronnie stay in pole position. But as we look at the Tillotson T4 Juniors, let's go and hear from a couple of our championship partners.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Ready then for the second heat in Tillotson T4 Senior. Henry Bell will start on pole position for this one with Ollie Cooper-Welton alongside on the front row. Jason Bradbury and Matt Wildman go from the second row, just ahead of Noah Rosser and Ed Davidson going from row 3. Philip Rawson missed out on qualifying yesterday, so starts on row 4 for this one alongside Joe Bechtold, who's had problems, technical problems in the last 2 competitive sessions here this weekend. Zach Mead will not take the start for this one. Neither will Steph Theodoru. Both have unfortunately had to withdraw due to aches and pains and injuries of a rib nature so far this weekend. So we were hoping for 10. We will, in the end, have 8 for this second heat. Bit of a rundown of what we saw in heat number 1. Rosser took the race victory from Bradbury. Bell led for quite a while in that first heat. In the end, came home P3. Wildman, Rawson, Davidson, Cooper-Welton was the rest of your top 7 in that one. 8th, of course, was Joe Bechtold, who did not finish the race but did score points for 8th in the classification. Should note as well there were penalties for Philip Rawson and Ollie Cooper-Welton, so that's why Rawson a little bit further back in the order in the intermediate points versus what was perhaps expected earlier on in the weekend. Right, let's get ready for it then. Eyes on those lights. They've not gone out on our screen, so I think we'll be going round again for an extra formation lap.
Can I just add something very, very quickly? There's someone very cruel. I wasn't growing a mullet in 2004. I'd already had the mullet. I had my mullet, Darren Weaver, in the 90s, which was when the mullet wasn't in fashion. Now I'm very pleased. So many people growing mullets. It's always great to see a nice neck warmer in the paddock. The mullet is back. Not when I had one, sadly. I was an outlier in the mid-90s. Listening to Marilyn Manson, I was back then in the 90s, and other heavy metal bands.
Sorry, I've just seen something quite amusing out of the window. In getting ready for this this formation start, Dan Ashton got caught.
That's amusing in itself.
Well, yes, but when Dan Ashton gets his own whatever what do we call his straps, his fluorescent straps,
his toddler straps.
On one of Minna Lane's Wera Tools signs.
Oh.
If a camera caught that,
branding.
That's a good
Excellent branding.
Anyway, there's a race about to begin for Heat 2 in Tillotson T4 Seniors. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Much calmer start. Looking for the acceleration line and the instruction for the lights to go out and get us running here in T4 Senior. Away we go. Good start for Bell. Good start for Bradbury, also challenging for second place, goes through round the outside of Ollie Cooper-Welton, but it's a much stronger start for Ollie Cooper-Welton than what we saw in Heat 1. Wildman's down the inside looking for third place. Rawson on the move as well. Gets caught out on the outside there after the kink, and he's going wheel to wheel now with Noah Rosser. Rosser cuts to the inside. Brilliant overtake there. Little bit deep on the exit of Ashby Corner, but another really, really close start here in T4 Senior.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, it's the case for Henry Bell. Jason Bradbury is run and hide. Run and hide before the driver of Kart 331 gets to you, because in race number 1, Noah Rosser was a comfortable winner, and he's stuck in traffic at the moment. So Bell, Bradbury and Max Wildman, they're third. Right, now Rosser is up into 4th position. He passes Ollie Cooper-Welton for P4. And these three, they would do well to try and work together. Rawson trying to go around the outside of the grass, coming out of Ashby. That's never been tried before, and it didn't quite work, but he had a go. And already, there's Rawson with the Rawson special Osiers. Ollie Cooper-Wildman's not happy with that. There's Joe Bechtold, hair flying in the breeze. And hopefully we'll get Joe to a finish.
Yeah, hasn't been able to see the checkered flag in either Heat 1 or the qualifying practice so far this weekend. 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Here's a good scrap between two experienced boys, Jason Bradbury and Matt Wildman, keeping the pace up. Know that they've got a good gap to Noah Rosser at the moment, but still 6 minutes of this race to go, and of course trying to close in that gap to Henry Bell. At the last count it was 0.6 of a second. It's down to 0.55 now through sector number 1, so they're going to keep chipping away here at the lead for kart number 15. On towards the boot here for lap number 3. Good speed, good line from Jason Bradbury through the initial parts of what is a very tricky section of corners. Good control as well through the new chicane. Over the line, what is the gap now? 0.54, so good second and third sectors there from Henry Bell, but new fastest lap of the race from Noah Rosser, 51.2. So the 2023 T4 Nations Cup champion, the global champion, is on the move, nearly half a second quicker than those ahead of him that last lap.
Yes, what's the theme music for Jaws? Dun, dun. They're the 3 hapless swimmers. I say hapless swimmers, they're very good drivers. But there's the great white shark, Noah Rosser, closing in. Matt Wildman, he doesn't want to be the first item on the menu, as it were. He's trying to get past Bradbury, who is in turn trying to get as close to Bell as possible. Henry Bell's thinking to himself as he checks over his shoulder, okay, if you two hold up Rosser for as long as possible, although Bradbury's coming back at Henry Bell this lap. And we go up towards Christmas corner again. And I have to say that down there, Rosser, this is another very quick lap. Purple first sector for Noah Rosser. And it wasn't just purple, it was 0.3 of a second quicker than the 3 leaders through just 1 sector alone of this 1,200 meter circuit. And, yep, dun, 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 dun. Yep. You've got the underwater camera angle. You can see the swimmers on their lilos in the water, and now Noah Rosser is going to start having a nibble at the top 3. Where is Rawson? Rawson is up to P5, but the gap between the top 4 and the number 1 plate kart is over 2 seconds. In fact, it's probably more like 2.5 seconds. Here we go then. Rosser to the inside. Simply irresistible. Passes Matt Wildman for 3rd place into Ashby.
And that will draw Rosser level with Bell in the intermediate points. So this is looking good for the American to get himself back to the top of that mini league table. He still needs one more position though to get it out right and not need to rely on any tiebreakers or anything of that nature, which at the moment, of course, Henry Bell would take the win in a tiebreaker due to the timed qualifying results from yesterday. What does Jason Bradbury do as well? He's in a bit of a tricky position. Does he go for the move? Henry Bell keeps having very good exits out of oblivion and the crook, Henry.
Yes.
It's just giving him that breathing space to mean he's not being attacked into Christmas corner.
Yes, well, we're going to find out whether that works for Henry very shortly, because he's now got to hold off Noah Rosser. This event for the Tillotsons is for their O-plate. This is for the British Open title, not this particular race, but the final later on. And Wildman having a little look at the inside of Bradbury going into the boot, and Bradbury fends him off. So, okay, Andrew Mather, you mentioned that Henry Bell's exit out of these next 2 corners is very, very good indeed. Does it keep Noah Rosser at bay for another lap? I think it might.
Yep. Yeah, it's just got a really good... Oh, it's Wildman down the inside of Bradbury. Takes 3rd place away from his friend in the paddock. See these 2 drivers who've both raced through from the arrive and drive scene. Is down the inside. It's Ashby corner. That's where Noah Rosser makes the move, takes the race lead, moves himself back to the top of the order. Well, he's already there in terms of the intermediate points. Now he's there on track here in heat number 2. The driver who does a lot of work with Tillotson T4 is very experienced with this machinery, has great fun with it though, always a smile on his face in the paddock when he's representing the Tillotson brand. 60 seconds on the clock, so we should have 3 more laps of this race. Keep an eye on Philip Rawson, who could be finishing this race strongly. Just went purple through sector number 3. Is 2 seconds behind the back of this group. But this very much feels like Ross's to lose now, Henry. 5-point advantage in the intermediate points as well. Well on his way to taking pole for the final.
Yeah, indeed, but I mean, it's not complete. It's not game over in terms of who's going to be the O-Plate champion.
Nope.
Because of course, Noah Rosser. The one thing he has got to do, he's got to make that kart better for the final. Okay, it happens all the time. You can win the heats at a canter, but everybody brings their A game to the final, and that's what Henry Bell and Philip Rawson, Matt Wildman and Jason Bradbury are going to do. They'll all have something in hand, you know, so Noah Rosser has also got to have something in hand. Bell and Wildman, while they can, will try and study Noah Rosser's kart as best they can, to study his lines, to see where he is pulling out on, pulling a gap on them as they come down towards Ashby. The clock has struck 0. Next time round, it'll be the last lap board. So Henry Bell, he'll be sort of looking at his own line, but he's also looking at the road a little bit just to see where Noah Rosser is easing away. You know, is 0.3 of a second faster. Noah's best lap is 0.3 of a second faster than Henry's best lap. Keep your answers in the poll coming in. What was I doing the year that Nicole Sutherland was born? Was I running Lando Kart Club? Was I racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours? Was I a NASCAR journalist? Or was I none of the above? Here we go. Last lap board is out. Rosser up the hill towards Christmas Corner.
Good stuff once again from all of these drivers. Philip Rawson has got through past Jason Bradbury for 4th place. Just see them flash into the back of shots there. And in terms of the pace as well, Ed Davidson getting on quite nicely into the low 52s, just ahead of Ollie Cooper-Welton in the battle for 7th place, and Joe Bechtold as well. Can he see the finish here? Running in 6th spot at the moment in the high 51s. But for Noah Rosser, well, the early stages of this race looked a bit tough, but his class has shone through. Noah Rosser out of the final corner, takes heat 2, takes pole position for the O-Plate race later on this afternoon. Henry Bell, 2nd place, will join him on the front row as a result of the performance that he's put in here earlier on in the day and in that one. Matt Wildman 3rd, 4th for Philip Rawson, 5th for Jason Bradbury. Those 5 drivers will all hold those same position or a similar set of positions on the grid for the final. So Rosser and Bell row 1, Bradbury and Wildman row 2, Rawson and then Davidson on row 3. Joe Bechtold did see the finish of that race, so
well done,
gets
Joe.
over the line and moved himself up to 7th place in the intermediate order with that P6 finish. Davidson, as mentioned, will be on the outside of row number 3, having secured 7th place in that one. Ollie Cooper-Welton will be on the grid as well for the final, starting from 8th on the grid. You will be able to watch that final later on this afternoon on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, the Karting UK YouTube channel, and Motorsport UK TV at 3:40 UK time.
Indeed. So the racing for this morning is over, but ladies and gentlemen who are watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Karting UK YouTube channel, please don't go away, because we've got the Paddock Show coming up. The Paddock Show to entertain you while we take a lunch break. We'll be back for the finals at the end of the Paddock Show. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Paddock Show here at event 8 of the 2025 Wera Tools British Kart Championship at not quite sunny, but not rainy Whilton Mill. We're not raining at the moment, but that could change in the next 3 seconds based on what we saw today. Andrew Mather, we have 2 mechanics. We're going to get straight in to the tyre changing contest. Now, have a look here. At the moment, Rocco Shenton, 2 minutes 23 seconds. Andrew Mather, we have 2 mechanics, James Lowther for Coles Racing and Ewan House, who is mechanicking your privateer this weekend, driving.
He's driving for Coles Racing.
The rules are very simple, aren't they?
Yep. It's basically, and it's had a lot of this today, wets off, dries on. Wets have to be back on the spokes. They can't fly off down the pit lane, and you've got to use the rear tool, and you've got to slap the button as well. So Rocco probably lost about 6 or 7 seconds because he got the thing and he just stood there for about 6 seconds before he pressed the button. So it is a beatable time, 2 minutes and 23 from Kim Bolton.
You could beat Logan Rolfe because he took 7 days. Austin Newstead, 5 minutes 17. Archie Loveridge, 5:14. Oliver Stewart's 5 minutes 1 second. Noah Wolf, 4:50 with Piers Pryor. Ansel Murray, Ricky Williams, Ricky 1 time, and Rocco Shenton. There we go. There we go. Sorry, Piers, but you know. Okay, are we going to give him a grand countdown
to hit the button and get going?
The crowd is there. The crowd is gone wild. The crowd's gone wild. Okay,
James.
In 3, 2, 1, go, and we're off. This is where the mechanics earn their money. He's using obviously a finest Wera tool. Ah, yes. Well, hold that. Right, Ewan, what are you thinking of his tactics?
I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Well, you don't even... already? What are you going to take it?
I don't even know why he's spinning the tyre.
Well, because the axle's moving, so he's counteracting the fact that the axle's moving.
Oh, yeah.
Genius. No one else thought of this. Right. Oh, he's lost his nuts already.
Dropping them.
Nuts all over the place.
End up doing that. I'll probably end up doing.
Well, as long as they go back on, but you got to. If you can't have, you can't just grab more nuts. You got to use the nuts that you've thrown off. So spokes. Oh, hello, Mr. Mather. Have we got have we got a tightness? Oh, that's not tight yet. He's got to find his nuts. Right. Do your man a favour, you, and pick up his nuts. Right. There's 2.
This is a more than solid effort, I think, so far. 1 minute down.
1 minute down. The wets are on spokes. Now, normally there would be somebody. Oh! He's lost a bone. Is 6 off, but he's still got plenty of time.
Yeah,
plenty of time. He's got a minute to go. Just get those wheels tight. The wet tyres, the slick tyres, wandering off into the race control unit. Now, see, because normally there would be somebody holding, the front axle. The rear axle will be connected to the pedals. Right, he's coming around again. Look at that! Look at that! The teamwork makes the dream work. Here we go. We're at 144, 145. Is it a pain doing it with the axle rolling, James?
Yeah, definitely be better with a brake.
It'd be better with a foot on a brake. But the car's got no brake, though, Andrew. It's got no brake.
No. It's a real challenge.
We're trying to explain what you're trying to do.
Just spin it on. So
spin it on. Have we got a tightness check there on the right rear?
I'm pretty happy
Mr. Mather is happy with that, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd still going wild.
This is going to be
James,
close.
One of our Coles drivers. Is James your mechanic this weekend?
No, he's not my mechanic.
Oh, fair enough. He's still cheering him on.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh!
This is
We've
close.
had drama, ladies and gentlemen. We've had massive drama. Massive drama.
We're gonna give it a good old engineering wobble. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh.
And that's pretty good. And just check. We've got 3 nuts on there.
We've got there's three nuts on there.
This is 2 minutes and 24. James, you missed it by 1 second to equal Rocco, but that is a properly good effort still, nonetheless.
How do you feel you performed?
Go second.
Terrible.
Shocking, right? But of course, but you're going to sit back and have a laugh now because Ewan's going to have a go.
Yeah, good luck.
Who are we mechanicking for this week, James?
Dijon Bennett.
DeJean Bennett, okay, yeah. DeJean is one of the unsung heroes of kart masters, actually, because that massive accident with Fletcher Jameson and Zach Starbuck. If you're watching, Fletcher, Zach, hope you. I know you're back out, you're recovering. But DeJean Bennett was the next driver in line, and he drove headfirst into the wall to avoid hitting Fletcher Jameson on the circuit, and again he was lucky he wasn't hurt himself, but again that's a brave move there from DeJean Bennett. I think you give some credit to the lad.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, he sacrificed his own kart as well, because the kart was written off after that.
Yeah, because he didn't race the rest of the weekend, did he?
He did. I think he changed kart.
Oh, okay, but yeah, he wrote his own kart off. Okay, right, the time has come. I mean, have you got any words of advice for this young upstart?
Try and beat me.
Try and beat me. Rocco Shenton, junior X30 driver, leads by 1 second. Right then, you and House. Are we ready?
Hang on. Where's the remote control gone? We need to reset
put the remote control down there, out of the way.
Reset the timer, because otherwise that would be a bit unfair for you. Starting 2 minutes and 24. Right, there we go. That bit of officiating done. You've got to hit the button to get yourself going.
Right then, ready?
So, you and House. 3, 2, 1, go. Now, James, I've got a question for you. How tight did you put them on so you make it a little bit harder for Ewan?
They weren't too tight, to be fair. I probably wouldn't drive for them as tight as they are.
It's okay. It's only for show, not for go. How stressful was your day as a mechanic today with all the weather changing? Okay, in the life, as we watch Ewan do this, in the life of a mechanic, what has today been like?
Not too bad, to be fair. When we were on the grid for the last senior heat, and obviously it started raining, I did want to put wets on, which I thought would have been the right choice, especially because Jack Gilliam put wets on. It did look like the right choice, but it just dried out so quick. You don't know how fast it's going to dry out.
Yeah, and so are you going to the grid? Because obviously there's setup change you can make. You can go out. Oh, we've got a first nut off. Oh, well done. We're halfway through taking the tyres off. Or we're going to go off on. But you see, you could go out in a wet-dry setup and a dry-wet setup. Yeah. You know, is that what you're trying to do? Is that what is the mechanics are boiling down to at the very last bit?
I think the most important thing is to get the right tyre on for the condition. Then anything else you can do after that is a bonus. You want to try and put as much front grip in you can as if it's wet, but tyres is the main thing.
Yeah, so it's after tyres, but then you can try and help yourself a little bit at the end of it all by just, adjust the setup, because you can go out on a kart, on slick tyres on a wet track, but, depending on how you set the kart up, you can have a slick tyre kart that handles okay and a slick tyre kart that doesn't handle at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite hard to get it to judge where you want it as well. Like this morning, before we even went out for the first session, we changed gearing 4 times just because it kept raining more. Yeah,
so the mechanics earned their money today. Right, here we go. Ooh, 1 minute 51. It's looking respectable. It's looking respectable. I can see a top 3 finish. I can see a top 3 finish here. I don't know what happened to Piers Pryor's thing. I just threw it away.
I think it went on the ground somewhere.
Yeah, it went on the ground somewhere. That's it. Pardon, it's on the trolley. Oh, there we are, the trolley. Okay, well, thank you. But we don't count him anyway, because... Sorry, Piers. Right, we're not doing too badly here. We're not doing too badly here at all. Where was Piers? 3:26. Let's have a look. We're on course for a top 5 time. Do you have any more respect for your dad now after this, Ewan?
Oh, I have tons more respect, mate.
Yeah, I mean, this is because the thing is though that the drivers have had to do this 4 times gearing, and of course every time you do the gearing, you've got to take the tyres off as well, James. When you do the gearing, yep. Okay, right. We're at 2:47. We got to beat Piers Pryor, right? You got 3:26 to beat Piers Pryor. Okay.
This might happen. This is doable.
It's doable, right? We're on. It's the tension is mounting. What do we think, Andrew? Is Piers in trouble?
50-50. I think it's 50-50 whether Piers is in trouble. I mean, Noah Wolf is definitely in trouble.
Noah, Oliver Stewart, Archie Loveridge, Austin Newstead Dunn, Logan Rolfe. He's still trying. He's got a separate car. He's 6 minutes. Here we go. Last nut. Is it your last nut?
Nah, this one's not gone.
Oh, penultimate nut. It's not going on.
That's Piers' time gone.
Drama. Late drama.
Come on, Ewan. Can we break the 4-minute barrier?
We can.
Got 20 seconds to beat the 4-minute
There we go.
barrier.
Boom,
Hit the
boom,
bump.
boom.
There we
are.
go.
Okay.
3:41.
3 minutes 41. Yeah.
I give it.
Top six. Top six. You'll take. Oh, hang on. The engineering wobble. There's an engineering wobble. Jay.
No.
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 Nah.
Wow, James.
Should we put a 15-second penalty on it?
That's definitely a penalty.
Wow, James. Throw me under the bus. That's going to be.
Wow with that?
Yeah. I'd give it a try.
Give it a try. 3:41 with a star next to it. Asterisk. Maximilian Aberhart. Come in here. Come in here. Tell me now. Would you go out as a Coles racer driver? Would you go out with a tyre, with a wet tyre that tighten up? Have a feel of it. Okay, we're gonna. This is good. If Max Aberhart would drive a kart with a tyre that put on that tight, we give him the time. If not, a 5-second penalty. Maximilian, it's down to you.
I'll probably drive that.
He'd probably give it a go. Well, there we go then. He'd give it a go. There we are.
Like they used to do on that other TV programme before. I put a worth a wobble.
With a worth a wobble. Man like Aaron Charles is here. How's it going?
I'm not very good at these sort of things no more.
Well, no, I asked you to change the tyre. I just say hi. How's it going?
Oh yeah, I'm very well. Yeah.
I'm doing lovely. I'm having a great time here, Whilton.
Is Ewan on the board? Any good? Is he any good?
Sixth.
That's nearly.
He's only been beaten by one Junior X30 driver and one Micromax driver.
Wow, by 2 minutes 24. Not bad. Nearly like his pace on track as well, so it's not too bad. I don't know why I've got this tool because I'm not doing it.
No.
It's been a few years since I've spanned now, so.
Yeah. You talk about now you're sort of managing the Coles racing team or part. One of the team managers.
Yeah, so for the junior side, I look after the juniors predominantly. I've got Ewan, Ellis and Zach here today. Ellis is not doing too well, but Ewan and Zach are doing very well. So I think we're 8th and 9th overall at the minute, so we should be going off sort of front end of the Super Heats tomorrow. So see how we get on. It's close racing. It's been tough with the weather today.
Harrison Crowther's annoying you immensely. Considering that Harrison won a race for you here back in Minimax at Whilton Mill back in 2020.
I didn't work for the team then, so I can't take credit for that, but I'll take credit for going forward.
Yeah, because Coles Racing, when we started the British Championship first year, Coles dominated Mini and Junior the first 2 years. Yeah. Since then, it's been a bit of a lean spell, hasn't it?
It's been a bit of a rocky road, but I think we're on the up now. We're obviously working hard behind the scenes, working with the drivers all the time. You know, it's a process. You know, it's a process. The drivers move up from like minis to juniors, and it's a year to learn, and then next year attack. So we just keep pushing, working hard, and I'm sure we shall see some results. And hopefully this weekend we're looking good. So.
Excellent, thank you very much, Aaron. There we go. I shall leave you escape. I'm going to hold this Wera tool and give it to.
I'll give that back to me.
There we go, Andrew Mather. Right, let's have a little wander up to the lower half of the paddock. Ellis Bell, welcome back to the championship. Right, we got a Sam Pollitt coming through. Sam, very quickly. I know that you got a quick chat, but Sam Pollitt Racing expanding into the UAE. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, trying to. We've got one of our Micromax drivers, Albie Stubbs. He's going over there. He goes over every winter, so he sort of asked, would we venture out there? So yeah, we're gonna do a bit, hopefully.
Yeah, so I mean that's good news. I mean, obviously the championship now going to be live streamed as well. So you know, out in Dubai, and I think Hunter Motorsport are going out as well. It's a good chance, obviously, to keep the drivers in the seat all winter when the weather, you know, because you come here in December and January, and you might get, you know, qualifying and a heat in a final because there's no light and the weather's rubbish.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think a few teams are looking at doing it, and I think it's, like you said, the weather's better. It's a bit cold, it's a bit wet, icy in the UK. No fun, so thought we'd venture over there and see if we can, have a good season out there.
One more thing. So you got a lot of very good talented drivers. Just say one quick thing about Chloe McGill and her win.
Oh, brilliant! I've made up for her. Absolutely made up for her. She deserved it. She's had a hard year up to now, and I think it's been, it's well overdue for her.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Sam. I'll let you get back to it. And good to see you out in the UAE this year, which is good. Right, let's have a little
cut
wander.
up this side because we didn't get this column too much yesterday in the build-up show, and you've made a promise, haven't you?
I promised. I don't know if he's still going to be there. I promised. There's Zach. What's time, Zach? There's Zach Bolton. He's trying to win a Tag Heuer watch with kart competitions. Now, there's a young man in here. Is he still in here? I made a promise with him. Here's the Balamory bomber. Come on, Soren. No, where's Mr. Walker? Has he gone home? He's gone home. Well, anyway, come on, Soren. How's your day been?
Not very good.
No? Tell us why. You know, you're the Balamory bomber because you're from the... So where in Scotland do you live? You live right in the north of Scotland, yeah?
Yeah, Isle of Mull.
Isle of Mull?
Yeah.
So how long does it take you to get to Whilton Mill?
Took us about 11 and a half hours.
That's worse than me getting down the A40.
Well, I mean, that's impressive. I mean, so a lot of the drivers, you know, that's almost like, you know, it takes me less time to get to Genk in Belgium than it does. You know, it takes me 10 hours to get to Genk from South Wales. You know, 11 hours. And of course, you know, when you drive 11 hours and then things don't go to plan.
Yeah.
So what's the plan tomorrow?
Just make up as many positions as possible, really. But starting like 23rd or something, so it's just the way it goes.
No, I was looking at the camera because, of course, not all the Strawberry team are here. There's a couple in Sarno. Mr. Mulvaney is out there, but also Frag's out there as well. So can we just say hello to say Adam Mulvaney, and if he's looking after Frag, because Frag's his assistant now, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So good luck out in Italy. So thank you very much, Soren. Right, there's some more children here. Andrew Mather, drivers, stand by there, please. 1, 2, 3. Okay. In short order, tell that man about your day. Go.
Not good.
Why not good?
Terrible quali, terrible heat.
You can always start with your name so that people know who you are. Alfie Mayer.
So Alfie, go back to the time qualifying, because that was a bit of a mix-up that some drivers went out really early, some held back. What was the thinking in your camp?
Because obviously it was drying up, so I thought if I could go out straight away, I'll get the extra lap and get pole, but it dried up too quick, and then I just wasted a lap or tyres. So.
Was there a bit of traffic out there as well?
Yeah, I was like second quickest overall, but because of the 3-lap average, I got dropped down to 13th because of just traffic.
But like the story of Minimax so far this season is everyone's had their ups and downs across the season so far. So does that kind of give you a bit of hope for tomorrow that like, it's been sadly your turn to have a bit of a down day, but tomorrow could be the opposite?
Yeah, we just need to try get higher up, make sure we beat all the ones that are close to me in the championship, and just go on to PF.
Good stuff, Alfie. Thanks for talking to us. We'll talk to another Alf. Good day, especially the second heat in Micromax.
The first heat was not really good, but the second heat I'm happy with.
So I'd say this battle that you've got going on with Benedictas, Dean was very quick today, and then you've got some new drivers coming through in Micromax as well. Who do you think is going to be the biggest opposition tomorrow?
I think it's going to be Dean, Charlie and Benedictus.
I always like to ask this question, what's the biggest thing that you've learned today? Because the weather's been doing all sorts, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been hard.
So what do you think you're going to be working on overnight, Alfie, to go quicker tomorrow?
I'm going to be working on my data so I can be faster.
Good stuff. Thank you, Alfie Gout. You're going to have to introduce yourself to the folks at home. How's your day been?
Good.
And which kart have you been racing today?
Strawberry.
In the Strawberry tent. So I say it's been an exciting day for the younger drivers in the team, hasn't it?
Yeah.
What's been your favourite bit?
Well, second heat was the best out of the day, so it's all right day to be fair.
Now, Harris.
Yeah.
Okay, talk about the last corner. You and Dimitar battling for the win. I know you looked a bit upset crossing the line as you two ran a bit wide, racing hard, and Chloe came through to take the win. So that's the highlight of the day for us. So tell us about it from your perspective.
And what happened was, came into the boot and then came into the last chicane, and what happened was I ran a bit wide, but I still thought I had it, and then Dimmy just like went out like a half move, and I went over the curb, and then we were side by side, and it was just a bit of who came out in front.
But still some good points as well, and proof that you can race that number 12 card up to the front, can't you?
Yeah.
So what's the battle plan for tomorrow? Because it looks like it's going to be a close final in Micro Max.
Yeah. Hopefully we get up to the front and battle for the win.
Good stuff. Harris Barber, thanks for your time, and good to talk to some of our younger drivers. There. As I say, the Micro Max race 2 in particular, showing again that it's tight, but you can just about race through that new final section.
I mean, in the smaller karts, for definite, okay, they both ran each other a little bit wide, but if you have a look at that, and we had a great, credit to Alpha Live, we had a great close-up shot of them both. Yeah, they were sort of rubbing against each other, but they were absolutely nose to tail, neck and neck, and they ran each other a little bit wide, but there was certainly, you can race 2 karts through there in one go, which is good to hear. Now, KR Sport is going in there. Let's go and speak to some of the guys at MLC Motorsport. Here's another man. Oh, well, it's a bit of a Micro Max special. First of all, Dian, I want you to say hello to your adoptive grandfather in Italy who's been watching you.
Hello, Renato. Thank you for all the support and all your donations. I really love you. I want you to come over here to UK to watch me.
Oh, there we go, because I know Cully, your dad, messaged me saying as he's watching, he showed me the clip of in Italy watching. So, a win and then not a win. So, start with the good bit was Heat 1. And I love the way you say you and Charlie, you had a mint race together, but when you're battling side by side so close, sometimes, there's going to be times where 2 of you go for the same bit of tarmac, and I think that's what happened in the second heat.
It's just one of them. It happens to us quite a lot, but we just get through it, knock it down, and carry on.
Yeah, just carry on with a load of sponsors and a load of support as well.
One of the things we noted in the commentary box today as well, Dean, is when we compare things now to say like 12 months ago, do you feel a lot more confident racing at the front?
Because the last 2 years I haven't been leading the race, checking out and being comfortable at the front. I get to the front and I keep on dropping. So now I've had more experience. It's been building me up, and we can see that I've been getting better because at Warden Law I led the race and I checked out. So
very good.
There you go. Well done. And again, so tomorrow, if we're watching tomorrow, what have we got to say? Have you started learning Italian?
Ciao, Renato.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee.
Thank you, Dean. Again, KR Sport tent. Again, good results for Kai Clark. Archie Walker's sort of leading the charge for them in seniors, but we had a really good day for the MLC Motorsport team. So we'll have a little wander in. The Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett had a win today in one of his races. Ollie Varney is here. He's Kart Smart driver coaching. Jack Fulbrook Harmer's Kart. Ollie, give us a quick summary. We'll get away from the bin, obviously. We'll have a look there. We've got a bit of flora and fauna. You can tell Donna's had an influence in here. We've got some hospitality over by there. What have we got in the way of how has MLC's day gone? Because this man here, look at this, the bling on the gold chain. I love this. Good day for you, Charlie.
Yeah, not too bad, to be fair. The rain kind of helped us a bit, so yeah, really good.
Excellent. That's the actual gold chain, and this is the fake gold chain. But so Ollie's disappeared. Come. Right. So a win here.
Yeah.
Jensen Chalk was really good in qualifying, but then had a difficult couple of races. How would you summarise MLC Motorsports Day?
Promising, up and down. We've had a good result with Charlie, heat win, so that's really nice to see. Jensen had a really good first heat. Ed Spains showed real good progress today. Just been a bit unlucky. The seniors, just a few crashes, but speed's been quite good. And yeah, it's British champs, so anything can happen, as we know.
Yep.
And you've got to be right at the sharp end tomorrow to to reap the rewards.
Yeah, but again, you're showing that you've got the pace. That's the thing. Luck isn't always luck. You make your luck sometimes, but yeah, you've got to have the pace to start with.
We've got to have the pace. Yeah, the weather's not played ball today, but hopefully a little bit more consistent with the weather tomorrow, and we can see what we can do. Hopefully our speed will shine through.
No problem at all. Thank you, Ollie. And there's Gold Chain Charlie over there. Right, one quick thing. So there's a brand new Tony Kart up by there. Now, MLC Motorsport and P1 Power and myself were involved in a kart competitions site where you can, you know, it's not a raffle because you have to answer a question. It's like a knowledge-based quiz, but you pay to enter. And I believe this kart is the actual brand new kart, minus the NASA panel, which goes on it, with a ROTAX engine that was won. Somebody won this for £4.48, which is fantastic. So there's somebody out there, Johnny Spencer, I think it's something Spencer, has won this or the exact replica of this, brand new with a ROTAX engine. They paid less than £5 for it, which is really good. Keeping new people coming into the sport.
Absolutely. Let's go have a little chat with Ed Spain. Good to have Ed back in the paddock this weekend. Ed, sorry to interrupt your busy cleaning of the karts. I say, particularly for the juniors, some rough weather today. How did you find it?
Yeah, slicks on wets isn't the toughest, so it was hard conditions to deal with, but hopefully we done well. So.
And good to see you back as well. So last year you were doing Honda Cadet. It's quite a step that you've jumped up to Junior ROTAX. How have you been finding that?
Yeah, it's tough, definitely. The bigger kart's a lot harder. There's a lot more braking involved and a lot more stuff we need to learn, but we're slowly getting there.
As I say, two races that you've done today. Super heat tomorrow. What do you think the chances are of ultimately getting through, making that top 34 cut-off?
Hopefully we can get into the A final, but we'll just stay positive and try our best.
And what's next after this weekend? What are you working on? Are you hoping to be at the doubleheader for PF later on in the autumn?
Unfortunately not, but we're going to be there at UKC. But.
Good stuff. Ed, thanks for talking to us. Keep working hard. Keep cleaning that beautiful machine.
I love the fact that so many of our young drivers see the paddock, so they want to be interviewed. They want to get their names out there. They want to have some TV time. They want to practice their media skills. Seems not always true for some of the mechanics and some of the team owners. Now, in true David Attenborough fashion, we are going to surprise because, of course, that team has got lots of drivers in it, and they were all in there a minute ago, and then suddenly, as soon as we turn around, they all scurry into the back of the truck like that. Here we go. What a collection of wrong-uns and ne'er-do-wells in here. Mike Spencer, Gordon Wolf, Noah Wolfstad, and then Lee Murray. Let's have a little chat in here. We're going to come on. Right, we're going to end. I tell you what, we're going to end. We got a few minutes to go on the Paddock Show. There's the bowels of one of these race trucks. So for those of you that are thinking about karting, Gordon Wolf's gone already. But I tell you what, so these race teams, the amount of work preparation that goes into getting a kart out there. So Lee Murray from MLC, to get this reprobate out on track, the amount of work testing, because I've been to your the amount of work you do is phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's literally 7 days a week this time of year, and 12-hour days, and come to track and go back Monday morning, start again, ready for the next weekend every week.
And of course, the team owner point of view, but again, Mike, as a driver, as of one of the finest talents that we had in the last 30 years in karting, you've been there, you've done it all. You work with the driver side of it as well as the team side of it as well. It never stops from that end either.
No, it's non-stop. You finish one weekend, you know what you're looking for, you go testing, you're straight on to the next race, looking for more all the time.
And again, I'm really sorry. And of course, so you're having a look here. You've got everything. It's like a mini Formula One truck in here. But Andrew, I wanted to come. You're looking at the amount of ROTAX engines here. Well, today was Gene Gravitt's funeral.
It was.
Gene from Jag, ROTAX, the only UK distributors, the first and only UK distributors that ROTAX have ever had. Gene is responsible for putting thousands of these engines on tracks in the UK. And if it wasn't for Jag Rotax sort of taking up the the mantle of being the Rotax distributor when Rotax was new and no one was sure what they wanted to do, then we wouldn't have the success that we have in the UK. We wouldn't have drivers like Charlie, teams like MLC being able to support Rotax in the way they do without the efforts of people like Gene. So we raced for Gene today. Tomorrow we're going to race again for some gold medals. That's just shocking, Charlie, isn't it? That's just shocking. Right, apart from that, tell the people what they can expect tomorrow. You're not allowed to use a C word.
Really good racing and action-packed event of a day.
There we go. Sounds about good.
Down on the grid then, ahead of our first final of today, which is of course going to be our junior Rotaxes. We're starting a little bit further down the grid then. I'm alongside Jarrett Fox-Whiteley and Josh Smith. I want to catch up with both of these drivers. Both have had some strong results this weekend so far, but have also both found themselves really in the fight in those really tricky battles. I don't know if you can maybe tell by my hair as well that the wind is starting to pick up now. It's a lot colder than it was this morning during the superheats. I think that's going to come into play during these finals, so keep an eye out on that, audience at home. We'll start off then with a chat with Jared. Jared, good racing from you so far, but we know what the junior grid is like. It's fiery, it's feisty. What are you expecting out of this final? Pretty much that?
Well, yeah, it's going to be a tough race, but hopefully we're starting a bit further back than we'd have hoped. So hopefully we can just avoid the sort of first lap carnage and then try and make our way through and get into a good place.
And at this track, it's physical, it's bumpy, and I think one of the biggest challenges is when you're all heading into Oblivion for the first time. Going side by side into those first two curbs, how do you really manage it and make sure that you don't get yourself caught out?
You've just got to try to put yourself on the right bit of track, try to stay out of the carnage and just hope that you've got the luck on your side.
Well, we'll see if luck's on your side then today, Jared. Good luck, and good luck to Jax as well. They've had a strong year so far. See if they can bring home some good results once more. We'll head over to Josh Smith, who we've not seen in the championship so far in 2025. Josh, good to see you on the grid, and you're, more than halfway up this field. How are you feeling? How's the weekend been so far?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite confident. I know what we're capable of. We just lacked a bit of pace in the last one, really. Just got to see what we can do, really. It's going to be scrappy, just got to salvage as much as we can, really.
And round this track where it's bumpy, it's physical, but you've also got to deal with, really tough racing coming from constant overtakes and constantly being overtaken as well. It gets busy. How do you manage that? How do you make sure, you keep yourself strong throughout the whole race?
Yeah, I mean, you got to defend when you can and at the right points, but you can't defend too much because that's when you lose too much time, and you can also get a penalty, can't you? You just, you got to, it's a 50-50. You defend or you don't, and hopefully it just comes out your way and you get a bit of luck on your side.
And as a driver, that's not been in this grid this year, do you feel like, you've been as quick as you have been because you have not maybe got as much to lose as some of the drivers around you, like, Charlie Wolfett, Leon Hasty, Barham, who are fighting the sharp end of a championship?
Yeah, I think it's definitely helped. It's been relaxing. A few months out of the seats, definitely. Taking the pressure off. I'm not in the championship or anything like that. I'm not here to collect any points. Just here to try and win, basically. Do the best job I can, and the best job for the team, really. Literally nothing to lose, as you said.
Well, Josh, thanks for your insight, and see if a win could be on the cards then for you. We'll head up into the commentary box to Henry and Andrew because our juniors are about to go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. We're getting ready then for Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships first final here at Whilton Mill on finals Saturday. Here is your grid for it. Jacob Ashcroft, championship leader, has pole position again, looking for yet another round victory, what would be his third one of the year. Leon Hasty joins him on the front row of the grid, could potentially take second place in the championship here this afternoon. He's trying to take it off Kai Clark, who starts P3, is joined by Charlie Wolfett on the second row of the grid. Row 3 is an all Dan Holland Racing affair with Noah Barham, winner of the Superheat earlier on, starting P5. Harry Taylor for company on that one. Harry Freeman and Ewan House, they go from row number 4.
Row number 5, Joshua Smith, who you just heard from, and Jared Fox-Whiteley, Joel Dixon-Cohen, and the very impressive William Webb. Louis Ratcliffe and Zach Turner are next. The GP plate holder, the rock and roll star Albie Lapper, and Jensen Chalk go from row number 8.
Starting in the midfield, Finley Buck and Eva Morris go from row 9. Benjamin Baker and Archie Lovett could spring a surprise starting on row number 10. It's Matteo Palazzo and Luca Holmes-Ballot going from row 11. Row 12 has got some big hitters on it as well. Ellis Bell starts alongside Cian Bernard.
Row number 13, Charlie King, our onboard camera cart, and Sebastian Luce with Sam Kohler and Alfie McBain. On row number 14, the top 30 rounded out by Alex Shepard and Sebastian Clark. And the last few drivers to make it in, Daniel Wisnauskas, Ryan Gill, Rayan Gandor on his birthday, and Connor Large. And that means, Andrew, that we have bid farewell to
Oliver White, Samir Paul, Jack Beasley, Ed Spain, Harry Holland, Marat Zvaric and Rex Ashley, sadly, are the drivers who have not qualified for what will be a 15-minute plus 1 lap final. Top 3 in the championship, holding the top 3 positions on the grid. This is sure to be a stunner. Who's going to join the likes of William Antrobus, Harry Bartle, Thomas Minspearing, Macaulay Bishop, who've all won big races here at this circuit? We are not quite going yet. That was too quick an acceleration for our race officials' liking, so we'll go for an additional formation lap.
Let's bring you up to speed with the current championship standings. Jacob Ashcroft, 447 points. This is before dropped scores or anything like that. This is as they run. Kai Clark, 403. Leon Hasty, 402. Albie Lapper, 396. Noah Barham, 382. Charlie Wolfett, 368. Yes, Ashcroft has a commanding lead, but there are 2 full rounds and this race still to go. The chasing pack, well, 403, Leon Hasty and Kai Clark separated by a point. There is very little to do, little to choose between the chasing pack. Michael Burke has stayed up in Australia to watch this in Bathurst. Welcome aboard. And Leon Hasty getting plenty of support as well. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing here at Whilton Mill in the Junior ROTAX final.
Good start then for Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft will lead up to Christmas Corner for the first time. It's been a good start as well for Kai Clark. Typically, you do see third place go to second straight away at starts here at Whilton Mill. And Kai Clark has delivered the KR Sports driver into P number 2 there. Harry Freeman on the attack as well. So it's 2 DHRs and 2 KR Sports in the lead of this race in the early stages. On board in the middle of the pack. Look how busy it is. This will be the busiest race of the weekend for all of these drivers. We've not seen 34 Junior ROTAX drivers on circuit at the same time, and there's trouble in the background for Jensen Chalk and others. End of lap number 1. Ashcroft leads. Oh, there's trouble for Matteo Palazzo as well, who loses a number of positions out of the chicane. So it's Ashcroft from Clark, Barham, Freeman, Wolfett, Taylor, Dixon Cohen. There's Leon Hasty. Where's Leon Hasty fallen down to? Down to 14th places. Off the road goes Zach Turner for Coles Racing. In the grass, will lose 4 or 5 positions there. This is what we come to expect in one of these finals as Luca Holmes-Ballot goes down the inside of his teammate Albie Lapper.
Very, very spread out indeed, I've got to say. look at the gaps that have developed on the opening lap, and I'm sure they won't stay that way. Here are the second, third, and fourth place drivers. Kai Clark. I think Kai knows that he's got to do something soon, because Noah Barham is Noah Barham's fifth in the championship, but is a long way behind Jacob Ashcroft, who is escaping. Barham defends. Clark is going to have to try and make something happen. He has. And Harry Freeman has gone with him into P2 and 3, the two KR Sport carts. And here comes Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett. Down the inside at Ashby's, picks up one place, but then loses the place to Harry Taylor. And Harry Taylor, I watched Harry Taylor getting some last words of encouragement from his mechanic, Jensen Butterfield. Harry's driver coach, Dave Wooder, would have talked him through the first couple of laps for the driver that was one of the Minimax stars from last year's championship. Now moving into juniors, and there is Joel Dixon Cohen for Thule Motorsports, having a fantastic weekend, trying to sew up the rookie title in this class. But what can Clark and Freeman do? They've got a 1.8 second deficit to make up as Jared Fox-Whiteley makes a move.
Change further up the order. There goes Wolfett past Taylor for P4. Ewan-House trying to get involved there. One of the George Whitbread racing machines in the hands of Joshua Smith is also fighting inside the top 10. Leon Hasty needs to keep it calm in this middle phase of the race. Still 12 minutes of this one to go after that bad start. Oh, down the inside goes Hasty on his fellow Scottish driver Ewan-House, and I think he's made the move stick there. May well be up into the top 10 now. Is Hasty just on the outside, just 11th place at the moment. But look at Ashcroft. This is the kind of performance that we've been seeing from Ashcroft across the season so far. Sure domination of this junior Rotax categories. There goes Ava Morris through, gains another position, and very, very physical there. It's Ava Morris. Well, the pictures speak for themselves there. Ava Morris, there's absolutely nothing that she could have done about that. Dumped off the road and now to the top 15.
Yeah, dumped off the road, I think, being the operative word there. That's twice in 2 races at that corner. Something has happened to Ava Morris where she has been a passenger, and that will be very, very frustrating again. Finley bucked the driver behind Ava on that occasion. Here comes Kian Bernard to the inside at Christmas Corner. There is a change up further at the field. That's Noah Barham passing his teammate Harry Taylor for what is 5th position. The gap between Ashcroft and Clark, 2 seconds. Talk about drivers when they're suddenly in this rhythm where driver, machinery, all a team, mechanic working in total harmony, total symmetry. And Ashcroft is in one of those eras now of his career. What can the 2 KR Sport teammates, Kai Clark and Harry Freeman, do about it? They're working together, the purple, pink, silver and white of KR Sport. There's another 2 more KR Sport carts. Eva Morris now fighting her way back up the order. Well, Eva Morris, she thinks she has a point to prove. She doesn't. She's proved it this year already by setting pole position for the International Trophy, by consistently being one of the fastest drivers in this class. And now it's a case of, it's the rest of some of the other drivers in this class that now need to modify their behaviour. I'll say no more.
Good fight here between Joel Dixon Cohen and Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Leon Hasty improving his position as well. That's him through past William Webb and up to P9. Hasty knows these are really, really important positions. Nobody can win or lose the title today mathematically, but you don't want to be leaving yourself with too much work. In 3 weeks' time when we go to PF International, that was a bit of tyre smoke between William Webb and Joel Dixon Cohen. A little bit further back in the field, Zach Turner immediately ahead of us. This is all in the region around, I think, 20th place. Yeah, 25th place.
In the thick of the action is where they are. there's Jensen Chalk at the head of this huge queue of traffic. At the front of the queue is the 20th place kart of Archie Lovett. So it's Lovett in P20, Morris P21, Holmes Ballock P22, Palazzo P23, and then it's two of the Coles Racing karts, Bell and Turner. Turner having that one off-track moment earlier on, which has dropped him down the order. Then you've got our camera kart, Charlie King, Alex Shepherd is in there, Chalk down in 28th, Alfie McBain. This is basically the battle from 20th to 34th. The flip-flops, they're still flipping. None of them have flopped just yet.
7 3/4 minutes to go then. End of lap number 9. Jacob Ashcroft leads this race by 2.4 seconds ahead of Harry Freeman. There on your screens. Oh, move from Smith down the inside of Webb. Loved having Joshua Smith back out on track here this weekend. I said at the start of things on the preview on Thursday, I thought a big result would be coming the way of George Whitbread Racing here at Wilton Mill. Right now they are on for a top 10. There's plenty of other drivers behind us all. Finley Buck kind of gets things a bit wrong there and loses a position to the Thule Motorsport 267 of Joel Dixon Cohen. And it's not done as well for the GWR team. They've got some good runners in other categories here today as well. Another lap ticks on by. Race lead for Ashcroft, 2.4 seconds over this group. Freeman, Clark, Wolfett. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Ryan Gandor. Warning for Finley Buck. There's been a 5-second penalty as well for the 2:23.
Yep, for the incident with Eva Morris.
Yep.
And there goes Kai Clark battling back, repassing Harry. I think they may have realised that the game is over in terms of catching Jacob Ashcroft as they come across the chicane there, avoiding the flip-flops.
Just to mention, actually, the 2:23 is Noah Barham, so Noah Barham has received the 5-second penalty there, so that will at the
two
moment
drivers
drop
off there.
him down the order. Wolfett goes through. Charlie Wolfett is another one of those drivers. We talk about a result that's been coming. Wolfett, oh no, down the inside, results not coming anymore. Out of the race goes Wolfett. Yeah, I think that sums up what Charlie thinks of that one. Kai Clark out of the race as well, and that is big in championship. That's second place in the championship out of this final. Now, guys, keep it calm. Yeah, we don't want to see any more than that. But Kai Clark's chances of winning the British title, we said there'd be defining moments in this race. That may well be one of them in this season.
Let's not make too much of that. Charlie Wolfett obviously not happy. He went over to say, well done, well done. Kai Clark I think Kai Clark probably just like put his hand up and say, look, leave me alone.
Yeah.
I don't need to, I think he might have realised, I don't need to be reminded, I've gone for a move. I think I've just cost myself a shot at the British Championship. Yeah. I need to be left alone because he probably realised, and there is
that's Archie Lovett out.
Archie Lovett. I saw Archie Lovett. He went off in an incident with Archie Lovett went off in an incident with Luca Holmes Ballock. That is a shame. Now we're on board with Charlie King chasing William Webb Ellis. There's Gold Chain Charlie walking off the side of the circuit. Wolfett at such a, what a terrible way to end what's been a fantastic weekend for Wolfett and the entire MLC Motorsport team, it has to be said. There is Holmes Ballock out of the race, so both Holmes Ballock and
big off! Big off for Sebastian Clark and one of the Evolutions into the tyres on driver's left, running up from Fine Lady.
That's a huge accident. And
I think it was Alex Shepherd, the driver involved. We're glad to see that that drivers look to be immediately responding.
There's somebody else pulling off there with a white crash helmet. That looked like a Coles Racing kart. That is a flip almost got flopped there. I think that might have been Ryan Gill going over the top. Now, let's have a rethink. Well, there's the best news. That's Sebastian Clark walking away from the incident now. No. Joel Dixon Cohen, after having a spectacular weekend, is out of the race as well. Alfie McBain has gone out. So I believe, well, Alex Shepard's still in the race. Daniel Wisnauskas is the last car running competitively in 26. Sam Kohler, Conor Large, Ryan Gill, Zach Turner, Jensen Chalk outside the top 20. Ellis Bell in 20th. 19th is our camera car. 18th of Charlie King. 18th the GP plate of Albie Lapper. Then William Webb. Eva Morris has clawed her way back up into 16th position. There's a look at the championship standings. Leon Hasty, after a poor first lap, has got himself back into P5. Again, this could be the day that Jacob Ashcroft looks back, because Clark has had that mistake. We've got Hasty, a poor first lap. He's having to recover. Lapper is down the order. Noah Barham, who was an outsider for the championship. He's the only one of Ashcroft's rivals who's having a decent day, it has to be said, in the point standings.
A few 5-second penalties have come in. Ryan Gantor has received one. Finley Buck has received one as
Barham
well.
Gets a penalty.
Barham's we had earlier on in the race. There is Jared Fox-Whiteley on front of the good results here. This is 6th place at the moment for Jack's Motorsport. Barham ahead of Taylor. Barham, where would that 5 seconds drop into at the moment? It wouldn't actually drop him too far down, because the field spread is high here today in this junior Rotax final. Some great drives through the field as well. Cian Bernard, well, he had that great run at Kart Masters a few weeks ago. This is another properly good one for the Wera Tools Alliance Academy driver, up 16 spots into the top 10. Sebastian Lusch as well, up 16 spots to 10th place.
I do love it that we've had, we've been watching this all weekend. Junior Rotax, there's been some absolutely fantastic racing. We have, and then there's 2 or 3 incidents in a particular race. And then you get a couple of people, they pipe up on the live chat to say their piece in terms of, well, they don't say anything when there's positive. Where's the block button on the Karting UK live chat feature? Because I can't handle wet wipes on there. It's just, to be honest, you're looking at some fantastic racing. And again, there was incidents in Formula One practice yesterday. Are we going to start calling, making fun of that championship as well? No, of course we're not. So why should we do it for this one? So if you have anything positive to say, just pipe down, and there we go. Right, Jacob Ashcroft, 4.4 seconds, 4.0 seconds up the road. Harry Freeman, Noah Barham, Harry Taylor, Jared Fox-Whiteley, smart drive. Cian Bernard, up
really good.
16 positions. Sebastian Lusch up 17 places. Ryan Gandor up 23 places. Gandor, on his birthday, the Canadian driver. This could be a drive that sort of, well, he's going to be over 100 points back. It's going to keep him in a race for a national seeding, I've got to say.
No, definitely so. And for a lot of these drivers, that's a big thing. A number of them stepping up to this level this year, of course. We're on the final lap of what's been, at times, a very dramatic junior Rotax final, their 4th final of the year. Jacob Ashcroft has only really had one problem this weekend. That was in one of the heats yesterday in the wet conditions on the slick tyres. Jacob Ashcroft moves one step closer to becoming British champion. A 3rd win of the year for Ashcroft. He takes the win here at Whilton Mill. Pure domination once again from the reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion. No, sorry, now we're on the final lap. Apologies, that was a bit of an error on our timing screen. So we're on the final lap now. But still, Henry, I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to change things for Ashcroft at the moment. He has been in supreme form so far this weekend.
I'm so glad, Andrew Mather, you are now responsible for Barry Ashcroft's coronary, which he's just suffered up on the thing. Jacob's dad watching this.
Play to the whistle, drivers.
You played the whistle. Well, you raced to the checkered flag, and Jacob Ashcroft is about to see the checkered flag. There it is. As calm as you like, Ashcroft controls things beautifully in junior ROTAX. He is still on target to be the first driver in history to retain his junior ROTAX Grand Finals. No driver in the history of the Grand Finals has ever won 2 junior titles consecutively. Even Morris gets a 5-second penalty at the end of that one.
There we go then. Ashcroft wins it from Harry Freeman. So KR Sports on the podium. That's got to be one of the best results. Yeah, that's the first podium of the year for Harry Freeman. Noah Barham third, but we should remember has a penalty, so he'll drop. Actually, no, he dropped a couple of places back behind Harry Taylor.
And I saw Harry Taylor's mechanic. I saw his dad celebrating wildly. That's a big result for Harry Taylor. Well done.
That's the first podium of the season as well for Harry Taylor. I'd say one of those drivers that we talked about at the start of the year had just moved up from the minis last year. Didn't even make the final back at round 1. Now he's on the podium. Here, we always say, give them 6 months, they pull it together, they get used to things, but wow, what a performance once again from Jacob Ashcroft.
As we're looking at Jacob, as we're looking at I'm going to sit down and drink some of my Jensen Hookie Suppliers Iron Brew from the round 5 winner of the National Kart Cup recently here at Whilton Mill. Thank you, Jensen.
So the lead for Ashcroft will be, 512 points to 456 for Leon Hastie. So, I've not done all the maths yet, but surely that puts Ashcroft in a position that he could win the championship around early. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Now,
there was a lot of drama.
There's Hastie at the start of the race. He dropped back out of the top 10. There was Zach Turner exit stage left. Some of the incidents a bit further back there. Oh, look at that. That's a brave camera op at the exit of pit lane there. Now that's when Eva Morris got sent. And I please don't think I'm trying to tell the people what. Oh, and that was Ellis Bell getting turned around in the thing, and this was the demise of Joel Dixon Cohen, and that was
Holmes Ballack and Lovett leaving the scene,
and that was the contentious issue. That was Kai Clark, just a move too far. A move too far, and of course that potentially ends his championship. Well, it does end his championship. And
that's what I thought. Something had happened to Leon Hastie. He'd lost a load of time in the latter stage of the race, so that's how it happened. But Ashcroft wins it. Never really looked in trouble at all. As I said, the only problem he had was one of the heats. At the start of one of the heats, and it wasn't really his fault either.
No, that was Mother Nature.
Yeah, Mother Nature took control, and that is the juniors done for this weekend. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much. Then Andrew, Jacob, stunning drive there. Not too much for you to do. You've been pretty much untouchable this weekend. Tell us about the work that you've put in. Tell us about how you managed to stay so calm and not make a single mistake out there.
Well, a lot of laps this place certainly helps. I mean, I've been driving here for a few years now. We live quite far away, but it's actually the closest track to us that we race at the most. So I've done a lot of laps around this place, and I'd say I'm fairly good round here.
And you've massively helped yourself there, Jacob, points-wise, going into the remainder of the championship. Got a double header coming up at PFI. You must be on top of the world, not just with this result and with that championship in your head, but also all of the success that you've been having in Europe as well.
Yeah, we go to Sarno now after today, so long drive down there as we're driving. So I've just won here, so see if I can win in Sarno as well.
And do you think, the momentum and the confidence after this win is going to help you in Italy next week?
Yeah, I mean, a few of the competitors here are racing Italy next week, and a few of them are already out there. So having been there last year and won the Grand Finals there, I'm pretty confident around there. So let's see if I can get the job done and become a European champion next week.
Well then, Jacob, good luck for that, and congratulations for a fantastic result here at Whilton Mill. It's another championship round win. Congratulations to you and to your dad, Barry. We'll head back up then to hear from a quick word from our championship partners, and then I'll see you on the grid.
Welcome back, everybody, to Junior. Well, we've seen the Junior ROTAX final completed here today. Senior ROTAX up next for what should be a very dramatic race. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Down on the grid once more then. So we've just had one DHR driver take a win. Could be in store for another one to do it, but this time in the seniors. Could be Macaulay Bishop, who is starting a little bit further down in the grid. Macaulay, we typically tend to see you, on that front row or certainly within the top 5 starting in a final. You're further down. What's happened this weekend?
Well, quali was not bad, 4th, first heat 3rd, and then the second heat I did spin by myself, but then I got disqualified for like the most ridiculous thing. So yeah, just literally gained loads of points to the IC, and then yeah, everyone's just defending, so it's pretty much impossible to overtake. Like I made up like 6 places, which is like good considering like what everyone else was doing. So it's not going to be easy, this race. Let's just say that.
Yeah, like you said, definitely not easy, but you've been driving around this track for a long time. You've had a lot of success around here as well. What are the key things that you think you need to get right in this to find yourself back up at the front, try and join your teammate of Higgins right up at the front?
Just got to have a good start. I mean, if the front 3 break away, then it's pretty much game over. So yeah, it all depends on like the first couple of laps really.
Well, we'll see how you get on then, Macaulay. Good luck for this race. We'll let you jump in. We've got Kai Hunter starting behind Macaulay Bishop. We mentioned, I think on the commentary, didn't join us for the superheat, but is back within the grid. So another name that could find himself quite quickly picking off some places, getting to the front end of the order. We'll talk about who else is a little bit further back. William Antrobus starts alongside Lewis Gilbert. Both drivers that are quick, both drivers though who have had some bad luck as we've headed through these heats and super heats. We'll see if we can quickly catch up with William. We'll pull you over very quickly. William, good to see you as always, but you've had a bit of a difficult weekend so far.
Yeah, considering like last weekend we were the fastest, and going into this weekend we obviously had the pace on the Thursday and the Friday. But yeah, during quali it just didn't really work out, and it's not really worked out during the heats as well. But see what happens in the final.
I've just noticed over the corner of my shoulder as well, we've got the Alpha Live onboard camera on there, William. Do you think you could put on a good show for us with the onboard and we can see you make some places up?
Yeah, easily. I think it's going to be a fun race, to be honest. I think the championship's a bit out the window now, considering like we've had a poor round now, so I think that's knocked our championship chances out the way. But I think now it's just focusing on just going for the wins.
And of course you've been doing a bit of a double campaign this year, ROTAX and Miami. You've had moments in both championships where you've been at the sharp end. Have you found, switching back and forth between the two, have you found, the jump back into the ROTAX class now?
I don't really think it's a big jump, to be honest. I think it's just same thing as usual, just get in and drive, to be honest. It's just all you have to do is maybe change a few little things or hinder a few little things every now and then. But other than that, it's all pretty much equal.
Absolutely is then, William. We'll let you jump in because that 1 minute board has been shown to our drivers. It's seniors that are coming up next.
So let's get ready then for the 4th time this year. It's time for the final in Senior ROTAX for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in what is a very open championship standing situation as well. Archie Walker starts on pole position for KR Sport. Matthew Higgins has had a very consistent weekend so far here at Whilton Mill. Starts on the outside of row number 1. Matty Hindley looking for another good result. Starts on the inside of row number 2 with Cian Geraghty for company on that one. Harry Bartle and Lewis Goff were both in juniors last year. Been performing well here this weekend in seniors. They're on row 3. Ewan Sharman and Jack Lilly go from row number 4. Completing the top 10, it's an all Strawberry Racing row 5 with William Pemble and Charlie Cox. Pearson Bullock Carter and Macaulay Bishop go from row number 6. It's then Finley Jones and Kai Hunter brave effort, has won many a race here at Wilton Mill. Starts on row 7, isn't 100% though. Lewis Gilbert remains your championship leader. Starts alongside the winner here on Sunday last week for the clubby, and the winner in juniors here last year in the British Championships, William Antrobus, is on row 8.
Joshua Graham and Harrison Crow that go from row number 9. Jack West and Hugh Moulton on row number 10. Then you've got Kai Veach and Freddie Ingram, Jack Baker and Luke Bates. The last couple of rows, Mikey Walker, Ty McKeer, Mark Zavarich, DeJean Bennett, Tyler Harris, Miles Roby and Jack Gillingham. Kai Hunter, a migraine. I just spoke to his mechanic, Alfie Lawrence. He's feeling a bit better, but this is going to be a tough race. Don't forget, Hunter and Bishop are tied atop the all-time win list, 15 final wins apiece. We will go around again. Now, where was that Excel spreadsheet? Was they going around again? Because I want. So Kai Hunter, he will be there. There is William Antrobus, our camera cart. Now, I was looking at in terms of overall podiums, and you've got Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop tied on 15 wins apiece. Bishop has 24 total podiums. That is 3 more than Gus Lawrence, 5 more than Kai Hunter. The other driver that's been on the move up the outright all-time podiums is Austin Newstead, who's 15. Right, Matthew Higgins has got 14 podiums, but he holds the record for the most second-place finishes out of any driver in the championship. He's got 9 runner-up finishes in the final. That is more than any other driver in the modern era history.
And the big results here could really get his British Championship title alive. Here we go then, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. The final is underway. Great start for Archie Walker. Matty Hingley already up to P2. Oh, it's off the road there. It's Joshua Graham. Graham gets back onto the road, but that's a real setback for Joshua Graham, the number 8 seed. Jack Lilly in the mix of things there, right in the middle of your screen. But that was a lightning start from Archie Walker. He's on his swan song, his retirement tour of the British Kart Championships. Hunter's gone round. Kai Hunter round will not win a final again here at Wilton Mill for this particular season, and that just looked to be on the curb as change of lead. Hingley will lead at the end of lap 1. It's Ultimate R from KR Sport from DHR. Cian Geraghty's had a decent start as well. Hingley is a little bit wide. Out through the crook. Is this going to be the opportunity for Walker? No. Hingley goes to the inside, to the middle of the road. That's fine. Holds onto the race lead, but straight away, I've got that feeling, Henry, that Senior Rotax are going to give us another stunning race here at Wilton Mill. Jack Baker is out of this race. In comes Ewan Charman. Charman, who was on the podium here last year, gets through past Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle going backwards at the moment. That was for P5. Here goes Higgins on the attack as well. Someone tell these drivers we've still got 13.5 minutes of this race to go.
Love this. Ultimate R, lead KR Sport, lead Dan Holland Racing, lead Strawberry Racing, lead Hunter Motorsport, lead another couple of Strawberry drivers, lead Jax Motorsport, lead Sam Pollitt Racing, lead Kraft Motorsport. Somebody in the live chat said this is a tough grid, tough spelt T-O-U-G-H, but you've got to be tough spelt T-U-F-F to even think about winning a British Championship round. The quality is so high, and we haven't even mentioned the reigning British champion Macaulay Bishop, because he is, Andrew, where?
23rd. He's way down the order. Was another one of the drivers in the troublesome zone in the early stages of this race. Could this be the point, not mathematically, but pivotally be the point where Macaulay Bishop will just have too much to do when we head to PF International for that season-ending doubleheader? Mikey Walker is the fastest driver out on circuit. Another Walker here defending his position on the podium from Ewan Charman. Lewis Goff down the inside. Good result for Goff here. Last year, of course, second in the final. This is the view on board with William Antrobus, who won that junior final here last year, trying to find a way through past William Pemble into Osiers. Pemble covers the route down the inside that's can be quite regularly used to gain positions here at Whilton Mill. Bishop trying to fight back. It's back up to P22. Lewis Gilbert's having a good final here. Tyre smoke there off the Jack's Motorsport machine. The 315 of Pearson Bullock Carter, who's had a quiet weekend so far. We've not talked about him a lot. We're going to talk about him now, because here he is up in 6th place with Harry Bartle right on his rear bumper. Lewis Gilbert is in damage limitation mode here this weekend, but still very much could be championship leader heading into the final meeting. Slightly off the road there was William Antrobus. He loses about 4 or 5 positions. It is all going on in this final.
Yeah, you saw that. Antrobus he goes off again wide. It's been a rough lap for that's the 351 of Lewis Goff. I spoke to Lewis Goff during the break. He said he's trying to unlearn all the habits. He did his first ever car race a couple of weeks ago, had a top 10 result in that. And he said, I just got to get out of the whole car racing mindset back into karting, because he's been relaxing a little bit too much, because of course everything happens a little bit slower in the car racing, believe it or not. This is not as frantic as karting. Up the hill, Bullock Carter leads Bartle, leads Gilbert. Gilbert currently has a 3-point championship lead over Harry Bartle. That has just grown by another point. It is so close. But I tell you what, Higgins, Walker and Hingley are playing themselves into title contention as things stand. As Hingley leads. The last, I'm trying to think back, it was 2020. I'm sure 2020, the last time Matty Hingley won a round of the British Kart Championship. It was in junior ROTAX, and it was while he was in a big fight for the junior title. We'll look at the stats. No, I don't think has Matty Hingley ever won a round of the British Kart Championship? The answer is no, he hasn't. He was runner-up in the British Junior title chase to Matthew Higgins in 2020. He's had a pair of runner-up finishes, a pair of third places, but we've got a Bullock Carter. Oh, is that the Bullock Carter? No, that's another Jack's Kart. The 332. Mikey Walker.
He was up 12 positions, but he loses some of those now. 9.5 minutes of this race to go. Should say, though, that Matthew Higgins is turning the wick up here. He's just taken 2.5 tenths out of Hingley's lead. It's a Welsh 1-2 at the moment in this race. Here goes William Antrobus down the inside. Another textbook move there. Gains him another position. Goes up the order. Into the top 15. That was Charlie Cox who was getting by. I tell you what, do not write off Macaulay Bishop. He's fighting back. He's still very much in damage limitation mode himself, but I tell you what, if he can get back up into the top 10, if he can just get some more points on the board, if he's going to feature at the top end of the table in the championship standings, it's not going to be until right at the end of the championship
that we see Bishop up the front, because of course he hasn't done the first round. I tell you, it's not going to be long before we see Matthew Higgins up at the front, because he's catching. Now, what is that little wire?
It's breather pipe.
That's the breather pipe coming off the back of Matty Hingley's kart. Now, that's not going to be a performance deficit. It will, however, potentially be a slight distraction. In the peripheral vision, will he hear something just tapping around at the top of the radiator? Will he just have that sort of little, what's that in the corner of my eye? Will it distract him? We talk about how these are top-level professionals, but those things can happen. Ingy checks over his shoulder. Here's Old Amethyst. This is Abergele versus Trafalgar. North Wales versus Mid Wales on track. And Archie Walker, Ewan Charman and Kia Garrity are next. And a big gap back to Pearson Bullock Carter. Bartle and Gilbert, the two championship leaders as things stand, are down the order in 7th and 8th as Garrity makes the move on Charman for what is 4th position.
And what I will say about Kian Garrity, he's one of those drivers knows this place so well. I remember him in his Miami cadet days here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. He and his dad, Nigel, they know how, and especially with Strawberry as well, they know how to set up a kart here for a long race. We've seen Garrity be very strong in the last 3 or 4 laps in heats and super heats so far this weekend. Here's the move for the lead. Higgins down the inside, takes the race lead away from Hindley, but there could be more drama here. We're hearing in our ears, Henry, that the rain, we talked about it. Would we see rain here today? There's a few spots of rain. It's nowhere near enough to start changing track conditions. But we talk about the psychology. We've talked about the psychology for Hindley and that loose breather pipe, the connector onto the radiator itself. To me, that looks fine. It's just the retention of the end of the pipe that's flapping around a bit. But if a driver starts to see spots of rain on their visor, they're going to go, oh no, not now, not now, with 6.5 minutes remaining of this senior Rotax final. Are we going to get another twist in the tail here at Whilton Mill? Hindley is sticking with Higgins right now. They'll go into a new formation to just work at the moment. Archie Walker is only 1.3 seconds behind this duo right now. And Cian Garrity, as well, as I say, keep an eye on him over the next few laps. What's the pace like? 45.97, 49.95. 45.95 rather for Walker. So 3rd and 4th place at the moment, Henry, are slightly faster than the top 2 runners.
Now we look on board. There is Bishop now in front of our camera cart. Watch and see if Bishop, the driver in front of Bishop, checks over his shoulder, defends. William Antrobus can't go anywhere, even though he could probably make a move if he wants to. He can't, sadly, because Bishop is defending now as well up at the front. This is 2020 all over again. Rewind the clock if you think. Remember this, we were coming out of COVID. It was, spectators weren't allowed at circuits. We started the season very, very late in August. It was before we actually got things going down at Lydd in Kent. And that was the year that Matthew Higgins and Matty Hindley went toe-to-toe for the British title. A little bit later that year, up at Wardlaw, the 2 Welshmen tore absolute strips off each other. Hindley was driving for Argenti Motorsport. There's a flip that gets flopped finally. That was the number 332 of Jack's Motorsports. Mikey Walker. Higgins was driving for, I believe, Vision Motorsport. There's a move for Bishop. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, number 369, Freddie Ingram. You can come again. Bishop in 13th position. I don't think Higgins has won a final in the British Championship since 2020. I think he's had the majority of those 9 runner-up finishes have happened since then. The last time that Higgins won a round of the British Championship, let's have a look as we're watching the drivers. It was 2020. He won the opening 2020. He won the opening round at no, he didn't. He won at Clay and Whilton Mill. So it was here in December, just before Christmas. 2020 was the last time that Matthew Higgins took a final victory in the Wera Tools British Championship. Hindley has never taken a win in the British Championship. Higgins for the all-conquering powerhouse Dan Holland Racing Stable. Hindley for the family-run team. His brother Ben, his father Bonner, it's Ben's team. Matty's come out of retirement to race this year. Antrobus, our camera cart, has been off. But they're fighting away. Look at that, 4.62 points for Higgins, 4.44 for Hindley. That would put them both within 35 points of Lewis Gilbert at the head of the championship with 2 rounds to go. Gilbert is battling with Bartle for 7th and 8th places.
You never know. As I say, this could be a pivotal race. This could be one where a point here, a point here, a point there is scored that makes the difference come the end of the season. Just under 3 minutes to go then. This has been a pulsating senior Rotax final here at Whilton Mill, and it's not done yet. We're keeping an eye on the lap times as well. They look fine. So if it was a short little bit of rain, we've seen that quite a few times here this weekend, some of them quite heavy, but on this occasion, not enough to make the track extra treacherous out there for our competitors. Who else is coming up through the field?
Well,
we've talked about Walker. Jack West, I don't think we've mentioned, has had a good run in this one, up to 11th. A gain of 8.
It's going well for Jack West. It's not going well for our camera cart, William Antrobus. Let's have a look. There is Antrobus going for a move on Ingram into Ozier's. Both onto the grass, and comes bouncing back on. Checks over just to make sure that Ingram went off as well. Here's the move, and well, Ingram comes over a little bit on him, and I think William says, well, I've had a bad weekend. You just made it a bit worse. Off we both go. So multi-angle replay there of the end of Freddie Ingram and William Antrobus's chances of a decent finish. Both still running, but down the order.
And that just shows, I think, how tough this sport can be. William Antrobus came into this weekend with a lot of confidence. As I say, won last Sunday at the clubby. Won here in juniors last year. You know, all the statistics were pointing towards a breakthrough result here in the senior category. But that's not how sport works sometimes, and it's not to be his weekend. Another lap goes on by. Higgins still leads this one from Hingley. 1, 2, 3 laps, I think, to go of this one with the time remaining on the clock, and Higgins is starting to feel that pressure from Matty Hingley. These two have had some good fights already so far this season. Think back to Dunk as well in particular, and Higgins has to defend to the middle of the road. Archie Walker's eyes will be wide open now as Hingley's trying to go around the outside of Higgins into Wilkins. You're not going to get through past the former GP plate holder in senior ROTAX there, Matty. But keep an eye out for Archie Walker and for Cian Geraghty. They were 1.8 seconds behind the leader at the last count. 5-second penalty for Freddie Ingram has come in. That's further down the order. What is the gap now? It's still 1.8 seconds, so despite that fighting, Higgins and Hingley have managed to keep the gap. Higgins has got a good gap now over Hingley, doesn't need to defend into Christmas Corner. There is the battle for third place. Archie Walker looking to make it back-to-back podiums here at Whilton Mill in the British Championships in senior ROTAX. But it's Cian Geraghty with all of his experience trying to take that position away. Ewan Charman is another second or so back. Pearson Bullock Carter still running in the top 6 for what would be one of the strongest results of his season so far. Round onto the final lap here, Henry. This is going to be another close finish. Can Higgins hold on?
1,200 metres, trying to battle against one of the very best in the business in Matthew Higgins. 1,200 metres of circuit, trying to literally beat you up every single chance it gets. That's what is in front of Matty Hingley now. Higgins through Inkermans. Oh, Hingley gets a great run down towards Ashby, but can't make the move. It's going to be one chance. Where are you going to make your move, Matty? You've got one opportunity. And that is if Higgins defends, which he is a little bit narrow. Here comes Hingley. Higgins defends, into the boot, grandstand finish, incoming, round the outside goes Hingley. It's not to be. It's going to be the first win in 5 years for Matthew Higgins. Wilton Mill, December 2020 to Wilton Mill, August 2025. That's a winless drought, which is now over. Is that a win that puts Matthew Higgins back in the title fight? Yes, it is.
Wow, what a victory. It's been a long time coming. But as you say, Henry, the drought, as I feel like the heavens are about to open, is over. There it is. Matthew Higgins is a winner in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships yet again. He closes the gap to Lewis Gilbert to 15 points. We are going to have a barnstormer of a finish to this championship at PF International in a few weeks' time. Got to give it as well to Matty Hingley. Second place, it equals his best result of the season. It equals his best result ever in these championships. It'll be his second visit to the podium this year after his first one at Dunk as well earlier on this season. Archie Walker on the podium again as well. He was second last year, third this year. Will have a big smile on his face, I'm sure, because he had to work really, really hard to hold off Cian Geraghty in that one. Ewan Sharman, decent points for Hunter Motorsport there in 5th. Pearson, Bullock, Carter, that's got to be a better result of the season. Yes,
Yep,
it is.
congratulations.
So Pearson, Bullock, Carter, P6. Harry Bartle, 7th ahead of Lewis Gilbert. Doesn't sound dramatic, but heck, I tell you what, if Bartle wins this championship by 1 or 2 points, that was a very key battle between those two. Gilbert will head to PFI with a 3-point lead over Bartle, 15 points over Higgins. Don't rule out Archie Walker as well.
I was
19 points behind.
5 drivers go to PF International. The last 2 rounds, the double-header weekend, 5 drivers separated by 33 points. Gilbert, Bartle, Higgins, Walker and Hingley. We've got 5 drivers, 5 teams, 1 weekend. Book it in your diary now. PF International, September the 20th and 21st. Here's a look at the highlights. Hingley making a great start. Archie Walker got the good start. Now there's Bishop. Bishop getting spun around. We saw Josh Graham go off, but the car there's Kai Hunter. That's a migraine, and Kai Hunter just again when you're in that much pain in your head, and I suffer from migraines in the past. It's concentration is. Antrobus again. The question was asked. He came into this weekend looking so confident. Can he be overconfident? I don't think so. But it just goes to show that you know, confidence is a habitual voyeur of what is known as. Part life.
Indeed.
But again, you're only as good as your last race. There's the move that eventually sealed it for Matthew Higgins. This is Graham's recovery drive, and Bishop, Macaulay Bishop, who will still come in 12th position, but he was 23rd at the end of it. Ingram getting a black flag eventually for that move. And Higgins takes the victory. It's a Welsh one too. Oh, happy days.
I've got a happy colleague here today
yes.
with that one. Really looking forward to that finale. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Down in Parc Ferme then with none other than Matthew Higgins. Matt, nice little drive there for you. Congratulations. Well-deserved win, I'd say.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it wasn't easy at all. Matty got away at the start. I just kind of guessed he was a bit higher in the pressure, so just stayed patient, got back to him, got in the lead, and yeah, just got my head down. He kept me honest the whole way, even a bit of side-by-side action, but yeah, it's good.
And this year for you, you know, it was a bit of a last-minute return into the championship. You're fighting for a championship win. That's looking more and more likely as we head into the second phase of the year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wasn't expecting to see the British this year because of clashes with the with my car season. Unfortunately, we didn't get the budget to race that, so that meant being here. And yeah, now that I know I'm in it for the long run, definitely a slightly different approach, a lot of effort going into it, and yeah, I think it's been shown this weekend.
You know, and it's a car championship season, a British kart championship season, and maybe a bit of an FIA debut in a couple of weeks' time. You know, plans after today's win. I'm pretty sure that you fly straight out for more testing tomorrow. Yeah,
I fly out 8 o'clock tonight out to Sweden, testing for the World Champions feature the following week, and then yeah, it's the big one, and hopefully we can go 2 better than last year.
Well, 3rd in the world last year. We'll see how you get on in a couple of weeks, but congratulations for today's result. Big win for you once more, big win for DHR.
Thank you very much. What up?
We'll head back up then to hear from some of our championship partners. Then we'll see you on the grid to watch our minis.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
2 heats complete here then today so far, and it's been a 2 out of 2 for DHR. The third driver that could get a win on the board for them today is Emerson, who's starting on the front row. Emerson has been pretty unbeatable in the mini category across European and British racing this year. He could have a win on his cards, but it's not going to be easy because, like you can see behind me, we've got an army of minis. Lots of drivers in this field that could give it a good go. But for the time being, I would say he's maybe a favourite for this final. We'll speak to Emerson, see how he's feeling ahead of this. I'm sure he's confident. I'm sure he's feeling very, very strong. In that super heat, you know, we watched you drop back at the start. You then really had to fight hard to pick off those places. You got yourself back into P2. What can we expect to see from you in this final?
Yeah, obviously we fell back a bit of the super heat, so I had to come back through, and then got P2, so we're starting pole for this. So then try and just get away, maybe get a gap with someone, or if not, just it depends how it goes really.
And you know, we've just saw DHR take 2 big wins. Your teammates Jacob and Matthew have taken the finals so far. You could be the next driver to do that for the team, but why have the team been so strong this weekend here at Whilton?
I think it's probably because we're based here, so we've done a lot of testing here, so we're really quick here, and I hope we can just carry that through the rest of the weekend.
Well, we'll see how you get on then. We know the phrase that you like to say after the races, so we'll see shortly if you get to shout that one more time. Emerson, good luck.
Thank you.
Starting alongside Emerson then is Riley Morrow. Riley, like already has a ticket for the biggest event of the year later on, which is the grand finals for the ROTAXes, but he's in this one, he's in the fight, and he's going to want to try and pick up a win. Riley, you've looked strong so far this weekend, but you're starting alongside Emerson, who we know is exceptionally quick around here. What do you think you've got to do to really try and bring home a good result today?
Well, I think it's more for the championship today. Obviously, of course, I would want the win, but just trying to keep involved in the championship till it comes to the end, so just a safe race.
Safe race then. So actually, do you think the aim for you is to maybe try and keep out of trouble a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we had a DNF at Warden, so we can't really drop anything else, so just try and keep in the top 3, we'll be happy with that.
Well, I think you've got a lot to be happy about so far with your performance this weekend, Riley. Good luck for this last race.
Thanks.
Starting further back then, Aidan Hammond is just to my left. Aidan has been really strong so far this weekend, and not a driver that we've seen this far up just yet in the championship, but a good point in the year to be able to do that as we head sort of into this second phase. It's the penultimate event, but not the penultimate round, because of course it's a double header later on. So we'll see how Aidan can get on in this one. Definitely the viewers at home, keep an eye on that name. Dan Ashton then has shown the board for me to clear the grid. Good luck to these drivers. We'll see who's going to come out on top.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Ready for our next final. It's Minimax 950 for race number 21 of this 8th event of the season for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Here's your grid for Minimax 950. Emerson McAndrew is on pole position. Can he win once more like he did at PF a few weeks ago? He's got Riley Morrow alongside him on the front row, who we know will throw in a move and give his all in this final. Aidan Hammond's had a great weekend already. Whatever happens in the next 15 minutes plus 1 lap, he starts on the inside of row number 2, has got Tom Reed for company. Row 3, Ryan White, very nicely positioned in the championship, second at the moment, just 2 points behind new championship leader Emerson McAndrew. Starts P5, has Nelson Taylor for company on row number 3. Lucian Smith had a spin in the superheat, but still starts on the 4th row here. He's joined by Otis Cleary.
On row number 5, Sebastian Behrman and Josh Cormack. Then Alfie Mayer and Alfie Ward on row 6. Max Jolly, the British Open champion, and Maximilian Abrahart are up next. And it's Achille Giannone and James Roots.
Row number 9, Austin Oman, Elijah West. Lewis Herbertson has done really well on debut here this weekend, is joined by James Devereaux on row number 10. Row 11, George Quinlan and Harry Radcliffe. Row 12, Christian Sanguinetti and Soren Gallagher. It's Jensen Walker, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Noah Hammond completing the field here. It's a 2-point championship lead for Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
There's 11 points separating the top 6.
It is a very, very close campaign. What are we going to see in this final here at Whilton Mill? The lights are out. We're green and racing. Emerson McAndrew-Uren gets a really good start. Aidan Hammond follows through into second place on the second row of the grid. They're all through the first few corners. Riley Morrow going on the attack, has held third place. That's a decent start, as we say, from P2 on the grid here at Whilton. Sebastian Behrman having a few squabbles in the middle there. Morrow down the inside for second place. Has he got that move done? Yes, he has. That's a key one for me, Henry, if he wants to win this race. Get that track position, now set about chasing down Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Ryan White getting sideways there coming out of Wilkins. Okay, championship situation. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, 401 points. Ryan White, 399. Alfie Mayer, 396. Tom Reed, 392. Now it changes again. They pick the points. So McAndrew-Uren leads Ryan White by 10 points at the moment. Riley Morrow another 3 points back in third. 2 points behind Morrow is Reed. 2 more points behind Reed is Mayer. And then we've got within 10 points of Mayer is Lucian Smith and Max Jolly. Make that 7 drivers separated by 26 points in the championship.
Here's another way of looking at how close it is in this category. Alfie Mayer, you saw there with the green and red helmet going on the attack for the SFR Motorsport team. He started this weekend as the championship leader. He's now in 5th place in the standings and trying hard at the moment to hold off Josh Cormack for 8th place. End of lap number 2. McAndrew-Uren leads by 1/3 of a second over Morrow. Reed has got through past Aidan Hammond and is up to 3rd place. Lucian Smith on a brave run here, was a big part of the Micromax final here last year, and there he is going down the inside for 4th place and gets it. Good move by Lucian Smith. Aidan Hammond now has Nelson Taylor to deal with. Nelson Taylor on for a best result of the season so far. Ryan White has weaved his way through as well into the top 5. All of these positions count, remember, for championship points. It is its standalone race in terms of the awarding of the championship points. This is why it all builds down to these finals. Keep an eye on the Sam Pollitt racing drivers in this one as well. Josh Cormack there in 9th place. And Austin Oman, who hasn't always had the best of luck this weekend, but he's always been quick. He's generally been going forward. When we were last here, he had that cruel loss of the Micromax title. He wants to put that ghost to bed with a good finish here in Mini.
There is Aidan Hammond. Now, don't be surprised if Aidan's final position doesn't reflect. Oh dear, there's 5 of them off at the top, 6 of them off, 7 of them off. Is that, no, that's Achille Giannone. Is the only driver. I think that is game over for Achille Giannone. Devastating news there. I mean, that looked like it was a spurt of rain, but it wasn't. I think that was a case of drivers spinning and everyone else having to go off the circuit in evasive action.
Or I'm going to speculate here, radiator, someone's radiator possibly going, spreading water on the track.
If that was the case, then the leaders are about to hit that part of the circuit. Watch out, yellow flags. Anyone going off into Christmas corner?
Nope, looks okay.
No, lucky escape. Giannone being assisted out of his cart. I was saying, now don't you know, if Aidan Hammond's final position doesn't reflect his performance this weekend, that's not surprising because James Devereaux there in the 146 going off. You know, the finals are a different kettle of fish to the heat races in terms of, you know, this is where the top drivers, this is why we realise they're the top drivers. You know, they do say that something extra. They've got that extra little bit of killer instinct and spice in them for the finals. Austin Oman, talking about Austin, he had heartbreak. I was standing next to some of the Sam Pollitt racing crew earlier on before one of the other races, and Austin Oman, Miles Barthorpe, who runs one of the junior drivers, for Austin. He walked past, and Austin sort of turned round, and he said, "Miles," and Miles turned round, and he just went, "Thumbs up, good luck." And Miles went, "Cheers, mate," which again, which says a lot. You know, they're always, these young drivers, they're always looking out for their other SP drivers, and even it's great, a Mini-Max driver encouraging, you know, a senior mechanic, and it means a lot. You know, these young men and women, they are kids, but they are very adult in their approach to everything. They're forced to be adults simply because of the professional nature of this sport at the highest level in the UK, and this is the highest level in the UK. There's Nelson Taylor for Thule Motorsport, putting a move on the farmer, Tom Reed. That's for P4, under leaden skies here near Daventry, just north of Northampton, the middle of England. And the British Championship is going to boil down to a fantastic final weekend at PFI on the 20th and 21st of September. Book it in your diaries, ladies and gentlemen. McAndrew-Uren, then Murrow, then a gap back to Smith, then the battle for fourth place. There's a look at your live championship standings. It's 11 points for McAndrew-Uren. Ryan White runs 7th. If he passes Alfie May, that gap between the championship. Nelson Taylor, take a bow. Wow, he made a move there. Oh, Alfie May passes Reed. Here's Sebastian Behrman in the Strawberry Racing number 137. And who's that? Oh, is that Oman off the track as well?
Losing a few positions. Cormac also caught out in that moment. I tell you what, this is a really, really gutsy drive from Alfie May. And you said that the finals could be a little bit different. Alfie May, it's been a bit of a torrid weekend so far through the TQ. The heats were difficult yesterday. Started to see some glimmers of hope in the superheat earlier on this morning. And bang, all of a sudden he's come alive here in this final, taking these positions, increasing his championship score. He's back up to 3rd now in the championship ranks, as there's Behrman down the inside of Ryan White. That's for 6th place, and Max Jolly also starting to rise up through the order. You just saw him in the battle there with the O on his kart. Cormac started to recover after that moment a few laps ago. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this race. Otis Cleary is under investigation. Otis has had a bit of a tough final so far. He's down in 18th place. That's a drop of 10. Round on a new fastest lap then. Race leader Emerson McAndrew-Uren, a 48.98, 1.3 seconds clear of Riley Morrow. Now will be feeling good about this situation. Very different race to the one that he won at PF International a few weeks ago, of course, where he was down in 5th place, had to fight his way back, took that GP plate, as there is a squabble between Harry Radcliffe, Max Jolly, Josh Cormac. It's had Elijah West in there as well.
It is the black and red race suits.
Yeah,
yes.
It's been running out of the, it's been using some space inside KR Sports awning this weekend. Yeah, really good performance so far from West. Has gained 3 spots.
Alfie Ward, Andrew Mather.
Yes.
Yesterday, you made a prediction that Alfie was going to be on for his best result of the season in the number 183 kart. Pray tell, remind me what his best result is so far this year.
10th in the last 2 finals. So
and he is currently 7th.
Yep.
He's just passed Ryan White. So, White did get in front of number 137, Sebastian Behrman. That reduced Emerson McAndrew-Uren's championship lead to 10 points. Behrman has then repassed White and has now moved up ahead of Alfie May. And the fact that Alfie Ward has also gone past Ryan White means that McAndrew-Uren's championship lead is now 12 points, and May and White are in a tie for 2nd, just 1 point in front of Murrow. Murrow is 1.5 seconds behind Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Why are Dan Holland Racing so strong? Well, part of the reason is that they're based here at the circuit. They know the setup for every class of every kart in every condition here at the circuit. And because they have that vast database of knowledge, they can react to air pressure change, to temperature change, to track temperature change that little bit quicker than anybody else. There are other teams that are here, you know, all the time working, but, you know, Dan Holland Racing, their factory is literally on site.
5 minutes of this race to go then. End of lap number 12. Another 48.99 for the race leader. 1.96 seconds is now the advantage. Here is your battle for 5th place. Sebastian Behrman heading up the hill now towards Christmas Corner. Alfie Mayer in the wheel tracks with Alfie Ward, his teammate in the SFR Motorsports team there in 7th place. Down the hill once again is the tricky Ashby Corner. So easy to snatch and lock a brake and push wide, try to wrestle the kart around the corner. But that was pretty spot on from Behrman, Mayer, Ward, White, Tom Reed there as well. Tom Reed had a good run last week in the club event that was used as a bit of testing, pre-event training for these drivers. Tom Reed was the winner last Sunday ahead of Alfie Mayer and Josh Cormack, but at the moment it's looking hard to repeat that result. Another lap ticks on by. Harry Radcliffe, we've not talked too much about in this race, Henry, but I think he's our biggest mover in this race, up 10 places into 12, so some good progress there. As here goes Reed, down the inside of White. That's championship contender on championship contender. That's another point or so for the farmer.
It is indeed, and he's got to get up the road now to get past Alfie Ward. Sebastian Behrman has just crept into the top 10 in the championship standings in the number 137 kart for Strawberry Racing. And of course, mentioned Strawberry Racing, they're missing Adam Mulvaney, who's out in Sarno, along with Adam's apprentice, Mark Baines. You know, so obviously the junior arm of the Strawberry team missing their kingpin, Adam Mulvaney.
And the jester.
And the court jester, his apprentice, Mark Baines. But I hope that Adam is looking after young Mark out there in Italy, keeping him out of trouble.
Changes for 8th place. We saw there Tom Reed through past Ryan White. We saw that on our screens. Josh Cormack also continuing his recovery. He's just got past Harry Radcliffe for 12th spot, but still Radcliffe the biggest gainer in this race. Bit of a quieter one, this for Minimax 950, but as I say, they can't all be classics. And there's still plenty of time for this one to have some drama in the latter stages. Conditions still looking good. It's quite windy out there. You can just note the
look at all the
ROTAX
banners
and the banner flags.
Yes, the branding.
Blowing up a headwind up the pit straight. It'll be a crosswind here, which is probably not great for anyone looking for some big overtakes, because the slipstream won't be as powerful up to Christmas Corner with that wind direction. This could still be a chance though for Alfie Mayer down towards Ashby Corner in this battle with Sebastian Behrman for 5th place. But with all the key players up to in the higher reaches, you know, the top 10 for the championship, I think the situation for Mayer right now is there's another move from another one of the championship contenders. Tom Reed through past Alfie Ward, through Oziers and up to 7th place. It's not a day in my eyes, Henry, for a 60-40 move. If you're going to make a move with so much at stake, it's got to be nailed on.
You've got to be at least 93.2% certain that it's going to work. And this is, believe it or not, this is a smart race. From the title contenders, they could all see Emerson McAndrew-Uren disappearing up the road, but they also know this.
He's not going to win the title today.
No, but they know that this is going to be Emerson's strongest round because of the home field advantage. It's not saying he's going to be weak anywhere else, but they know that there will be nowhere that Emerson is stronger than it is here. However, Lucian Smith, and look at Nelson Taylor. Look at the driver. The autism awareness-backed driver, Nelson Taylor, for Thule Motorsports. What prize? A podium for Drew Thule's team. They're coming back into the top phrase. Thule, he was a leading contender in the British Championship, then closed the team down, went away, has come back into karting. Had a rough year last year. He's got less drivers, but they're very good drivers. Nelson Taylor being one of them. And is he going to try and get on the podium where the Thule name deserves to be? Out of Oziers, Lucian Smith, jinks to the inside. 20 seconds to go. No, we haven't got a battle for the race lead. But we've got a huge battle for the championship and a great battle for the final 2 podium positions. Murrow, Smith. Okay, Riley Murrow at the moment is now, he's joint second in the championship, 13 points behind Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Lucian Smith to the inside. Great move from Lucian Smith. That moves Lucian within 22 points of the championship lead in 5th place overall. And Nelson Taylor, he just wants to get on the podium. This will be a huge result for Nelson, for his backers, for autism awareness, and for Drew Tooley's team.
And it's not done yet for Behrman and Mayer. They're closing in at quite a rapid rate. Any one of these 5, maybe 6 drivers, if Austin Oman can catch up to the group, could be on for 2nd or 3rd here. Final lap board is out. Emerson McAndrew can cruise home to a round victory here. But who is going to finish 2nd? Who is going to finish 3rd? Smith has road position at the moment. Murrow defends to the inside. Nelson Taylor hasn't had a top 10 so far this year. Oh, there's a pizza box flying down the middle of the circuit. That's a question of sport moment for you. As through comes Behrman. Behrman up to P4. Is still on for a best result of the year so far for Tooley Motorsport and Nelson Taylor. Smith has checked out. Smith has gone. Is going to be on the podium here today. But Murrow knows for the championship bid, for the chances at PF International, it's so important to keep position. But for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, he will head to PF International where he won that GP plate as championship leader. Smith is on the podium. Behrman got 3rd. Behrman got 3rd right at the end. Sebastian Behrman went from 5th to 3rd. It's a first podium for him as Elijah West is out on the last lap. For Lucian Smith as well, it's a first podium of the season. And such has been the remarkable run of late for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. It's another win for him. He took that win at Dunk as well to get himself going. That is now 3 in a row for your new championship leader. He will have an advantage of 11 points.
After all of that,
because Alfie Mayer got 4th at the end.
Yeah.
Riley Murrow slips to 5th. Nelson Taylor 6th. Tom Reed, Austin Oman, Alfie Ward. Alfie Ward does get his best result of the season so far. Well done, Alfie. There in 9th place, and Ryan White 10th.
More sandals on the live stream. Can't see that. That's terrible.
Blur that.
At the end of lap number 1, Emerson McAndrew-Uren led by 11 points in the championship. At the end of the race, leads by 11 championship points. Now, I did notice as the camera flicked away to capture the winning moment, Behrman was making one heck of a move at the inside on the boot, and that is probably what got him past Murrow. Nelson Taylor, the podium has to wait. That is an outstanding drive for Nelson Taylor. Where did Hammond finish? Aidan Hammond slips to 17th. If I had to give a driver of the weekend in that class, I think that 6th place finish for Nelson Taylor just edges out Aidan Hammond, even though Aidan Hammond was absolutely outstanding throughout qualifying and the heat races. Aidan Hammond finishes 17th. What is his best result before this?
So it's not his best final result, but if we look at points over the course of the whole weekend, that's got to be better than he had a 14th and 11th at Lark Hall, so a 3rd and a 16th, 17th.
I'm just looking.
I reckon will be his best weekend haul of championship points.
DHR don't have anyone in Micromax. DHR competed in 3 classes this weekend and dominated all 3. Well, say dominated of the race result. Let's have a look back at the highlights from that race. McAndrew, that was as close as anybody got. Hammond made a great start. There is the number 1, 2, 3 car. That was the moment Achille Giannone spun to the inside. It looks like everyone just to try and avoid him. There's Nelson Taylor, lost out a couple of places on the last lap. And little story about Nelson. And there was Austin Oman running wide. He
tripping
fought
over
back,
Josh Cormack.
Yeah, Austin Oman eventually finishing in 8th place to maintain 8th position in the championship. There are still 7 drivers within 26 points of, 7 drivers separated by 26 points in the championship. There's the move from Behrman. Oh, it was I said he was sending one at the inside. He certainly did. Not sure Riley Murrow will be quite so delighted with that, but hey, it's the last corner, it's the last lap of the final, and you've got to try something.
And I'll tell you what, he's got Alfie Mayer to thank as well, because Alfie Mayer just gave him the slightest little nudge off of the toe of the boot that got that track position, and got Mayer track position ahead of Riley Murrow as well. That could be key in terms of championship.
Are we going to hear Emerson's favourite victory slogan? So. I think we will. Let's find out, because he is with Nicole Sutherland.
Emerson, 6 seconds you won that by. I think we might need to start slowing you down, because that was a serious drive.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Had a really good start, got away, got my head down, and then just built out the gap from there.
And, you know, the gap for the championship, it's looking strong. You're looking like you could be on for a good one this year. But tell me, Emerson, you know, the confidence that's really come to you in this second part of the season, is it just grown from, you know, those consistent wins, or is it the people around you? Can you tell us more about that?
Obviously, I've had a lot of wins, which has boosted my confidence. And obviously, the team's done a lot for me. So they've been working really hard, especially Darryl with everything and the motors and that. So really thankful for him, and yeah, just been working really hard to get quicker.
Well, Emerson, congratulations. It's another fantastic win. And I know you've got one thing to say, so go on. What up? That's it from Emerson. That's it from our minis. It's our micros up next, so we'll hear a quick word from one of our championship partners, and then we'll see you on the grid. Bit of a sprint down to the grid then, so I might sound a bit out of breath, so apologies. But we're down here for our final ROTAX race of the day, which is none other than our micros, our youngest grid of ROTAX drivers this weekend, but doesn't mean that they're not going to put on a show, because we've seen some really great racing from them so far this weekend. Further forward in the grid, we're led by the likes of Dean Powell. Dean has had a great weekend so far, a driver that's really strong here, and he's starting alongside Chloe McGill, who has really lit things up since moving over to the Sam Pollitt Racing team. She moved from SFR to SPR a couple of rounds ago, has looked really strong, took a heat win yesterday, the first heat win Chloe McGill has ever taken in a British Kart Championship. So as we head through this race, audience at home, keep an eye on that pink SPR kart. But for now, we're going to talk to some of our drivers in that midfield section of things, one of which is Ted. Ted, teammate of Chloe McGill for this weekend, and a driver that has joined the Wera Tools British Kart Championship for a first time here this weekend at Whilton Mill. Ted, we spoke earlier in Parc Fermé after one of your races. You know, you said you were enjoying it, and this is a first for you. You've never competed in the championship before, so first final. Tell us about the weekend, the experience so far, and, you know, how you're feeling.
Yeah, it's going really well currently. It's been really great so far. Hopefully I can get up there at the front, battle a bit at the end, and yeah, just try my hardest.
And Ted, to come into the championship, you know, this is the premier racing series in the country. It's the hardest one in British racing. What's influenced your decision to come and race in here? Is it because you've been quick, you know, at this track before? Can you tell us a bit more about your racing?
Well, I've been doing lots of other things, which is this, like lots of ROTAX stuff. And yeah, I've been quite quick, and now we're trying the British, and it's going pretty well so far.
Absolutely is. I know you started the Superheat earlier on from P6, so you've been up in the top 10 this weekend. This one, your final, where are you expecting to finish? You know, is it a top 5, top 10, top 3? What do you think you can achieve?
I think the top 5 would be really good, but I'll push for first, obviously, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, Ted, it's been great to see you in the championship. Hopefully we'll see you out at PFI as well, but good luck for this final.
Thanks.
Good to see drivers even coming into the championship, you know, in the late stages of things. Next to Ted is Alfie Garrett, another driver that's looked quick this weekend. He's one of the drivers that's sporting the SFR equipment throughout this year. Alfie had some good results out at Larkall, so it's another name for you to kind of keep an eye on as we head throughout this race. I've now arrived with none other than Eddie Matthews. Eddie, jump up. You're not racing anymore. You're definitely not racing in the mini class, but you've raced in this championship on the tools. You know, we've got a bit of a wildcard entrant with your driver this weekend. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I've got little Max. He's one of 3 brothers who have come to do this race with us. Yeah, he's getting on all right. A bit harder, I think, getting a bit used to the UK racing. But I think he's got the potential to be really fast. So hopefully they come over, do a bit more with us, and we'll see how he gets on.
And you just said, you know, the UK racing is tough, and in your experience you'll know all about that. But for those watching at home, what makes it as difficult as it is? Because we've raced against each other in the British before. We know it's hard. We know the ROTAX is really hard. But what do you reckon?
I think it's just because the racing's a bit closer. The tracks are all tight and twisty. Everyone stays as a big group, and the UK drivers bit more out of control. Like if the move's there, we'll definitely go for it. Where in Europe, like it's a bit more follow everyone round and make the pass a bit more sensibly.
Well, Ed, good to hear from you then. Good luck to your driver as well within this race. We'll head back up then into the commentary box because our micros are about to go out. Like Eddie just said, tough racing in ROTAX, tough racing in the UK. So we'll see how that plays out. Good luck to our micros. We're about to go.
Time then for our last ROTAX powered final of the day. It is the Micromax UK 4th round for this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. 16 drivers on the grid here at Whilton Mill, ready to go for what should be another really entertaining race and another key one in terms of championship picture before we head to PF International in 3 weeks' time.
Most importantly, let's have a quick last-minute wave to mum and dad. That one driver there, and I did think we had, it didn't have a Dan Holland racing car in this race. We do, Max Varich, of course, for Dan Holland Racing and starting. I still stand by, this could be the race of the week. Ted Hayward, that was, just having a quick wave to mum and dad. Well, why not? Here's your starting lineup, Andrew Mather.
Dean Singh Bahal has pole position for this one. Could it be a second win of the year for the RCE driver? The first one being at Dunkeswell earlier in the season, of course. First row start in a final at this level for Chloe McGill. Championship leader Benedictus Masioka starts on the inside of row 2. And keep an eye on Charlie Page as well. Won here 6 days ago in the Whilton Mill Kart Club event by 0.09 of a second. Harris Barber and
Alfie
Dimmy
Garrett has just spun on the rolling ramp.
Ooh.
That's going to upset Auntie Kerry on the live chat.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Well, he's due to start on the 4th row of the grid, just behind Harris Barber and Dimmy Uzanov. Ted Hayward as well on that 4th row of the grid.
Sebastian Crawford and Max Varich on row number 5. Darin Dimitrov and Arlo Gamble are next. Then it's Otto Amy, Freddie Walker, Oliver Woodall and Jensen Kelly. I want to say, mentioned it yesterday, Otto Amy in the championship. Obviously, Otto now with Coles Racing had a lot of help from Tom Smith in his early years. And I want to just say, Tom and his brother Sam, they lost their father a couple of weeks ago, so thoughts are with you. But I know Tom continues to watch and follow Otto's career. Maybe now we'll see a certain estate agent wearing tweed back in the paddock like a proper English gentleman.
So 15 minutes to get things decided for this one. It's a 17-point lead for Masiokas heading into this race over pole sitter Pahal. Into those tram lines. Here we go then. Micromax UK, fourth final of the year, is not quite ready to go. That is a false start. So we'll go around for an additional formation lap. This is a nervy atmosphere. I don't think that we felt nerves as tense as this for a championship race in a while at this level.
I tell you what though, Andrew, I will help ease your stress. I have just seen one of Sheffield United's brightest young talents in the paddock. Young Miss Short, Danielle Short's daughter, who plays for Sheffield United Girls Academy, is here and watching. So there we go, Andrew. That'll help ease your pain. Now let's have a look. This is Alfie Garrett. Well, one driver not getting started, and Alfie Garrett, warm tyres, and that was Otto Amy Fain's. Well, if Tom Smith International was here, then that wouldn't be a problem. You know, because Otto would have just got started straight away. Here we go then. Good luck to Chloe from her granddad and Uncle Lee in Bahrain. Well, that's where Chloe wants to get to, the grand finals in Bahrain, so she can go and see her granddad. That's what she said. She said at Le Mans, Henry, I'm winning this race because I've got to go to Bahrain because my granddad needs there and I need to see him. And she was quite matter-of-fact about it.
Here we go then. Attempt number 2 to get this final underway for Micromax UK. We are racing once again here at Whilton Mill. It's a good start for those on the pole side. As typically happens here at this circuit, Pahal will lead in the early phase. Masiokas up to second place straight away. And that's good in terms of championship straight off the bat. Harris Barber, good start. Harris Barber had that unfortunate moment earlier on this weekend, but we know he's got good race paces up to third. Charlie Page defending from Alfie Garrett for 5th place. McGill still just ahead of them there in 4th. Nice clean start for all 16 drivers as there's Sebastian Crawford. Now a longer race for Sebastian Crawford. This could be a good thing. Had that mechanical DQ in TQ, had to start at the back in all of the heats and always just kind of ran out of time and ran out of laps. That's not so much going to be the case here in this 15-minute final. End of lap number 1. It's going to be Dean Singh Pahal, winner at Dunk as well, ahead of the winner of the other 2 rounds at Warden Law and Lark Hall. Benedictas Masiokas there in second place.
Masiokas currently leads the championship by 14 points over Pahal. Here comes Dimitar Uzanov. I spoke to Dimi's dad briefly during the break. He said, Dimi came in, he goes, I know, I made one mistake on the last lap there. It cost him the win. That's good self-awareness, though, from a young driver. To come in going, yep, I know what I've been told, and what Jason Dredge has told me. I didn't do it, but hey, he now knows what it's like to lead on to the last lap. And the next step up from that is leading at the end of the last lap. But we're one step away now. Dimi Uzanov. Oh, there's Charlie Page and Chloe McGill side by side. Alfie Garrett trying to get involved. Crawford, Uzanov, and then the number 15 Kart of... the number 15 Kart. Yeah, Ted Haywood. For Sam Pollock Racing, a late entry, which is why he's not on my list.
I've got to say, I've been really impressed with Ted Haywood. It's easy to forget that he's had his first run here this weekend. Down the inside, Charlie Page. Nothing that Charlie could have done there. That was a good one for Chloe McGill, who goes back up to 4th place and is followed by Garrett, followed by Crawford. Here goes Garrett down the inside, takes 4th place away from Chloe McGill and points forward. And that's the right thing to do. This group need to get themselves a bit organised because right now, 3 proven drivers at this level, Pahal, Masiokas and Barber, they've all been on the podium so far this season. Barber,
that was a move got sent in there. That was Crawford trying to send one in from a different postcode on Chloe McGill. McGill holds him off. Crawford, now he needs to sort of sit back a little bit because that did cost them both time. It did allow the top 3 and then Garrett in P4 to break away a little bit. So Crawford now looking for the move again, going up the hill, and Sebastian Crawford now moves in to P5 at the expense of Chloe McGill, but doesn't lose as much time. Up at the front, Pahal, Masiokas and Barber. Richardson Chassis Engineering leads SFR Motorsport, leads Strawberry Racing. There they go, out of Ozier's, just skirting that curb, not one driver stepping foot off the curb onto the grass that is at the other side. 11.5 minutes to go, and there's still plenty of time for things to close up, but from Garrett on backwards, they need to be mindful because Pahal, Masiokas and Barber are showing all the signs of just working in harmony for the time being, as McGill loses another spot back to Uzanov, and now Charlie Page closing in again.
I tell you what, I've just got a bit of a feeling this afternoon, Henry. I know I'm getting old and sentimental in my age these days.
You're getting old and sentimental. What does that make me?
I like the look of Harris Barber and the pace that he's got there in third place. If my memory serves me correctly, I watched some of Harris's Bambino racing up this very circuit a few years ago. And you know when a driver can just suddenly turn it up a notch and make a bit of a breakthrough? That was, as I say, if my memory serves me correctly, that was one of Harris's days. It's a good track for him here. And well, he's not had a race win in a final so far in this 2025 championship season. He's been on the podium, as I say, third at Walden Law, second at Dunkeswell, and here we go. This is a change in developments. Dean Singh Pahal now feeling the need to defend into Christmas corner there. That is good news for the chasing pack of Goward and Crawford, because this will bring this top three back. This is a tricky moment for Benedictas Masiokas, who has to think about championship here as well. Harris Barber, as we say, hasn't had a race win so far this season in this championship in a final. This could be the best opportunity so far for him to bounce back after what was a difficult round at Lark Hall for the driver of the Strawberry Racing number 12. I'm interested to see what is that gap between third and fourth doing. It was 1.4 seconds at the last count on a full lap. It's down to 1.3. So that was good defence, I think, from Dean Singh Pahal. Kept track position, but didn't lose too much time.
Yeah, but of course, by defending into Christmas corner, that meant he was slower across the top. There's Otto Amy up the inside of Charlie Page. Now, of course, Page in the championship. He is fifth at the moment. He does have his ticket to Bahrain. It was won on an extremely emotional week at Le Mans for the entire Page family. And Charlie has got his grandfather's card from his grandfather's remembrance service, which was held earlier this week. He's got it at the top of his NASA panel there. He wanted his granddad to be close with him as he raced, and I think that is going to probably be a similar situation for the rest of the season for young Charlie, who is, again, won at Le Mans, and on a very emotional weekend for the whole family. And there's Crawford and Uzanov passing. Uzanov and Garrett. Garrett up over the front. Uzanov gets his NASA panel ripped off. He turns around, almost says, "Are you okay?" I don't know whether to apologise or say, "What are you doing?" That was an interesting one. There was two karts going into one corner side by side. We have seen Uzanov and McGill go through there completely side by side without that happening. And there is young Mr. Max Svaric, Edward Matthews, working with Max, one of three Svaric brothers that have been here this weekend. And Max on course for maybe a top 10. Vasela Azinova and the rest of the Uzanov family watching. I don't know where you're watching from, whether you're watching from the UK or Bulgaria or where you're watching, but Dimitar Uzanov, well, he may have to retire the pits with that NASA panel no longer attached to said wagon.
That's a really tough moment for Alfie Goward as well in terms of championship, Henry, because, was equal second in the point standings at the start of the weekend, has lost that second place in terms of the tiebreaker to Dean Singh Pahal, and, well, could now be under threat from Harris Barber for third in the championship, but still a long way to go, of course, when we get to that double header at PF in 3 weekends' time. Don't forget as well, we're back here again with the X30 categories and more next weekend for event number 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We'll be able to watch every single racing moment out on track with us here at Alpha Live and across the Motorsport UK platforms. It's gone back into a nice rhythm in the lead group. There is a move for 5th place. Ted Hayward up into the top 5.
Brilliant.
On his championship debut. There is Uzanov out of this final. But again, another weekend where Dimitar Uzanov...
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a good result, I'm sure, very soon for Uzanov to add to the list of achievements in 2025. But unfortunately, you can't win them all, and today it is a retirement for the JPD UK number 62.
Yes, indeed. Now, Harris Barber. Okay, at the moment, as things stand, Harris is 4th in the point standings, 464 points. Benedictus Masiokas leads the point standings with 502 points. Now, if Harris Barber, and of course it's a big if, you watch them heading up to the top of the hill. Oh, there's a lead change, is there? Not quite. As Harris Barber, if he gets past Masiokas and Pahal, then that will gain him a little bit of ground on him. But Harris Barber's better, and what a move there is Harris Barber. Is he going to get round the outside, round the outside of one? Oh, Masiokas had to come back at Barber then. Great stuff. If Barber passes Pahal and Masiokas and wins, with Pahal and Masiokas 2nd and 3rd, well, that gains him a couple of points. If Harris Barber, with 5 minutes left of this race, can somehow get into the lead and then slow Masiokas and Pahal or back them up a little bit, which would bring Crawford, Hayward and McGill into play, Harris Barber could wind up finishing this race within a handful of points of the championship lead. Lots of ifs and buts, but this is karting. And you know that anything can happen in karting.
Less than 5 minutes on the clock then. Dien Singh Pahal continues to lead this race. Has defended when it's been necessary. Been pushing along, turning the pace at the front of this field for the last 11 and a half laps. They've still got quite a while in this one to go, and here's a key move from Masiokas down the inside. Pahal just holding an outside line there, allowing Masiokas to go for the apex, but that classic pin down onto the apex meant that Masiokas couldn't get through, and it gives Pahal a bit of a gap as we go on to lap 13. Now, this is a big moment for Harris Barber now. Does Harris Barber go for the move? Because there's a bit of real estate to use directly ahead of the O-plate kart. No, thinks better of it, just holds for now. Sensible play from Harris Barber. I tell you what, they need to be careful, because Crawford, we've been saying that the race pace for the Origin Motorsport, the GSF car parts number 16, has been good so far this week, but the races have never been long enough for Crawford to work his way all the way through the field. There's 3 3/4 minutes of this race to go. It was a 53.08 last time around for Crawford. That was on the pace of these top threes, only 1.3 seconds behind Harris Barber at the last full lap count. I'm not counting Crawford out of this race at this stage. If those top 3 start to battle, which we can see happen a lot here at Whilton Mill, Crawford and Hayward are going to be on them.
Yeah, indeed. There they go. There's 4th and 5th. McGill, I think maybe the setup has not been quite... I think McGill and Page, I'll be honest with you, I think they've missed the setup ever so slightly for this final. Because neither have been quite as quick in this longer race as they were in the heats and the super heats. I don't know what that is down to, tyre pressures or just general setup, but I gotta say, I think that they've missed some... Both McGill and Page, the setup has been missed ever so slightly. They're running 6th and 8th. Otto Amy, great drive for Otto Amy so far, for Coles Racing. Spoke to a man like Aaron Charles yesterday, who said, you know, he's running the junior arm of the Coles team. He said, look, things are coming together. That Coles Racing are getting back to where they were 4 or 5 years ago in this championship. 4 or 5 years ago in the championship, Richardson Chassis Engineering didn't exist as a karting manufacturer. They are, let me see, they're the only British Oh, Masiokas, what a move. Perfect move from Masiokas at Ashby's. I believe, apart from the Apollo chassis, which we'll see next weekend, which is built up at Warden Law, I believe the RCE chassis is the only British-built wagon in the British Championship. I stand to be corrected, obviously, but I believe, the Zip. There's obviously a Zip as well that is built in the UK. But in this race for certain, the only British-built chassis is the one leading.
And at the moment, it's a lead group of 3, but could start to grow. Barber, very nice positioning for Barber to get past Masiokas, whilst Pahal and Masiokas went back and forth there on that previous lap. Ted Hayward's got through past Sebastian Crawford. We couldn't see a debut win, could we? We couldn't see a driver who hasn't raced at this level before come through and win here at Whilton Mill. Ted Hayward is now only 1 second off the back of this group and is pulling Sebastian Crawford with. And I say again, if there's a big scrap here, the likes of Chloe McGill and Otto Amy are not too far behind. 3 seconds can disappear pretty quickly around this circuit. 50 seconds on the clock, so we'll have 2 more laps of this one. Dean Singh Pahal, this has been a very mature performance throughout the weekend so far for the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. Up towards Christmas corner yet again. I think the top 3 have realised the threat here of those 2 drivers on your screen, Hayward and Crawford. Crawford has just put the fastest lap of the race in, though, 52.66. Pahal goes defensive. Here's Harris Barber's chance to take the race lead. Harris Barber does the switchback. What a great bit of driving there. Down through Ashby Hairpin. Harris Barber, 10 seconds on the clock, and then the final lap board will be out. Could it be a first win of the season for Harris Barber from 5th place on the grid? It's not done yet, though. And still, here come Hayward, here come Crawford. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 battling for the win here on the last lap at Whilton Mill. Through the first couple of corners, the run up to Christmas will be important. What does Barber do? He goes to driver's right. Pahal's going to look to the outside. Pahal's going to go for the outside. That's well covered by Barber, but here comes Hayward. Hayward side by side with Masiokas. Masiokas has got to think championship as well here. Cannot throw too much into this. These are good points for the O-plate holder. Barber still has the lead. Counting down the corners now, through Oziers, onto the back straight, has got to keep it together, has got 4 drivers on his rear bumper. Pahal has tasted victory before. Barber has it. Oh, it's close between them through the toe of the boot. It's going to be into the final chicane. Harris Barber, round the final corner, takes his first win this season in Micromax in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It's a victory for Strawberry Racing, and how about that? He's been quiet all weekend, but when it matters most, Harris Barber becomes the 3rd different driver to win in Micromax UK this season. Dean Singh Pahal on the podium again will trim the championship lead to 15 points for Benedictus Masiokas. And how about the drives for Ted Hayward and Sebastian Crawford? A debut top 5 for Hayward, and for Crawford, a best result of the season so far.
Outstanding. You can replay Harris Barber's crossover move. You cannot get a better crossover out of Ashby's than that. All the driver coaches in this paddock, all the drivers that have got their own academy, like Matthew Higgins has got one, they need to look back. That is the move you train your drivers on, how to execute the perfect crossover there. That is a move well worthy of winning a British Championship round. And Dimitar Uzanov there, even though he's devastated, Dimmy is still sporting enough to give. And there's Soren Gallagher, giving Harris a high five. He's going to look over. I imagine he probably wants to find mum and dad. Lucian Smith gives Harris Barber a high five. Fantastic results. Dean Pahal will win a race with me on commentary. I am sure that the curse continues. However, Dean does claw a couple of championship points back. 15 points separate Pahal and third place Benedictus Masiokas. Please come back, Ted Haywood. Outstanding debut for Ted Haywood.
Other big results, lots of best results of the season so far.
Excellent.
Otto Amy, P6, best results of the season
Brilliant.
so far. Chloe McGill in a final, that's her best final result so far. Freddie Walker, P8, where did that come from? Really good result for Freddie, that's his best result so far this season. Zvaric in the top 10 on debut. Charlie Page will be back, I'm sure. And Arlo Gamble, that might be the best result of the season in the final so far for
there we
Arlo.
go.
No, not quite. He had a
The
7th block.
sportsmanship. Cully Pahal was the first one over. Yeah. Harris Barber just beat Cully's son at the last lap of the final, and he was still come over to give him a hug. Well done. Let's have a look back at the highlights of the Micromax final. Pahal led. McGill, she didn't get a great start from the outside of row number 1, and like I said, you know, finishing 7th, Charlie Page finishing down in 10th. Between them, I think they somehow missed, two separate teams, both in a Kart Republic, though. I wonder. Let's have a look. Barber, Tony Kart, Pahal, RCE, Masiokas. Well, obviously the Kart Republic for Sam Pollock Racing, that was the demise of Garrett and Uzanov. Garrett did finish 15th, and that result keeps him 4th in the point standings. Again, we'll look at the point standings, but again, Masiokas had 1 or 2 really good moves to lead. Pahal got him back. That is the best example of a crossover. And to be fair to Dean Pahal, he gave it everything coming through that final chicane. He didn't give it too much because, again, hey, I've lost the battle, but we got the war to think of. 15 points. Masiokas, 500. Pahal, 485. Barber, 469. Garrett, 466. Page, 461. 39 points, 5 drivers. Nicole Sutherland is down with our winner.
I'm absolutely with our winner then, Henry. Harris, a first win for you. That's a fantastic result. Tell us about the race. Tell us about how happy you are to win a round of the British Kart Championships.
Yeah, I'm really happy. So at the start, we got quite a good start. We went down the inside. It might have been Uzanov, I think. And then we just carried on pushing away from the pack from there. And then I got a move on Ben. And then Diam, I think, went a bit wide. And then I got the cut back on him. And then I just carried the race to win from there.
And Harris, we'll see you at the podium later on, but the celebrations, what are you thinking? How are you going to celebrate with your mechanic, which is also your dad and all of the Strawberry team as well?
Yeah, we're going to celebrate.
Harris, congratulations, fantastic result. One for the history books. I would say keep an eye on Harris Barber as he moves through micros and minis as well, hopefully next year. We'll head back up then to hear a quick word from our championship partners, and then we'll see you on the grid for our Tillotsons. I'm on the grid then, and I've joined none other than Ronnie Legg for his home track race on the Tillotson. Ronnie, not typically racing Tillotson for you, normally in a ROTAX grid, but this is your home track. Tell us about, why you've jumped into this grid and how this weekend has been.
So I got into the grid just to I'm quite competitive here, and I could do the race in Valencia as well to see what I can do at the home track.
So you're trying to get a ticket to go to the Nations Cup a bit later on in the year, but how does the kind of kart and engine and tyre compare to what you're used to? Have you adapted quite quickly, would you say?
Yeah, so these engines, they don't pull off as fast, and they've not got as much torque, and the tyres aren't as grippy, but overall they're still just as much fun to drive.
And then knowing the Whilton Mill circuit probably as well as you do you actually think that you've managed to jump into that and get used to it quite quickly because you know the track really well?
Yeah, we also do the whole championship, so really I can just change over, and sometimes I do both karts in the same event.
And then Ronnie, this grid, it's a smaller grid, but it's competitive. You've got some good drivers in there. What have you seen the fight been like, especially against the likes of Ralphie Branscombe?
It's a very tough fight with everybody. Obviously Ralphie being British champion Honda Cadet, and Ferenc's also very close, so see what we can do.
Well, see what you can do indeed then, Ronnie. Good luck for your final. As we head over to try and catch a quick word with Ralphie, the rain looks like it could starting to swell. I think you can see above me some grey clouds starting to come in. The wind is really helping those clouds come over and cover the track. So maybe we could be in for some spots of rain shortly. But another driver that's on the front row who might have to deal with that might be a driver who could, if they appear, hit those wet patches first, is Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie, your British Kart Championship in Honda Cadet, very different to the kart that you're currently sat in, but you're at the front end nonetheless once again. This final, reckon you're taking home a win?
I think we got a chance. It's going to be difficult. Quite used to the car, it's just a bigger version of what I used to drive.
And within this, O plates are on the line, the T4 Nations Cup is potentially on the line. Does that come into your head at all when you're heading off for this race?
No, I just do the best I can and hopefully I come out on top.
Hopefully you do then, Ralphie. Good luck to you. We'll see how you get on. These drivers then firing up those engines. Last minute good luck's being given between drivers and mechanics. And this is a class where a lot of the mechanics are actually the dads of these drivers. There we can see Ralphie Branscombe just being given that final word of encouragement by his dad, Joe, who was with him for his entire journey last year when he won the Honda Cadet British Kart Championship. We'll head further back down the grid. We've got the likes of Amelie Ackett's in this field as well. She's the only female in the Tillotson grid this weekend. Last year, when we had the Tillotsons out at PFI, we had the likes of Ellen Donnelly join us. This weekend, it's only Amelie that is sporting that female flag in the Tillotson class. Could be a driver to get to the front end of the field, so good luck to Amelie Ackett's as well. Dan Ashton in front of me has given me that 1 minute board. Everybody to clear the grid, me included. We're about to head off.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Ready then for our first O-plate race of the afternoon. Could be a dramatic one with some clouds gathering and potentially, well, I was going to say, rain on the way in this one.
What does the Mathercast tell us?
I think we're going to have rain in this race, and it may be starting already. So here's the grid. This is the bit that we definitely do know.
Yes.
Ronnie Legg starts on pole position. Ralphie Branscombe alongside on the front row. Ferenc Havesi and Sam Chilton, they go from row number 2. Chilton could be quite useful in these conditions. On the third row of the grid, Amelie Ackett starts in 5th place. It's then Pierre Carnet in 6th. Harry Gardner starts P7. One of these drivers in around 20 minutes' time will be
a British Open champion.
O-plate holder and an Open champion. As I say, I've been keeping an eye on our little weather radar in the box.
Mathercast tells us.
Yes, so there's been a big band of rain, which is pretty much going north to south across the whole country. It's been coming in from the west since about noon.
Are you trying to tell me that my drive home tonight is going to be a moist one?
It's going to be a moist one, mate. It's not going to be...
Goody gumdrops.
It's not going to be good. I've heard reports that the rain was over Coventry about 15 minutes ago.
Well, why do we send the rain to Coventry? How about that? Well, I mean, you just send it to Coventry. Tell it to go away, you know. There's an old school phrase you don't hear anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Let's send the rain to Coventry.
It's started. I think it is pretty much starting in a little spot here and there.
Oh, well, Chris Simpson up at Christmas Corner has been updating the viewers on the Karting UK live chat. 12 minutes to go. Oh, they all get round turn 1 on a less than optimal grippy surface. Yes, they do. Ralfred Branscombe leads them, and around the outside, that's a brave move. Wow, we've saved a Slim Shady at Christmas Corner for the Tillotson O-Plate.
Now that's home track experience for Ronnie Legg to retake the lead of this race. Oh, it's looking a little bit slippery down there into Ashby. Havesi got a bit of a slide through Ashby. Sam Chilton there as well will hook to the inside, retake 5th place. Back at the front of the order though, Ronnie Legg leads this race towards the boot for the first time. Ralphie Branscombe, yeah, you can just see by the body language of the karts, there's just enough moisture on the circuit to make it a little bit tricky for the drivers. But in some ways, I think these will be quite enjoyable conditions, because with the weight of these karts, the 225cc, you can throw it around a bit, you can get some heat into the tyres with a bit of scrubbing speed through the middle of the corners. Look at Pierre Carnet. Now, I'm maybe about to say something that's complete rubbish here, Henry, and I'm sure you'll correct
Normally
me.
you say that for when I speak.
Don't, in French karting, are treaded wet tyres banned?
I wouldn't...
Or was that, have I just completely made something up there?
I wouldn't say you've made... I mean, even if you have made it up, you've made it up with good reason, because the French like to do things differently. We obviously use wets for the international races I go to in France.
Tell us in the chat. Have I just completely made something up there? Or the French drivers always forced to go in like national championships and regional championships on slick tyres in wet conditions? Because if so, Pierre Carnet might be quite useful in the next 10 minutes.
It's a very, very good point. I mentioned earlier, we saw Ronnie Legg pull off the Slim Shady. Now, I say, what is a Slim Shady? Well, a Slim Shady is a move that goes round the outside, and that phrase seems it travelled the karting globe, because I was was in Indiana 2 weeks ago for the US Pro Kart Series, and I had a dad come up to me saying his son was Connor Lipka, and Connor Lipka as a young Minimax driver in the US, and he goes, Henry, Connor was so gutted that you weren't at a race meeting because he pulled off his first Slim Shady. I was like, fantastic, excellent. That was Connor Lipka of Ripped Pants Racing, which is one of the best team names in global karting that we have so far. Robbie Lightfoot used to have a team name. It was a family-run team as Ferenc Havesi passes Ralphie Branscombe. This is quite good, isn't it?
Yeah,
All 7
it's a really
karts.
Good race.
Ripped Pants Racing is the best team name currently in global karting. There was a team name called Sexy Midget Racing, which was, Robbie Mitchell, who raced the British Championship a long time ago. Yeah, Sexy Midget Racing, no longer.
Change for the lead. Havesi down the inside of Ronnie Legg, but Ronnie Legg's going to fight it back off of Ozier's. Good racing here, 2x2 towards the boot. Ronnie Legg's going to be on the outside now. Havesi retakes the race lead. Branscombe up to P2. Legs on the back, and 3 drivers are going to be out of the race, including the early event favourite Ralphie Branscombe. Pierre Carnet has gone as well. That was simply too many Tillotson T4s all trying to use the same piece of Whilton Mill racetrack at the same time, and it's going to leave us, well, they're all going to rejoin the race. Now, say they're out of it. If the rain comes down, that could turn things. Ralphie Branscombe is understandably not pleased about that at all. Havesi is your race leader. Here is the battle for second place between Chilton and Ackett's.
Right, tell you what, 19.2 seconds is the difference between Ferenc Havesi and Ralphie Branscombe. Prior to that incident, Ralphie's best lap was a 56.37. I will wager the remaining pack of desserts flavoured Skittles that was given to me as a present. I didn't buy them. It was given to me as a present. I will wager them that Branscombe will be closer to the race winner at the 19.2 seconds. He's got 7 minutes losing about it. And there are the first droplets of moisture on one of our cameras. Well, we did lose nearly half the field in that one incident, but we do have the other half, or the other 4/7 of the field in the same camera shot. Havesi 1.3 seconds ahead of Chilton in second, Achatz in third, and Gardner in fourth. Branscombe, Harry Gardner's just the fastest lap of the entire race, 55.52 seconds. This is the same Harry Gardner that, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, has Harry Gardner not finished last in both heats?
He has, yes.
And now he's the fastest driver on the circuit in the final. Okay, right, could be one of those races, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned.
Ferenc Havesi has just spoiled the fun to a degree for all of us there. Has just taken the fastest lap away from Harry Gardner, 53.83.
And that's remarkable as well, because literally every single one of the drivers has just done their personal best lap on the same lap that we see droplets of rain on the camera.
Battle for second place, Achatz versus Chilton. Chilton will have the inside line for the next two corners, unless Achatz can slip down the inside. Oh, Gardner comes in there and may have a chance of taking third place here. He does take third place. Onto the podium now is Harry Gardner. Checks over the side pod on the shoulder. Achatz comes back side by side. This is a really, really good scrap. These two drivers have had some good battles in the heats so far today. This is good news for Sam Chilton. Lets him get into a bit of a rhythm. He's well experienced around this circuit from his Club 100 Arrive and Drive racing days. 5.25 minutes remaining in this race.
More rain on the camera.
And it's gone very dark in this room.
Do you know what? It has gone very, very dark here in the commentary box. It's also gone very, very dark outside. You can see the change of lighting on your screens. No, that's not a lens that's gone faulty. That is the fact that the cloud cover, it was leaden skies. They've gone from leaden to grey to granite. The next colour is black, and when the skies are black, it's either night time or it's pouring with rain.
I tell you what a performance this is from Harry Gardner, who has taken this opportunity with these slippery conditions to have a more competitive run so far in this final. Sam Chilton is having a real problem here,
and there are
keeping Harry Gardner behind into the Christmas corner. Yeah, there's definitely some moisture on the circuit up at the top end there.
Well, there's moisture on the circuit down here, because I'm looking out of our commentary box window, and the hoods are going up. Let's check the gap. Branscombe now 22 seconds off the racing. It looks like my dessert-flavoured Skittles might not be safe. Ralphie has done a 56.9. That's a second slower than Ferenc Havesi. But of course, Havesi, 3.7 seconds up the road. Of course, he's going to be the guinea pig every lap. He's going to reach the corner and have to be the first person to find out how much grip or lack thereof there is every time around. Chilton, Gardner and Achatz have got about 3.5 seconds to react. Oh, you could see the understeering going off. Okay, so you've lost about 7 seconds of pace compared to where you were earlier on now. That's the whole field. What does Gardner do? Now, this is, Andrew, this is where if you drive either Club 100 karts or other circuit regularly, this is where that local knowledge comes in.
Definitely around this circuit. It's a peculiar one when you're in these conditions and it starts to get a little bit wet. There's certain corners that can give you a good amount of confidence that is then snapped away at an instant, particularly round this part of the circuit, heading towards the boot. This is often an area when the the conditions are on the turn that can catch drivers out. And you can see they're just pulling to the left.
Well,
there.
This is the way you said yesterday.
Yeah.
You're turning. Oh no, it's gone wrong.
I'm off in the barriers again for the 47th time.
Yes.
But no, they're all dealing with the conditions very, very well indeed. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this race. The lap times 15 seconds off the pace of the best lap times that we saw earlier on in this race.
Hang on to it, Harry.
That's okay. That's a nice line round there where you almost get a little bit of a slingshot through the crook and back up the hill. But Chilton also using his lines nicely. Outside, I'd say they're just keeping off that rubbered line.
Yeah.
You have to cross it at some point. That's when it gets tricky on any circuit. And Ackett's is starting to come back now at Gardner for third place. Sam Chilton starting to pull away. Ashby, as we say, can be a really tricky corner when the rain, at the best of times, particularly when the rain is starting to come down. Ackett's looks down the inside again, but Gardner using those classic karting wet lines, going for the outside. This is going to be an interesting one. Oh, they meet on the exit of the corner there. Gardner will keep the position and edges away.
Well, 72% of you in the first poll of the day were right when you said there would be rain. I was part of the 27% that said there was no rain. The other poll that we ran today, thank you for all your involvement and voting in the polls. There was a poll here, what was I doing the year Nicole Sutherland was born? The options were running Landau Kart Club, racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours, or was I a NASCAR journalist, or none of the above? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the year that Nicole Sutherland was born, I was doing all three. I was running South Wales Karting Centre, home of Landau Kart Club, birthplace of champions, global home of World Motorsport. I was running the office there, and that is where I answered the phone, and Karen Hoy said, would you like to be a commentator? That was 2004. I was also a NASCAR journalist for a website, crash.net, and I also raced the Le Mans 24-hour kart race that year with my own team. And interestingly enough, in 2004, my team finished 25th, but the winner was the MS Lucas team. One of the winning drivers was certain Dan Parker of Motorsport UK and Karting UK that year. And I remember that because we got the same ferry home that night, and Dan was on the dance floor, break dancing around the winner's trophy.
I can picture it now. Final lap board is out, and Ferenc Hevesi is, well, I say, not too far away. Sam Chilton has closed in massively. What did I say about arrive and drive experience and slicks in the wet? Sam Chilton has taken about 3 seconds out of the lead. Ferenc Hevesi is under real pressure now. Down the hill towards Ashby Corner, checks over his shoulder and suddenly realises Sam Chilton is there now catching. It's that old Murray Walker adage.
Well, he's going to go past him in a minute.
One thing, passing is another, especially in these conditions.
Final
Sam
lap.
Chilton heading towards the middle of the circuit now. This is going to be a mighty finish to see who is going to win this Tillotson T4 Junior O-Plate. Hevesi still has the lead. This could be the opportunity for Chilton. Can he get the power down? How brave is he feeling? Very brave into the boot. And off goes Hevesi. Off goes Chilton as
on the
well.
grass.
Can he get it out the grass? Yes, he can. Hevesi's going to be off the podium. Sam Chilton is going to come through the final couple of corners. Hevesi has gone from hero to zero. Is furious here.
But look at the winning margin.
Sam Chilton becomes Tillotson T4 Junior O-Plate winner.
Be careful, because if there's a review, Amelie Ackett's is within 5 seconds of Samuel Chilton. Your provisional winner as the heavens open. The heavens have opened here at Whilton Mill. Chilton wins it. Now, Hevesi was apoplectic with rage. But you have to say, Chilton had completed the move. He drove it in deep, did Sam Chilton. He ran off the road as well as Hevesi spun. Amelie Ackett's P2. Harry Gardner on the podium. P3, Branscombe, Carney and Legg. and then Havesi. Now, of course, when we looked up after my little, Chilton caught Havesi so quickly, you almost knew that Havesi had lost that race half around the final lap. Looking over his shoulder, and as an ex-driver, that panic sets in. Oh my God, how did he get so close? Oh, and then you're not thinking about looking forward, you're only thinking of what's behind you. And talk about leaving it till the very last breath. Now, hang on. Oh, no, the iPad of doom. So there's the first thing. Well, there is your provisional top three. Gardner in third place.
I tell you what, that is not a top three that you would have put money on at the... Well, even at the start of this race. Definitely not at the start of the weekend. Chilton, Ackett's, Gardner hold their races together with the three drivers not to fall completely off the road at some point in that race. There is your provisional winner, Samuel Chilton, who by his body language, I don't think he quite believes what's happened there. Amelie Ackett's second, Harry Gardner third. That was great drives from both of them. Handshake between Chilton and Ackett's. Ralphie Branscombe in the end P4. Pierre Carnet and Ronnie Legg both got to the end, saw the checkered flag. Ferenc Vessi didn't even take the checkered flag in the end,
well,
sadly.
And I'm just getting word from our production team. Investigation, Kart 45, Kart 77. Last lap incident, no further action. So, Sam Chilton has done it.
There we go. That is the moment that that Sam Chilton is going to be going to the podium, and well, unless anything else happens, of course, we've got to go through the technical. We've got to go through all that. It's still a provisional result, but Samuel Chilton takes it on the last lap with a heroic finish. He was 3-4 seconds behind Ferenc Vessi on the penultimate lap of the race, but takes the win. The work with the MPH Karting Academy as well, based and do a lot of their work at the Sutton circuit near Leicester, and wow, what a result it is here for Samuel Chilton, who will receive that O plate. You see it in the background in a few moments' time. Amelie Ackett's and Harry Gardner left their best races to the end. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that rain-affected O plate race. This was the start of things in all of the light compared to the end of the race. Good start for Ralphie Branscombe. Great move from Ronnie Legg round the outside as well. It was a real shame that Branscombe and Legg suffered their problems and weren't a part of that finale. Ferenc Vessi, really strong in like lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, was able to come through and lead the race. It was spots of rain at this stage. The precipitation hadn't really set in.
This is where it all went wrong.
Yeah.
Leg up over the back of Branscombe, and poor Pierre Carnet at the back, just on the outside line. Amelie Ackett's, well, what were we to know? That was Amelie Ackett's. That was almost into the side of Harry Gardner. There's the move. Move had been made. Oh, Ferenc. I've got to say, I think that there was, yes, he stuck it at the inside, but I have to say, I think the gesticulation was probably just as a word of frustration. But anyway, let's go back down to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Henry. Samuel, that was a good race. Tell us about the rain. Tell us about how you managed to handle that and how you chased down that race lead.
I've always been on slicks because this is one of my first ever owner kart race, so I've been used to racing on slicks. So it was kind of just stay calm. When everybody came off on this last sector, I was like, okay, I'm in second now. Just need to keep cool. And because I'm a bit of a heavier driver, I was kind of praying for the rain, because obviously it makes me drive better. So I was like, and then I saw it start coming on the formations laps, and I was like, please, come on, give us some rain. And it started coming down, and I drove as best as I could.
And that drive, you know, lap by lap, you ate into that race lead that was gained, and then the move for the race lead. It was a bit dramatic. Can you tell us about, in your opinion, what happened?
So I got a better run coming through the left-hander, then you go onto the straight. He took the inside line, so he got a worse exit than I did. I slowly went like that. He stuck in the middle of the circuit, so I was like, well, I have to go for the move. So I just put my thingy there. He braked a little bit earlier than I did. I went a little bit further in, braked, and then we kind of went like that. And then, obviously, we kind of both went a bit off. I got a little bit luckier than he did, and he went further off, and I only just went a little bit off. And I was just like, well, I've got to get this back on very quickly. So I was just like, come on, get back up. And I went straight back onto the line, and I was like, OK, now I need to keep calm.
Well, Samuel, congratulations. And for one of your first ever owner-driver races, then you have just won the O plate. Dan Parker, head of karting, is going to give you that plate. Congratulations. What a fantastic result. That's it then for your juniors. Samuel is your new O plate champion for your Tillotson T4s. But it's our seniors that are up next. Let's hear from our championship partners. And then once more, we'll see you on the grid.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Back on the grid once more then, and this time with Noah Rosser, one of our senior drivers, who is starting at the front. Noah, we were just reminiscing on what happened last year. I think a bit of deja vu for the both of us, because the last time we spoke, we were on the grid and it was raining. So this one, expectations and thoughts, how are you feeling?
I feel good. You know, it's been a great week. I've showed really strong pace in the dry. You know, I've been through this exact same situation in PFI, and yeah, I know what I need to do. I know what to expect. So head down.
Head down. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what the rain brings you then, Noah. Great to see you once more. That's it then for the grid walk, because Dan Ashton, I can see him, he's about to tell these drivers that they're about to go racing. Final of today then. Rain is falling once more. This is going to be exciting. We'll see you later on for who is going to take this Tillotson T4 win.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work down there on the grid. Yes, indeed, we are ready for race number 24 of Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, the T4 Senior O-Plate Final. And starting on pole position, the 2023 T4 Nations Cup champion, the best in the world in that year for Tillotson T4. Noah Rosser starts on pole position. Henry Bell alongside him on the front row has had a great weekend so far. Lots of experience of these kind of conditions on row 2. Jason Bradbury and Matt Wildman start 3rd and 4th respectively. Philip Rawson has not had the kind of weekend that he would have wanted, but it's a one-off race. It's an O-Plate final. He could still win this from row number 3. He's joined by Ed Davidson here. Joe Bechtold and Ollie Cooper Whilton completes the 8 runners. We were hoping to have 10, but unfortunately Steph Theodorou and Zach Mead have not been able to go out on a track in a racing capacity this weekend due to rib injuries.
Steph Theodorou has been watching the live stream, and he commented it. He made some unsavoury comment about not ever having a mullet, which I think everyone... Look, there's certain things you need to do at least once in life. You need to place a bet in Las Vegas. That's one thing. You need to go to
You've done
Vegas
that.
and place a bet. Done that. You need to go to all 6 continents. I haven't quite worked on that one yet. Nearly there, and see the world. And at some point, if you're able to grow a mullet. I think they're the three cornerstones of life, ladies and gentlemen. Mullet, Vegas, all 6 continents. There we go. Everybody's on wet tyres, Andrew.
They are.
Which is a bit disappointing, really, because that race on slicks was very, very entertaining.
It was indeed. But the rain is also getting heavier.
Yes, it is getting... It's
ran
gone
the
from
circuit,
mildly
not gone a
moist
brolly.
to properly sodden, I think. Philip Rawson will be liking this. Spoke to Philip, he said, can't wait for it to rain tomorrow. And I woke up this morning thinking, Philip, you were looking at the same weather forecast as me, and he was right, though. This is a very slow... Now, has some of Noah Ross's advantage been trimmed by the conditions? Lights are out, we're off and racing. Let's crown another British Open champion in Tillotson, ladies and gentlemen. Henry Bell doesn't make a great start. He's going to be starting at the Mercedes Formula 1 team tomorrow. And look at Rawson, high, wide and handsome into P2.
I say he led for a few metres there on the run up to Christmas Corner. And he may lead on the exit of Ashby Corner. He takes it. Here comes Rosser back down the inside.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely outstanding.
Serpentine racing down towards Ashby Corner. In the end, Rawson is going to be your race leader. Oh, it's in there. Comes Henry Bell. A touch on the rear bumper with the number 21 of Matt Wildman. But how about this for a start? Yesterday, when it was the changeable conditions ahead of their TQ, Rawson wasn't able to get onto the pre-grid, missed the gate, has turned it round now, and will lead at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, Rosser's in trouble. I was going to say, this is either going to be a Philip Rawson benefit, or it's going to be a great head-to-head scrap between Noah Rosser and Philip Rawson. But Jason Bradbury and Matt Wildman, they're not done yet either. Now, that's going to be very dangerous because those painted curbs, the outside of Oblivion, are very, very slippery. This is something for all the Alpha Live crew. They all take heart from this. We've just had another lovely message from Craig Corbett in New Zealand. It's 3 a.m. in New Zealand, but he just popped on to say a big thank you for all the coverage. He was only obviously talking about me and Andrew Mather, but we thought we'd just share that appreciation to the rest of the very hard-working Alpha Live team. Kart Sport New Zealand is where you can watch all the New Zealand. Now, the City of Sails, there's a kart track in New Zealand called City of Sails, I believe. There was around there. Hamilton's got a nice kart circuit. Yeah, there we go. And if you're in that neck of the woods, why don't you tune in to watch some karting from the Ipswich Kart Club in Australia as well. They've got their own YouTube channel that shows all races from Australia's biggest kart club as well. But yeah, City of Sails, I like that. That's a proper sort of Antipodean kart circuit name. Why are we talking about random kart tracks in New Zealand, ladies and gentlemen? That's because Philip Rawson's cleared off and he leads by 5 seconds. There we go. That's probably the last I'll see of him, just flashing out of our camera shot there. Philip's mechanic is his girlfriend, who turned up PFI, having just met Philip at the start of the year. And I mistakenly said they were already married, which, considering that Philip's girlfriend was standing next to Philip's mum and dad at the time, caused a little bit of consternation. Sorry, Samantha.
You causing trouble in the paddock?
Yes, but now here we are, half a season later. We've gone from glamming ourselves up to turn up to to meet the in-laws at the kart circuit, to standing out there looking like a drowned rat, nails covered in grease, mechanicking for our boyfriend, which is excellent stuff. That's what karting's all about. Yeah, Philip is gone. Shall we play a game, ladies and gentlemen? How many seconds is Philip Rawson going to win this final by? I'm going to say 14.
I'm going to go 12.
Oh, okay. 8 minutes to go. Let's have a look. And again, this is not no offence to the rest of the drivers. Noah Rosser is a world champion in this category, but now beats experience, and Philip Rawson knows this track very well. Has raced here since he was a cadet back in the old days of, before the modern era. In the number, he had an orange and white go-kart. It was number 29. I remember that.
Some good moves from Matt Wildman up to third place. And look at Joe Bechtold, who's had all those mechanical problems so far this weekend. This is, again, what can happen in a final. Leaves the rest of everything else into the history books, as in comes Henry Bell for a challenge for fifth place. Pace for Rawson, 1 minute 5.36 that time around. It's a new fastest start of the race. Change for second as well. Ooh, now.
Hello.
Hang on a minute. This isn't done. Is that... what do we think about that front fairing? Is that factory spec and front fairing correctly positioned spec?
Well, I mean, it's a 5-second penalty for an incorrectly positioned front fairing. Philip has already, he can have 2 nose cone penalties and still win the race. He's up to 10 seconds. I think, I mean, let's just watch for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay. So we were not mocking the other drivers by any stretch of the imagination. All very talented. We've talked about some of their achievements. But we'll have a little case. So there's Joe Bechtold, a case study of watching them do a lap, and then we'll have a look at how Philip Rawson does a lap of this circuit. So, you're coming in, lots of oversteer there for Noah Rosser, understeering off. His local knowledge, well, obviously he's floating from the USA, so he's got 0 local knowledge. It's all gone a bit wrong for Noah Rosser in this one, I'm sad to say. But then now, in the dry, we talk about how you've got to be so smooth in these karts.
Yeah.
Now, I race 4-stroke karts. David Whitehouse, I said I raced the Le Mans 24 Hours. I did. It was at the Circuit Alain Prost, which is inside the Le Mans race circuit. It's next to the international track. It was before the international track was built. But in 4-stroke karting, you've got to be so smooth when it's dry. When it's raining, you have to be as physically aggressive behind the wheel as it's possible to be. You've got to move your body round in the kart to sort of help the kart. You have got to literally beat the kart like it owes you money. That is what you've got to do. So we're looking at these. Now we'll see if we can have a look at Philip Rawson to see how the difference in driving style between Rawson and the rest of the field. Because as another 105, he's, 7/10. So up the hill. Now we'll watch this. You'll see Philip. He's still being aggressive. Now he will,
initiate the slide.
Out, initiate the slide. Hack away at the steering wheel. Move your body from side to side in the kart, using the curb, and then down again. Let the car, look, he's opposite lock. The kart is turning right before a left-hander, and vice versa. He's got this nailed down. There's the difference between he's attacking. He's not being cautious. It's attack, attack, attack. That's the way you've got to treat a 4-stroke kart in the rain. You have to literally, beat it within an inch of its life.
Into the boots complex then goes Philip Rawson. At the moment, he's, 1 minute 5.2 last time around. Everybody else in the 1 minute 6s and the 1 minute 7s. Philip is putting on a bit of a clinic here. 4¼ minutes remaining in this race.
Can we also, Craig Corbett, we're not done with the New Zealand glaze yet. Craig Corbett mentions there's a brand new kart track opening out by the Auckland International Airport, which is going to be international grade. And he says, write this down, producer James Fitzhugh, we need to get you guys out to commentate on it when it opens. So, I didn't say anything about broadcasting, so I was going to say, I tell you what, if you email Andrew Mather, double tap, Henry
Drop us a DM.
No, chuck us a DM. Our rates are very reasonable. No, James at alphalive.co.uk. I'm sure that we can chuck a couple of cameras. If Christian Sanguinetti can travel around there with his go-kart, Alpha Live can come can pop a couple of cameras and camera operatives and commentators into a plane and a producer and come to Auckland to commentate just for you, Craig. Thank you very much. Okay, back to go-karting.
We'll do it in December when there's no racing on here, because it'll be nice and summery.
I tell you what, that'd be a nice idea. Yeah, because when does your season finish?
I think December 1st.
Oh, is it? Mine was a little bit longer. I got a couple of weeks. I got a couple of weeks either side of Christmas. How does that sound? Yeah, summertime in New Zealand. There we go. And we're looking at the battle for second place now. Okay, Philip Rawson up the road. This is the battle for second place. Is it drying out a little bit? Well, Matt Wildman in second place has just done his fastest lap of the race. 2.5 minutes to go. And you're not seeing the opposite lock slides. You know, watching Philip Rawson, it's like, that was an opposite lock slide by Joe Bechtold. Philip Rawson is he's like a conductor at the London Philharmonic Orchestra. Just, sort of everything is under his command. This is everyone scrapping for the minor placings. I say the minor placings, second, third and fourth in the British Open Championship. 16 seconds were both wide of the mark on Philip's winning margin in this one.
I've also Wildman's front fairing. I think that might be getting David Hillary's iPad of Doom at the end of this race as well, which right now would cost him a spot on the podium. So he's got to keep pushing on and trying to move away with just over 90 seconds. You can hear it, you can see it. It's skating on the ground.
I also think I just had a bit of inspiration, Andrew Mather.
Really?
Yes. Remember yesterday in qualifying?
Yes.
Several drivers chanced their arm and went out on wets.
They did.
Noah Rosser, Oliver Cooper Whilton, and were those two drivers. Look at the rear wet tyres of Noah Rosser's kart, if we get a chance. Last camera op challenge of the day. Look at the wet tyres for Noah Rosser's kart and compare them to the wet tyres of Philip Rawson, who didn't even go out in qualifying yesterday because he missed the gate.
So you may be onto something there, mate.
Right.
That is a very, very good point.
Flip nearly flopped.
The flip-flops.
Yep. So there is Noah Rosser's rear tyres. There's not a lot of tread on them, okay? So that is what happens when you go out for one session on a mixed grid, on a mixed track, in mixed conditions, and use up your wet tyres. So Rosser, 0 grip from those wet tyres. Thank you. And now, in the final 15 seconds, let's compare that with the wet tyres on our race leader's kart, Philip Rawson. Here we go. Andrew Mather, you can talk us through how much grip there is on those wet tyres.
They're looking decidedly better. You can see the central seam, the central groove down the middle of the tyre. It's still being used out there.
Well, yeah, they're still being used, but I mean,
you definitely see more of the tread. That will be clearing more of the water out there on circuit for Rawson, a more defined tread pattern shape on the number 1 kart, and likewise with Matt Wildman, because he went out on.
And he locked up at the braking there, so we could actually see the treads because the tyre wasn't moving. Thank you. Is he listening to us in there? Thank you, Philip. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see how drivers such as Philip Rawson, such as Ralphie Branscombe, such as Noah Rosser, and I'm sure several others have also qualified for the T4 Nations Cup final. That will be televised. I believe former member of this parish, Chris McCarthy, could possibly. He has done the commentary for that in the past. That'll be the first weekend in October in Valencia. And there we go, Philip Rawson. He sends a kiss to his mechanic, and he crosses the line to become the British Open champion in an absolute textbook drive. He has taken the field to school here. Where's the next driver? They still haven't come to the final corner yet. It's going to be Matt Wildman and Joe Bechtold. Great result for Joe Bechtold. He's happy with third. A DNF in qualifying, a DNF in Heat 1. He makes it to finish third. You've got to sympathise with Noah Rosser. The rain came at the wrong time, and I think it probably robbed us of a great battle with Philip Rawson. But that is your weather, and that is your 2025 Tillotson T4 Senior British Open champion, Philip Rawson.
Brilliant stuff there from Philip Rawson, who will add the O plate to the number 1 plate that, of course, he's holding at the moment from last year's efforts. Did it at a canter, 1 minute 4.87 is fastest lap in that one. Matt Wildman second. Be keen to see what's going to happen here. So yeah,
he gets a nose cone.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that means his winning margin of victory is going to be 14 seconds.
Come on.
Go on. Oh yeah.
Let's have a look what happens with Matt Wildman as well, because I think this one might be a front fairing as well. Matt's having a little look down to see. This is also going to be a good kind of watch to see how tyres are. Yeah, you can see with Matt's eyes there, it's like, yeah, there's nothing I could have done about that today from Phil. That was a superb performance.
Let's see now. Here's Matt Wildman, iPad of Doom. Joe Bechtold up to P2. What a performance for Bechtold. Well done to Joe Bechtold. Where?
I'm going in here.
I'm going in here? Where's that? What do I have to do in here? Take my cart apart because I finished on the podium? Oh, okay.
And I think that will mean that also, depending that there's no other front fairings for Bechtold, or Bechtold will be up to second place, and I think Jason Bradbury's going to be on the podium here as well, as he's within 5 seconds of Matt Wildman. It's a funny old game, isn't it? That ironically, I say it was still the driving skill of Philip Rawson took him away from the rest of the field, but the tyre situation that he had and having a fresh set of wets, which could have ended up being used in the time qualifying. So ironically, missing the gates
by
yesterday by 1 second has been a helping factor. I love that as well from Joe Bechtold. What a contrasting set of emotions.
Jason Bradbury is wheeled in, so he is third. Well, I mean, let's take you through the highlights of that race. Excuse me. The Philip Rawson cookery lesson started there. 5th to 3rd. Great over-under. And, I mean, you've got to say Noah Rosser probably knew he was on a losing battle at the start of that one, but still tried everything.
And he's been a really, really good driver, a good sport to have in the paddock here this weekend. Has been doing a lot of helping out with us on the media and talking to us and giving us the lowdown on this category. That for a lot of people, it's a new category for them. This was one of Bechtold's moves, getting past Ross there. You can just see the complete lack of grip that Rosser had there through the boot. Race continuing in probably the worst conditions that we've had so far. Or across the whole weekend.
I mean, Jensen Hookie, who brought me my Iron Brew, he forgot to bring a coat. So Jensen, I appreciate the Iron Brew, but I'm sorry you got a bit wet. But it's been lovely, thank you.
And across the line there as well, our podium finishers, Bechtold and Bradbury after the front fairing. +5 for Matt Wildman, and that is it.
Yes.
Silence falls over Whilton Mill, but remember, we are back next weekend for a really, really big one. Next weekend, double header for the IAME X30s. We're going to see who will join Oliver Stewart on this year's championship Roll of Honour.
Yes, we had Heath Smith and Hendrix Falat in Bambinos. That was part of the Kart Championship here at Whilton Mill. Oliver Stewart at Kimbolton last month. Next weekend, we crown another bunch, another 4. Water Swift Restricted, Junior X30, Senior X30, and then in 3 weeks' time, we're at PFI to crown our 4 ROTAX British Champions of 2025.
And, if I'm not mistaken, we also have Bambino action here next week for the IAME M1s.
Possibly, yes.
For an extra event there. So if you've got a Bambino driver, do head across the website. The social media, all of the information is on there.
But that's enough from us. Thank you very much. We've got final words, final interview with our British Open Senior Tillotson T4 champion, Philip Rawson, with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, boys. Phil, last time we had an interview, it was an 11-second win. This time it's almost 20. That's not a bad way to go about it.
No, it's a great way to end the day, to be honest. After this season, it's been solid all year. I've won every single round of the T4 Championship, hence the #1 plate. So to add the 0 to it now just finishes off the year and puts us strong for Valencia. You know, so I'm really chuffed with that. And I was praying for rain the whole time because we just didn't quite have the edge in the dry. So when I seen the rain coming, it was like heaven to me. So I knew it'd be good. So I'd just like to thank everyone in James Ackett's team for all the help. My mum, my partner, my sponsors, TSL, my dad, all my family, and just for the support as always. And yeah, it's been a great year, so really pleased.
And Phil, you know, you've been racing for almost 20 years now. That's a good career, but I bet even, you know, after racing that long, do the wins still feel just as good as those early career wins?
Yeah, to be fair, they do, yeah. It's always never an easy race ever, so every time you see that checkered flag, the green lights, you go until that checkered flag comes out, so and you just hope for the best, like I say, in the heats. And we missed qualifying as well by less than 1 second, so we couldn't get a time. So we had to start dead last in the heats, come through to second in the first heat, and then got a penalty. But same again for the second heat, and then the final. Well, as soon as it rained, I was happy. I knew I'd be fine. So with the experience in the slicks, in the wet over the years in cadets, mini max, junior max, that helps a lot. So I just took it steady the first couple of laps, got to grips with like where the water was. And then started to push a little bit about 5 laps in to try and increase the gap, which I did, so really pleased.
Well, Phil, congratulations. You've booked your ticket to Valencia and you've also got the O plate now, which Dan Parker is going to hand you. Congratulations. Fantastic result. Like we mentioned, Philip will be representing at Valencia at the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year. This is it then from me, Nicole Sutherland, down in Parc Fermé for the day. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette have been up in the commentary box. We're complete here for Rotax's round. Next time they're out, it will be at PFI for their double header. But don't forget, we're back here next week for the Miami Championship. So make sure you tune in. Regular setup for next week, then we start racing on the Friday. And as well, for drivers at home, for teams at home, we have the Miami M1 Bambinos with us next week. So if you haven't put in an entry already, make sure that you get that done. Thank you, as always, to the championship partners that make this possible. We've got PWR, Marsh, Demon Tweaks, Kart Sim, and of course, Wera Tools. Alpha Live have produced all of your content this weekend. We're backed by Motorsport UK, so thank you to them. Thank you to our marshalling team as well. And of course, all of the staff, all of the teams who are here this weekend in the paddock. Congratulations to the drivers, congratulations to the teams. They will be on the podiums shortly. Stay tuned this week on social channels for more content, but we'll see you next time. We'll see you next week.